Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembei TV. This is your open forum political discussion show that gives you an opportunity to air what is on your mind and heart concerning our latest development on our political front. Well, today it was the final day for the send-off of our departed third president of the Republic of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, and his final mass was full of issues, even as the send-off program was running. And so that is one thing I want to invite us into discussing. Seems that the DP had planned to steal the show, and things did not go according to plan. What do you think, and what do you feel about the whole situation? Well, about the propaganda, there has been a spirited propaganda that the grandson to the departed third president of the Republic of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, declined to shake Raila Odinga's hand, and there are videos that are proving otherwise, although the pictures out there that are being spinned are telling a different story altogether. Well, are we taking too far the issue of propaganda, and where are we ending with all this? When did we become so heartless that we will, bring games on matters that are serious and needs to be, considered? I think for the respect of our departed third president, Mwai Kibaki, we wouldn't want to get into the place whereby we make fun of everything and turn around things so that they call for our political shots. I believe that is going too far. You're free and entitled to whatever you think, but I would love to hear your side of this story. Of course, Pa and Maendeleo Chap had made an attempt to exit Azimio through the Registrar of Political Parties, and today the verdict came out: no exit. You can enter hakuna kutoka. Haya basi, tungependa kusikiliza maoni yako kulingana na vile unaona mambo yanavyoendelea katika siasa hii na kule tunakapokwenda. Naomba tu kila mmoja hakikisha kwamba unaheshimu kila mmoja na tuendelee kujadiliana ipasavyo. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to start talking. I want to salute all of you that are coming in fast and furious. Wakabui George wa Jesse, thank you so much. Anasema nonsense, we are waiting for you. Jina la Saloka, karibu sana, tunashukuru. Nani huyu? Maslini Musundi, hi to you, thank you so much. Meki Desmunde, karibu sana kwa show. Kuna Mika Otieno, thank you so much. Kuna Jackie Kinzu Kinisu, wow, karibu sana. Kuna Paul Tony, thank you so much. Asante, nikujaribu mambo mingi lakini Mungu anatusaidia. Kipungeno Vincent, thank you for joining us. Kuna Kengo Omwangu on board from Nairobi, karibu sana. Kuna Yufin Otieno, thank you so much. Kuna General Aiza Madenga following from Oman, karibu sana, thank you. Huyu jina Saloka, we appreciate you, thank you so much. Felix Wafula, sorry, karibu. Kuna Kadafi Aran, asante sana. Of course, Fabiano Adriano, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Anasema yuko ndani kutoka Kilifi. Asante sana, utatupatia habari kemkemu huo Kilifi. Hii pa inatisha ODM Kilifi ama ODM bado imekita mizizi na hakuna mahali wanaenda? Tukipenda kujua hilo kabla show ishe. Enoka Sharim Chebon, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Nancy Humble, karibu kwa show. Kuna Belinda Oh yes, Ogweno, karibu sana. Favor Akita, asante sana. Linet wa Bomba, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Kosgei Joab, asante sana. Is a full of idiots and empty minds. Matusi ya nini? Mapema sana. Hebu tuliza boli. Douglas Onzinyo, niko ndani, karibu sana. Kuna George Otieno Obati, thank you so much. Boite Abraham Kipketer, asante sana. Kuna nani huyu anaitwa Namuel Nyabuti, alafu Nan Omolo, thank you so much. Kuna Rugat Kimtai, asante sana. Kuna nani Shameless Idealist, thank you. Omondi Joy, karibu. Kuna Jediam, nani huyo mwingine, asante sana. Karibu kwa show kila mmoja. Naambia una click kwa hiyo link tu, alafu unaruhusu StreamYard, ile app tunatumia kufanya nini, kutengenezea kamera yako na kutengenezea audio. Ukishachanganya vizuri, kuingia studio ni mara moja, alafu utaweza kuongea bila kusumbuliwa. Lakini kama hautaruhusu StreamYard kutengenezea maneno mawili, itakuwa ngumu kuongezeka, kwa sababu ni vile tu imejipanga. That's how it is configured to work. If it sets your camera and sets your audio, you will have a smoothless communication. If you don't follow its instructions, mambo yatakuwa ngumu kwako. Lakini nashukuru kila mmoja wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Naamini kwamba usiku huu tutakwenda kuangalia maneno katika yale vile alivyo, tujue mbivu na mbichi, hata tunapojiandaa kwa uchaguzi unaokuja wa Kenya, mpaka wamakinike kujua yote ambayo wanapaswa kujua. So nani huyu? If I can't mute your mic, it means your gadget is not well configured, and that means you need to get out and rearrange yourself. Mama Selina, habari ya leo?
Salama sana Penat.
Karibu karibu.
Asante, tumeona Othaya, tumeona Mashishi vile imeenda. Tunaona Penat, I'm so disturbed, and I thought mambo ya Mashishi haiwezi changanywa na siasa, kwa sababu tumeona ya kwamba member of parliament ya Matira, how can you mobilize people kwenda kushout, kupika kelele, kufurahia? You know, people will know. Unajua hii watu Penat, watu sijui Kenya inaendelea aje. Otherwise the funeral ilikuwa sawa. Yes, backfire kwa sababu ya kitu moja. Hata wewe unafurahia aje mpaka watu wenye walikuwa wamekaa kwa dais wanaangalia nyuma kuona wenye wana shout. That was not right. Na hata ukitaka kwenda kuonyesha wewe ni king kwa funeral, it was not really yes, kwao imefurahisha, lakini wameanguka vibaya sana. Na rais aliongea maneno machache, na nikaona Chimi Kibaki immediately after hizo mashout. Chimi Kibaki msichana alitoa ideology yake, ilikuwa mzuri sana. Chimi Kibaki akakuja akaita family friend Cairo, na Cairo ndiye akatengeneza sasa mambo kusema where they belong na nani wana support. Na ukweli semwe Temba, I like that. Ukifanya kazi unasifu Kibaki na usifu na ile watu walifanya kazi, lakini walitaka kumuonyesha, na rais akapatiwa nafasi, akaongea kidogo, akamaliza, na kumaanisha unataka kuonyesha Central, you are the kingpin of Central. Wacha nikwambie Penat, I'm coming to understand mambo ya atwali ya kwamba people will be, watakuwa disappointed ama sijui wataenda wapi, kwa sababu kushautiwa si kura imeingia kwa debe. Kufurahishwa si ati umeingia hapo na watia hapo, tunaona watu wanataka kuongea. Sasa hiyo ni moja. No to exit from Azimio. Yes, kama umeingia ndani Penat, umetoa nguo yote na utoke nje unasema hapana, watu watakataa. So hiyo imetufurahisha kwa sababu hata jana nilikuwa nacheka peke yangu nikisikia Kalonzo anasema anajaribu kuambia Raila, kama unatafuta chenda, you don't know even my gender. So sasa hii siasa ya Kenya siasa ya Kenya ni ngumu, inaleta maneno. Watu karibu wanafaa marinda. Bernard, hii kiti iko na maneno, but nashukuru Kenyans, nataka kushukuru wamama ya Nakuru, walisimama imara na wababa wakatuunga mkono, but wanasema kiti ya deputy president iende kwa mama, na mama ni Martha Karua. Nashukuru wa Kenya sana ya kwamba sisi kina mama na wababa wametusupport ya kwamba running mate ikuwe ni mama na si mama kuwa kiongozi. So ayo Penat naona ni mzuri. Alafu nataka kuambia Amason Kingi ya kwamba yeye mwenyewe alitoka ODM na akasema anaanzisha chama alafu itafanya kazi 2027. Kama unajua Penat, kama ulikuwa UDA ama ulikuwa unataka kusupport UDA, afadhali ungeenda mapema, lakini kukuwa na mkuu mbili, tunaambiwa mkuu moja iko nje, ingine iko Fishi alikufa, ama umbwa alikuwa anatembea kwa taracha, anaona kifuli ingine yake, akafikiria kuna umbwa ingine aenda apigane naye, akaingia kwa maji, akaenda. So Penat, nataka kuambia wa Kenya, hii 3 months imepaki, tayari Kenyans wamejua mahali wanaenda. Niliona kuna mtu aliongea hapo baadaye akasema Central wameamua. Wacha niwaambie, Central ya kumobiliziwa na kupatiwa pesa, hiyo si kuamua. Wakati utapeana pesa, what will happen? Hii mobilization ya pesa Penat inadanganya. Eri ukuwe na watu 5 and they are real, so that tujue where will you be. Lakini mobilization na si mobilization kwa kura, hiyo naona kwangu ni ngumu. Wacha niwachie hapo. Nimefurahi na nataka kusikia maoni ya Wakenya vile wanasema, na naona wengi watakuja kutuambia vile wanataka, lakini tuko hapo hapo. Asante kwa timu Kibaki, asante kwa timu Kibaki kusoma, kutuonyesha njia. Kama Penat, kama Cairo angetoka na hiyo statement alisoma, leo hatungekuwa na mahali ya kukaa, lakini thanks for them, walitengeneza maneno mbele ya kwamba sisi, this is the direction. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na wasia wako kwa Wakenya. Naamini kila mmoja anaelewa kile kinachoendelea. Propaganda inaweza kufanya kazi kwa muda, lakini ukweli utasimama dakika ya mwisho. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja amakinike kutofautisha kati ya propaganda na ukweli wa mambo. Kila Mkenya angependa kuvuta kwake, wanasema Waswahili, mwamba ngoma uvuta kwake, lakini kamba ya ngoma haiwezi kufika kila mahali unaipeleka, na mwisho wake wakati unavuta. Asante sana. Naomba tumsikilize huyu Gerson Okeyo kwanza. Aliingia katoka. Vipi Gerson? Bwana Gerson, you unmute, the mic is beside your name. You click on the mic beside your name ndio uweze kuongea tukikusikia. Bwana Gerson, inaonekana uko na challenge. Penny, namna gani?
Hello?
Hello Bwana Penny, namna gani?
Salamu, unanisikia?
Kabisa, kujificha ndio hiyo.
Asante sana. Always Ni mzuri sana kusikia Mama Selina. And it's a wonderful time. Advice ambayo anatupatia ni mzuri sana. Mzee Kibaki ametuacha na hivyo hivyo kila mmoja wetu ataenda, lakini mzee Kibaki was consistent. He said what he meant all the time, from when he was a permanent secretary to Tom Mboya to the time that he made the best president in Kenya. So hivyo mimi nasema kusikia Mama Selina akizungumza nasikia mzuri, kwa sababu this time saa hii hatukufikiria tutafika mahali kama hii. Hii ni ya kurudisha Kenya to the 70s and 80s, vitu ambao viliua kina Pastor Muge, vitu ambao vimeua wengi politician, kama huyu alikuwa foreign minister. Ilikuwa siasa mbaya, na Moi alisema mzuri sana, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. But he was the only single person to decide that maisha mbaya ni yeye, maisha mzuri ni yeye. But when we came to the conclusion of the Constitution of 2010, and every one of us, every one of you guys in there cheered for it. But when Raila and Kenyatta are mutilating it, when Nairarua, you guys don't mind. You just follow wherever they are going. We have to respect our Constitution. Every one of you, wale wengi ambao wako nje ya country, wanasema vile that their system works. Lakini sisi tunataka individuals wa decide. Na hiyo ndio tulikuwa tunakataa. Kuwawa kwa kina ule muhindi alikuwa anaitwa Pinto kama Pinto ni kumaliza mzee Oginga Odinga. Imeendelea mpaka sasa tumechoka. When can we get? Hiyo ni swali nataka kuuliza Mama Selina kabisa. Aje, we are differences. I mean, nyinyi wengi muko Azimio, mimi ni UDA. Kama Mr. Black ambaye anakuja hapo mnamshambulia sana. Lakini when can we get to where we're practicing real politics? You win, you lose, you lose. Vile nilisema, sisa UDA hatukufanya very good nomination this time. A lot of things were going on at the same time. So next time we will make sure that everybody anaenda kwa mchujo na anachaguliwa na wananchi. You saw today when even if Julia said that some of those crowds are paid, they could be. It's possible. Hatuwezi kukataa hiyo, but you saw it. The most respected person, the person who got most cheers, alikuwa Ruto. Did he pay for it? Maybe. The same way mitawaambia mulichapa watu hapo kibira mpaka mkashinda. There's nothing wrong with that. That is politics. You have to use a certain technique or tactic to get where you are. But all the time, waje niwaambie bana, and I hope nani yuko hapa Alex, all the time we should follow the constitution of the day, what it says. If it's otherwise, then you go to court, to parliament, and let them change. Follow the rules. You too. Why is it so hard that you guys can be supporting something called PPI, something called handshake?
Inaonekana umekuja na script ya kawaida kubadilisha mada yetu.
No. Ni debate.
Ngoja wacha hiyo story. Tukae katika mada ya leo na tuizungumzie. Okay? Masuala ya BBI sijaiona kwa topic ya leo, na hiyo masuala ya katiba. Wewe una introduce alafu tunataka kubadilisha kile tunachozungumzia.
Okay.
The crowds being paid to come and clap and cheer. It came out very clearly.
Bennett,
if you are not in Nyeri, you saw it on TV. All the guests were turning back to see who is shouting. That tells you that it was not an organic shouting or an indication of who is respected and who is supported. When you hire goons to go and disrupt the state funeral of the third president of the Republic of Kenya, and you are vying to become president, to me, that's immoral, unforgivable. Yes, Mama Selina.
Yes, Bernard, Penny ameniuliza swali na ninashukuru kwa hii kwa sababu naona yeye na mimi kabla wale wengine we are almost seniors, si kwa ubaya, tumekula chumvi na tumeona mambo mingi. Penny, wewe unasema
Yes, Mama Selina.
nashukuru kwa sababu nakushukuru kwa sababu unataka kutuambia sana vile Moi alifanya. Nashangaa Penny ya kwamba hule mkubwa yako ni student ya Moi, alisoma kutoka Moi, na hata siasa yake inaelekea vile Moi alikuwa. Dictatorship is there, arrogance, ngawa Moi hakukuwa anaonyesha hiyo arrogance mbele ya watu, but alijua vile anafanya. But nataka kukuuliza Penny, wachana na vijana kwa sababu vijana wana mambo yao, ya kwamba desturi, ukienda kwa mashishi na ukweli ikaonekana vile Kashakwa na wengine walikuwa nasunguka kumwambia watu jinsi watafanya, nani watamshout, nani watanyamasa, watafanya nini. Wacha nikuulize, wakati ya matanga, hata ile ya nyumbani ya wakati ya boma mbili, mama mdogo, watoto ya mama mdogo na watoto ya mama mkubwa, wakati hata wanasosana kwa matanga, chukua hiyo kitu. Watu end of the day, kama watoto ya nyumba kubwa wanaonekana wanataka kunyanyasa wale watoto wengine, of course majirani watakuwa na sympathy kwa wale wengine wananyanyaswa. In funeral, kwa siasa, wacha tuumane kisiasa. Ikifika kama unaheshimu Kibaki.
Mama Selina, be brief, be brief.
Namaliza. Kama alikuwa na heshimu Kibaki vile amesema, then you are not supposed to be cheered kwa ile mtu umeheshimu kwa maisha yako na unatangazia watu he was the best. When you are the best, you are supposed to be quiet, listen, clap, no shouting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Naomba hivi as we proceed, let me bring in this video before Omar comes in. Now, everybody, please, the standing orders are you keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. When your mic is on, it provides a feedback that irritates the people who are watching and listening. Unakuwa na feedback. So, Omar, mute your mic. Mala, mute your mic. If not, tutawakalisha quarantine. Kwa sababu huko ndio ukiongea hata na mic haiwezi kukupata. It's important that you follow the standing orders. Thank you very much. Let's get this out fast as we move on.
Kibaki, he made sure that motorbikes were zero rated. And that is when border came into being. And today, it is a sector that hires close to 1.4 million Kenyans. He was great, but he was also simple. And so, as we celebrate his life, as we celebrate Mwai Kibaki, we must remember that in him we had an embodiment of the unity of our nation. At a very personal level, allow me, Bishop, to say, when my boss, President Kenyatta, and I were in trouble with the ICC cases, Mwai Kibaki stood as a father to us. At a very personal level again, when I became his Minister for Agriculture, and me and my peers, Romano Kiome, went to see him about the challenges we were having in fertilizer, which had gone up to about 5,000 shillings a 50-kilogram bag. His wisdom and understanding gave us the opportunity, under his guidance, to reduce the prices of fertilizer to 2,500. And the first subsidized fertilizer in Kenya was brought about by the third president, President Mwai Kibaki. At a very personal level again, when I was promoted to the Ministry of Higher Education, and we had a backlog of university students, under his guidance again, we managed to have another double intake that henceforth removed the backlog that students had to wait for at least 2 years to be able to go to university after they complete their Form 4. And finally, as Mudawara has said, under President Kibaki's guidance, my peers at the Ministry of Higher Education, Professor Kiamba and I, under his guidance, we started to roll out the Tibet program that President Uhuru Kenyatta has built upon, and that is why we have close to 200 Tibet institutes across the country. So, at a very personal level, I can attest, and I am a witness, and I can bear testimony that Mwai Kibaki is the father of modern day Kenya. And therefore, it is befitting that we celebrate his life and we learn lessons from him. And I think a befitting send-off to all of us as we celebrate the third president of Kenya is for us to go into this election and make sure that election will be peaceful and that it won't be necessary for us to have a handshake, that the election will be peaceful. I think we owe it to President Mwai Kibaki as we send him off. From my wife Rachel and children to Mzee Mwai Kibaki and his family, fare thee well. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Allow me one.
Okay. Where is Wanoma? Ayupo Mala, karibu. Mala, upo? Kasuti?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, bro.
Ni upako wa Jubilee naona.
Nimeona tu umeamua kunikopi.
Wewe na kukopi nikiwa wapi? Wewe ndio unaanza kuangalia mimi kwa dirisha.
We are one, bwana. We are one. We are one big family.
Sawa.
Yes. Sasa.
Endelea.
Wacha nikuambie. Na nilikuambia na sitarudia tena hiki kitu. Sijui kwa nini ukiona unaongelea mtu sana ni mtu ako mbele yako. Ndio ukue nyuma uendelee kumuongelea kumuhusu. Na ukiona unashinda ukiangalia huyu mtu hata deserve kupewa anything because it's very shameful very demeaning. Wewe kama unataka kuwa kiongozi, why don't you set a good example? Because there is no way at one point of the time, hata kama mko na ile inaitwa hiyo difference, mnaibeba paka watoto mali wako wanajua tu, hey, leo kimeumana humu ndani. Baba na mama hawako sawa, hata kama wanajaribu kuassume ati wako sawa, lakini hawako sawa. Unajua, kutoka ile siku huyu jamaa decide kupeleka siasa kwa mlango ya president huko Ishaweri, unajua Uhuru has played a very smart politics whereby hakuna siku aliwahi taka kumuonyesha madharau, lakini huyu jamaa anajifanya sasa anataka ku stamp authority as the kingpin of Mount Kenya. In which capacity? Paka yani you dare your boss right in the front of his gate kumwambia ati ile kisu ulipewa, ati tulipewa. Imagine, ati ile kisu tulipewa, kama nilishika vizuri ama nilishika vibaya. So usitumie hiyo kisu kudhuru rafiki yako, kunidhuru mimi rafiki yako. Na hakukosea, anafaa kujua ya kwamba power, the sweetness of power is like a double-edged sword, whereby inakata mbele na inakata nyuma. Na ndivyo tunaambiwa na Biblia ya kwamba when the righteous rules the nation, the children of the land enjoys the fruit of the nation. But when a wicked person rules the nation, rules by the sword. Sasa hii yake ndio nataka kujua. Angekuwa mwerevu, angedefainia what kind of the government he want to rule. Ni ile serikali ya ujinga kama ya kina Kashagwa, ile serikali ya mdomo baki kama ya kina Sudi. If these people they behave like this na hawana power, sembuze wakipata power, where others tutakuwa wapi sisi? Mtu yani, I don't think so. This one we have to defend it with whichever cost, to make sure ya kwamba the son of Sokoi, chief hustler, Assistant Jesus himself, the way he proclaimed himself, because he thinks that he is holier than thou, to make sure that he sees he cannot come near the power, because once he take charge of power, the instrument of power, I don't see. Tutarudishwa huko tulitoka huko. He didn't steal the show. Licha wewe uliona mbao ilikeuka tu wakati when Jimmy Kibaki was giving the tribute to his father, mbao ilikeukia hapo. Lakini kabla ifikie hapo, vitu zilikuwa tu sambamba, na ni kweli alikuwa ameiba hiyo show. But once Jimmy Kibaki stood up to speak, na akasema let me break the protocols to invite one of, that was the sentiment of Jimmy Kibaki. Who told you it was for that friend of his? No. Hiyo ilikuwa ni speech ya Jimmy Kibaki himself. And you can, if you listened keenly to what that gentleman was saying, you can understand. Even TP himself was shocked, because he didn't expect that one to go that way. He was shocked. So ile vitu amekuwa akisikiza akifanya for the past 1 week, the table was turned the moment Jimmy Kibaki rose to speak, to give his tribute. Na kama kuna mtu aliona kitu tofauti, niko hapa na ninasikiza, nitakubali kurekebishwa. Lakini show ilimwakiliwa maji, yale mambo yote. Wewe unaendaje, mnaenda unalipa watu. Yani huyu mtu hii pesa anatoanga wapi kusema ukweli? Hii pesa anatoa wapi? Hii pesa paka yani you dare the state function. Yani uko na pesa mingi kabisa mpaka you dare to sponsor the state function. Wewe ulisikia wapi hiyo kusema ukweli? Hata kama wewe ndiye kinimbi wa dunia hii. State function ile inaretiwa as the most expensive function in the world. Wewe una dare to sponsor the state function. Surely for heaven's sake, hiyo mlisikia wapi? Huyu mtu lazima tu hata ile pepa ako nayo ni ile ya sijui ya kupikiwa ndarama ama kupikiwa sufuria na vikombe. Lakini tutajua hiyo mambo. Tutajua hiyo mambo baadaye.
Wachia.
Nimeachia hapo pen. Sisungumuzi tena.
Asante Bwana Kasuti, naomba sasa tusonge mbele na let's do justice to the debate by ensuring that we stick by the title at hand, and let's look at matters critically, not pulling one direction against the other. It is, I believe, important that as Kenyans we begin telling each other the truth. Respect for the dead has been with us all along. We have traditions and values that we must uphold, for that is what makes us a people as a people. That's what constitutes our identity. When we begin to run over these traditional values and respect that we held for the elders and for the elderly and for the dead and for the departed, that is where we begin to miss the mark and end up where we are headed right now. So let's not just look at this from one angle. Let's look at it holistically and see, is our national fabric still holding or it is disintegrating? What happened to honoring the dead, whereby people had to shelf everything that belonged to them, everything that had to do with their self and personal agenda for the respect of the dead and respect for the departed? How come that we want to take advantage of everything? Must you take advantage of even the dead? That is a matter at hand right now. Wanamala, umeamka sasa? Yes, agree. Agree, umeinua mkono?
Yes, nimeinua mkono.
Agari, yes. Innocent. Sema. Hey, umekwama, neti imekataa. The broadcast is allergic to silence. Bwana Mala huko? Naonekana Mala bado anaweka mambo yake pamoja. Tumsikilize nani kabla Stone PK, tumsikilize Bwana Wangira.
Bernard, how are you?
I'm well.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have raised my
Bwana Angari, your network is not consistent. Sorry, Bwana Agari, your network is not consistent. Utatoka urudi tena. Asante. Alafu kabla Bwana Wangira achukue, tafadhali tuendelee na ile kampeni yetu tulianza jana. When you are here, please invite somebody to watch. We want to get back to our number of views that we had previously. We were dropping badly while I was away. So I want us to recover completely. I'm happy that everybody's adhering. Now we are at 700. I want us to hit 1,000 plus while the show is on. Thank you.
Can I continue, Bernard?
Endelea, muda ni wako.
Okay, how are you?
We are good. Waiting for you.
Oh, today we buried Mwai Kibaki, and may his soul rest in peace. In my contribution today, I just want to start from this point that I'll call one of the lowest points of today. You know, the Bible talks of what shall it benefit a man. And today I was asking myself, what shall it benefit a man to edit a video to portray that Kibaki's son never greeted Raila Odinga. You know, I don't know what it will benefit a man by doing that. You know, that was the most lowest point of today, especially as the Kibaki family were mourning their father and grandfather. You know, I don't understand. Even if we have to 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 dwell in propaganda, whether this is the direction we want to take as a nation. You know, you malign even a family that is already bereaved. You portray them in very bad picture, the way we saw in that in that video, that edited video that was depicting this young boy as if he never greeted Raila Odinga. That was the lowest moment today. Coming to William Ruto having stolen the show. Oh, did he steal the show? The answer could be yes, and the answer could be no. The answer could be yes, because perhaps he succeeded in hiring crowds that ended up cheering him in a funeral. But again, by doing that, did he steal the show? Oh, I don't think he stole the show, because that's another lowest moment. Because when we are mourning the third president of the Republic of Kenya, that is a solemn period, a solemn occasion, where everybody needs to be respectful. But ending up with a deputy president who can end up hiring crowds, who get into a mourning, who get into a mourning area for purposes of cheering him, that one is one of the lowest points we also had today. Again, listening at his speech, you see, he talks of President Kibaki as being the father of the modern Kenya. The speech you have just played. He could be the father of modern Kenya. Yes, but we don't only want to dwell on Kibaki only, because we have had 3-4 presidents so far. We have had Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, who had his contribution to this nation. We had Daniel Arap Moi, despite his shortcomings, he also had his contribution to this country. And today we were burying Mzee Mwai Kibaki, who also had his contribution to this country. So we don't only want to portray one person as if this one person was the messiah for this country. So just listening to the speech by William Ruto, he claims that when he was Minister for Agriculture, fertilizer was retailing at 5,000 shillings. This is one of the things that shocked me. I didn't know that there was a time fertilizer was retailing in this country at 6,000 shillings. Because the other day, fertilizer had been retailing at around the same amount of money, and we saw the type of the type of noise that they made. You remember, until Munya came in, and now fertilizer is again retailing at around 2,500. So he was just telling Kenyans that the problem of fertilizer is not a Uhuru Kenyatta problem. Is a bigger problem than what many people think that is a Uhuru Kenyatta problem. Because even during Mwai wa Kibaki, we had the same problem of the price of fertilizer going up. Then he portrayed, then he tried to associate the bottoms up with Mwai Kibaki. How do you associate bottoms up with Mwai Kibaki? Where do you link bottoms up with Mwai Kibaki, or with what I'll call Kibakinomics? There's no relation between Kibakinomics and the bottoms up. That's an abuse to an old man who was arrested today by portraying that there's something to relate to as far as bottoms up is concerned. So you see, William Ruto William Ruto is coming out as a very disrespectful person. Even if anybody who watched him today speak, you see, he didn't care that he was speaking before the head of state, and he didn't care that he was speaking before the commander-in-chief of the Kenyan Defense Forces, he was behaving as if he owns the world. He was behaving as if he owns the world, and especially after he had succeeded in hiring some crowds who were cheering him. It is my hope that perhaps come the 9th of August, the ordinary citizens of this country will be more cleverer to read into his tricks and end up not electing him as the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Because we are facing a bigger danger seeing the way things are coming out, that if this guy ends up becoming the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya, then we will be in very, very big problem. Imagine that he's only deputy president today and he is behaving the way he's behaving. And if he becomes the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya, what is likely to happen in this country? Just ask yourself, that's a question each and every citizen of this country should be asking. For example, when I'm just finalizing in a half a minute. For example, when I listened to the speech by Raila Odinga, it was a very clear speech, and it was a speech that was walking Kenya through the journey, the journey of the Section 2A, up to Mulolongo, up to the time when we got to the second liberation. Any Kenyan who was ears should have listened to Raila Odinga very, very keenly. Because if we end up electing William Ruto on the 9th of March, then we are likely to go back to where we were in perhaps where perhaps in 1982, when Kenya became a single party state, when we ended up with the Mulolongo system of voting. These are some of the things that Kenyans need to be very, very careful about, and that is the importance of history, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to also contribute.
Bernard, can you play for us Raila Odinga's speech in the funeral?
Guanamala, make your submission, please.
I am requesting that you play for us Raila Odinga's speech. Then I can make my contribution.
Mala.
Okay,
please play for him the speech.
No, it's no problem. I will get it and play it. I don't have it ready now, but I'll get it. So you'll wait until we have played the Raila Odinga speech before you make your submission. No problem.
Yes, please do.
Omar Esir. Omar, are you there? I think you have network issues. Stony PK, karibu tafadhali. Stony PK pia umekwama. Mlima imeshika inaitwa ni barafu. Stony, umesahau ni ulienda wapi holiday eh?
Tangu atoke Marekani, naona sasa anasahau mambo kidogo.
Okay, Stony PK, you sorry, you will speak slowly to your gadget. Let's listen to Nyuma first.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, I just forgot one point. Perhaps if you allow me just a half a second, I just finish on that one point. Then you can allow.
Okay, malizia haraka tafadhali, half a minute.
A half a minute. William Ruto today says that if we have peaceful elections and free and fair elections, then it will not be necessary for us to have a handshake, So, he was portraying himself as the guy who is going to win the elections come the 9th of August, sorry. So, my question would be, if he doesn't win this election, If he doesn't win this election, will he be ready to go home? You know, that is the question we should be asking, because already he's portraying himself as the guy who is going to win these elections. So if he doesn't win these elections, will he be ready to concede and go home? That should be the questions Kenya should be asking him. Hiyo tu.
Okay, asante. Na where is this? Nilikuwa nimepatia nyumba nafasi. Bwana Angari, utangoja kwanza.
Asante Bernard. Nawasalimia wote panelists. Mko aje? Asante. Leo sina kunena, nataka kusikiza. It's always nice to listen, not to be talking all the time. But I can just comment one or 2 points. I felt very disappointed by our Deputy President's speech, especially when he brought up the bottoms-up issue in such a serious function, sober function. That was belittling the whole exercise. And not only that, as I've said earlier, I am a resident of Nakuru. By my originality is actually Othaya. And my fellow members, cousins, they're actually in Othaya, some place called Kairodhi. At least one of them attended, and they briefed me of what was going on. The cheering of our Deputy President was actually prearranged. There was a group that was to do that, and they did that. So I'm saying I don't have much to say. There are some things that are extremities, and you don't need to do them, actually. They don't assist. I don't know. This world is, we are passing through. Either one dies as a child, middle age, or 90 years like Kibaki. Being the president of Kenya is not a matter of life and death. To the extreme, you can even cause danger, kill people, do all sorts of things to be the president of Kenya. I think that is very shallow. They should actually. I don't know why they didn't that. They should have copied Kibaki. And even in the talk there, Kibaki was a humble man. He was not a man who was planning evil things against others. But there was a lot of evil mind in our deputy's speech. So there's a place one should have gone and understand the person. You are actually mourning or celebrating his life, and stick to that. Others have talked about Jimmy Kibaki's speech. That did it. Even the other one was stage managed, the one of the grandson. All that, evil plans. And that's how to fail. God is there. He doesn't sanction evil plans. He'll cheat the human beings. But even how many? For example, how many people own, excuse me, TVs or these things? Okay, nowadays we have the mobile and all that. But how many people watch this? It's a very small group. You're talking about a few thousands. And you go to the extreme to cheat. I didn't like it. Now, point number 2, not to exist from Azimio, Registra of political parties. I think that's good for us in Azimio. Because some people are still thinking, and especially maybe Azimio has been quiet lately, but I'm sorry, Honorable Kalonzo has been the one causing some reports here and there. And I think they'll be frozen by this decision of the Register of Political Parties. KKA, propaganda, no comment. I don't want to comment about that one at As I exit, I just want to put something small here that maybe not related to the topics today. I can see today we have only 2 topics. The president we are going to elect, and maybe I don't need an answer for this one. People should go and do some research. Is it the 5th or the 6th president of Kenya in August, the one we are going to elect? Please, I may not need an answer, maybe in another forum, because to me, we are going to elect the 6th president. One was not elected, actually. I know Jomo Kenyatta, first president, Honorable Moi, second president, Moi Kibaki, third president, Uhuru Kenyatta, fourth president, William Samoei Ruto, fifth president, and we are going for the 6th president. I say Ruto because when Uhuru went to ICC, all the instruments of power were given. He was not even an acting president. William Ruto was the president of Kenya for that duration. Maybe next time somebody give me an answer to that. Thank you, Bernard, and the panelists.
Asante sana bwana Nyumba. Mama Selina, iko nini?
Yeah, nataka kumuuliza hiyo wanasema mchukuu ya Kibaki. Kwangu ni kama alisalamia alafu akapenduka. So I don't know how ama sikuona vizuri kwa sababu nilikuwa nafuata, but unajua cameras can do their, wanaweza fanya mambo yao ama kweli akusalamia, but still is a young boy, si ni mtoto, so we don't want to dwell on it, but nilikuwa nataka tu nijue because
Mama Selina, I have the video, let's just look at it.
Asante sana State House Choir. Nitaomba sote tusimame tafadhali ili kuweza kupata wimbo wa taifa wa Jamhuri. Asante sana State House Choir. Nitaomba sote tusimame tafadhali ili kuweza kupata wimbo wa taifa wa Jamhuri.
I hope everybody has seen there was a proper handshake, only that he turned in time to give room for the cameraman to pass. There was no rejection of the hand like it's being portrayed, in my opinion, and those that have eyes to see.
Thank you, Bernard. That's the position. Thank you.
Angari Innocent. Sorry.
Yes, thank you so much. Habari ya jioni wenzangu.
Tuko wazima, karibu.
Asante zaidi, and I'm privileged to be part of the guys who are going to talk about what transpired today. And basically now from the video that you have played, it has actually given out the communication clear that there was a shake, only that the boy turned, and I think he was even checking where he was moving to. So basically that one was blown out of proportion. And you know now that we have the internet, things can be blown out, it becomes viral, and it becomes the talk of the day. And I know it hurts the family so much that from such a colorful event that they had, something of that nature could actually come out in the way that it came out. So that one, anyone circulating the video or even talking about the son, I mean the grandson not greeting the premier, I think that one should now be something they should be informed clearly that it never happened. They are doing it for ill intentions. And now talking about how people cheered, I may not even say that because Nyumba has given us some talk about what he has been briefed from his kin on the other side. But me, I say, even if it was spontaneous, even if it was for the love the deputy president is getting from the region, I think he went off key. And basically, there was a script. You saw the family had given the mandate to the church. At some point, yes, it was a state funeral, but you saw like the proceedings basically were different from the way even Moi's funeral was handled last time when we had it. So the family had actually bestowed the responsibility to the church, and that is why you could see like they had a script who was coming in from Nyayo. They were specifically talking about giving a message that could calm spread peace to the family, and they had asked the politicians to keep off politics. And I remember even yesterday, Baba tried to say something, but he never made politics out of it. But he said it could be hard to mourn President Mwai Kibaki without talking about his political life. And now the deputy president today, I think he got a proper response from Muthaura. That was, for me, the best moment of the day, because what he has been saying, the architect actually came out, and Muthaura gave point to point what they had actually hatched when Kibaki was in power. And all this talk that the deputy president has been saying, I think for anyone who was from seated at a point where he wanted to get information, what Muthaura said basically wrote off what this guy has been telling Kenyans. And he has been thinking like he's the only best thing that has ever happened to this country. And in any nation, everybody is a player. You can never be whiter than white. The story of Mwai Kibaki has been told, how he moved from the university to politics and how he rose. There were moments as politicians when people can do or make some statements, or their actions can actually give an impression that they are selfish. But Kibaki, even his final burial rites after the military had done everything, he chose to be buried in the African way. Most leaders across the world, we have seen the way they bury their prominent leaders. Kibaki went the African way, and that should be respected. And I think for anyone who was watching these events, unfortunately, the Mountain 14 block, I want to say, I feel like they have their numbers. They have been helping us to drive this economy, but there are moments when they make decisions that whenever they look them back, maybe I don't know if they regret them. And I think the reason to why they are jeering now the president, the jeering, not the cheering, is basically because of the handshake. And the deputy president blatantly said it, that if we have peaceful elections, there's no need for a handshake. Basically giving a correct information what the president told us when he moved the handshake, or when he had the handshake with Raila. He said that there were people from his camp who never wanted the handshake. And basically, that is now the problem with the politicians we have. I think it's a moment as Kenyans, we embrace each other. And that handshake should signify that as a nation, we need each other and we need to move on together. And I think whatever happened today, from the speech of the deputy president, the cheers and everything, that one, I feel like for any politician who sits down and watches himself, he'll basically think like, there I made a mistake and I owe the family an apology, because they already had set their plan for the funeral. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana bwana Gary Innocent. Omar, karibu Omar. Omar Esir,
Yes.
unmute and speak. Yes.
Are you getting me?
Yes, I can get you. How are you?
Okay, before mimi sijaongea, kuna vitu mbili ama tatu hivi nimeobserve hapo please allocate kila mtu time, sababu kuna watu wao anazungumza sometimes unajirudia rudia. It's good wewe kama host, please allocate time. Kama mtu akienda dakika 10, that is enough. My name's Umari. I'm calling you from Eldoret. Mimi niko Eldoret. Mimi natoka Turbo constituency. Deputy President anatoka hapa penye niko saa hii. What I'm telling you my brothers, before sijaenda kwa mada, wacha niwaambie kitu moja. Kenya, we have only one chance. Just one chance. Tusiporekebisha hii makosa yenye tuko nayo sasa, in fact sisi hatuko. We need to think kama Wakenya. Kitu ya kwanza tuchague viongozi ambao watatusaidia sisi. So going straight to the point, mimi ninasema hivi, watu mmeongea sababu ya Deputy President kukua chiafu. Angalia wakifanya nomination ya UDA, watu walitokea 10%. I'm telling you, even that's why Deputy President ana concentrate sana upande wa Central. Wait my brother Nyumba. Yeah. That's why
Bernard,
Deputy President ana concentrate sana.
there are topics here, Bernard. We go by what the program is, please.
Sorry?
Bwana Nyumba, hold on. Bwana Nyumba, hold on. Bwana Omar. Endelea, lakini enda kwa mada. Na utangulizi wako inachukua muda mrefu.
Okay. So kitu mimi nawaambia, let me brief. Kitu mimi emi talk just like that way na nimalizia hapo. Mimi kitu nawaambia kama Wakenya, we have only one chance. Hii chance tupige kura vizuri, sisi tuko na amani, na mimi natoka hapa na kuambia kwamba
pole, natumai hujakatiwa network huko. Sawa, Bwana Nyumba, ulikuwa unasemaje wewe?
Bernard, there are 3 items of agenda you have corrected. He never even touched an agenda as written down there, please.
Okay, I think it's back. Bwana Omar, asante sana kwa kuchangia na karibu kwa show. Naambiwa uko Tarib mnapatia ODM ama? Unmute. Your mic is off, Bwana Omar. Ski. Unmute kwanza, Jibu swali langu.
Hapa ODM haiwezi chukua. What I'm really telling you, I'm from the ground. ODM haiwezi chukua. Sisi hapa tutachagua mtu. Hatuwezi chagua chama, lakini wacha nikuambie Raila ako na kura hapa. More especially Uasin Gishu County. Wao wenyewe wamejikoroga. Au ukiangalia, do you know Mandago? Mandago huyu governor sasa the current governor anatoka area moja na mwenye amechukua nomination ya UDA. Huyu anaitwa Jeririmo. Wote wanatoka mahali inaitwa Moibeni. Wote wawili. Sasa hata sisi tunauliza, itakuwa fair representation kweli? So kuna kijana anakuja independent. Imagine kwa deputy president tutapea kijana independent anaitwa Karol. Senator. Huyu ndio kijana watapea hapa independent. Tarubo kuna mama anaitwa Janet. Atachukua naye pia alichukua independent. Alipiwa akiwa independent. So ODM hapa not right. Haitachukua hapa. Independent Wasingishu independent wenye watachukua independent kutoka ni Keses. Mark my words. Hiyo itakuwa Keses, Moibin na senator au watakuwa independent. So mkuwe sure kwamba kuna kura za Ruto hapa. Amini za Raila hapa. We are here. We are going to vote for Raila. Nikiwa mmoja yao. So and we are men.
Okay, asante sana kwa huo uhakikisho. Naomba tusonge mbele.
Okay, thank you.
Asante. Sasa mute your mic alafu tumsikilize Collins. Collins, namna gani?
I'm fine. So let me take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this opportunity to also air my views. First of all, I'm very happy. I'm seeing several topics here. Let's start with the one that the registrar of the political party has instructed that no exit from Azimio. I think it is high time that politicians in this country from across the political divide should be aware that choice has consequences. Some of the members of these respective political parties voted for the political party bill, which was passed in our National Assembly a couple of months ago, and also the very bill was upheld in the Senate, which is somehow considered to be the upper house, because as the constitution, as it is enshrined in the constitution, anything that affects the county must be approved by the Senate, and therefore this political bill act also affect the MCAs and the governors. That's why the Senate had to contribute. So I think the bill was good. That's why it has prevent party hopping and also the carelessness of some party leaders, whereby they want to practice the political prostitution by moving from one coalition to another. I think that is good, and we are promoting sanity of our coalition agreement, sanity and sincerity of our political parties, and therefore they must know that choice has consequences. Now, there's nothing that they can do. Maybe they can wait until when the parliament will be convened, maybe the next parliament, so that they can amend that. Another thing is that Kenya Kwanza Alliance propaganda has been being taken too far, or what? The propaganda that I'm going to talk about is that whereby the grandchild of Mwai Kibaki refused to greet Raila Amolo Odinga. Those are just mere allegation. I happened to see that video, and I was actually flabbergasted. But the good thing is that the national media, that is NTV, and also there's this politician, there's this journalist by the name Ali Manzu, aired the original video, and actually you have also aired the original video here. The truth is that grandchild greeted Raila Amolo Odinga. It's only that he turned away to do something known to him. So I think the Kenya Kwanza fraternity are trying to thrive in propagandas because they are based in that. I don't know what gain they are doing, and that is absurd, because in a national function like that, in a dignified function, for someone who is dignified, the most respected president in Kenya, you are trying to use cheap propaganda for your own political gain. That is absurd. And I think a couple of years ago, the cybercrime was sailed in the National Assembly, and I think the relevant authority should take charge. They have the capacity to pinpoint the source of that fake video, and I therefore urge them wherever they are to take action. That aside, the other topic, the first topic, which because I'm not going to deal with them in order. The other one is about Ruto tried to steal the show, but it backfired. Indeed, it backfired, and as I said earlier, in a dignified funeral like that, you are trying to pass your own political agenda. In a funeral of a man who boosts the economy of this country, you want to introduce your issue of bottom up, which all of us, majority of even the Tanga supporters, don't know even the meaning of bottom up, and even for us, I don't know the meaning of bottom up. Nobody has ever explained it in a simple language for a local mwananchi like me and you to understand. So I don't know why. Then also, I think Samoe was indirectly trying to compare himself with Kibaki when he said that Kibaki is a good example of a bottom up. And also other MPs like Duale, Songoko, the other day in the National Assembly, they when they eulogizing Kibaki, they say that the best president who can replace Kibaki is none other than William Samoei Ruto. That one is not true, because since Kibaki joined politics when he retired, when he voluntarily resigned as a assistant lecturer in Makerere University, Kibaki has never involved himself in corruption. As Selina, some people like Selina always say that maybe this is not true, Ajuzi, but I think for this one, he'll agree with me that we have various sources. Even the younger generation like us, we can gain the sources. Some of you were not here in 1962, but I think when you ask a question about 1962, you will know. So for us, from the history, the second-hand information that you are getting is that Kibaki has never involved himself in any corruption. Although during his first term, some of the ministers like Chris Murungaru, in the second term, some people like Kimunya were involved in corruption, but Kibaki himself never involved himself in that kind of vice, and therefore is a man that you cannot compare with our current DP, and it's laughable for someone like DP to try to compare himself with the former president. Yet he has never campaigned for him, he has never supported for him. The only time that he supported Kibaki is the time when they differed with Raila Amolo Odinga, and he took that advantage. And I think that is not good. That is hypocrisy. Although Kibaki had his own shortcomings, and as Raila said today, Kibaki was a good man, but the problem was those people who were surrounding him. Although what Raila failed to mention, I think he did not mention that because they were in a funeral, is that those who were misleading Kibaki were the likes of Francis Muthaura, and also that lady that is being proposed to deputize Raila at the moment, Martha Karua. Those are the people that were misleading Kibaki, but generally Kibaki was good. But as we put that matter to rest, Raila said that we must learn to forgive, and that is a good thing. Thank you, Mr. Bernard, and my fellow panelists. Unless someone has a question, I'm ready to answer it. And before I exit the video, I like to recognize Mr. David Azimio. It means that he's a staunch supporter of Azimio. I think the next time we also need to have someone, someone maybe like Alex or Murunga Kenya Kwanza. But Murunga, I haven't said that you are a member of Kenya Kwanza. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Collins, tunashukuru kwa your analysis and I encourage us to keep the focus and ensure that we are contributing to the discourse in the right way. It is important that we uphold values as a nation. The cosmetic hypocrisy of politicians playing with our minds to win our hearts only to disappoint when they assume office needs to be brought to an end. And one, William Ruto is an expert in the same, but we need to be able to point him out for the same. Mr. Kamau huko?
Niko kabisa
Aya, subiri hapo hapo, kuna hii video nacheza, wewe ndio utafafanua alafu tueleze.
Haya.
Yeah.
Ona Bibilia-inĩ kĩhĩ kwarĩria andũ mũndũ warua na mĩaka 60 ona mbere yaho na no gĩtuna tu no gĩkonde atigĩtwo kĩa mũtĩ korwo nĩ irĩtie ngere kũikia njangiri igĩrĩ aragwetha mũikinĩ ndĩkĩ tũigue mũiki ũcio wa Nyeri nĩ arĩruta nyoĩ na irenda kura citwembe arute mũmaraya Moringo angĩruta wa mwĩke na ndũĩ erie ngũna tigakĩmwĩke na ka tũiguage tũmĩre tũramũhe
Aya, bwana Kamau.
Benadio,
tupatie mshene alafu tuendelee.
First of all, nataka kushukuru kwa kuwa katika hii mjadala. I've been curtained because I'm in darkness. But I want to disassociate, and I don't think that video should be given any preeminence. That is a group that is actually been hired by, I think, Akina Rigathi and Akina the UDA people in Nyeri to abuse Honorable Raila Odinga. And therefore, they have used a very bad, vulgar language that I don't want to really spend time on. And I don't think now we should really concentrate on these small issues. These are issues that are useless. We are behind that. I think this country has grown to a point whereby we no longer want to entertain abuses and hatred, as much as some of us are not accepting that this country is growing. It is funny. And I'll just say that when we do not distinguish a funeral and a rally, then olewako, because these people of UDA, and particularly the people who are representing UDA in Mount Kenya, are making me as a Kikuyu very ashamed indeed, because for many years, even before we even brought multi-party politics in this country, we have never stooped so low like we have stooped right now. That somebody has come, it's like witchcraft, where we are now shouting and echoing in a funeral. It has never happened. Even the days when Moi was so bad to us, he could come, we listen, but when it comes to the voting day, that is when we make our voice heard. And therefore, this kind of politics that has been introduced to the mountain by one Samoei Ruto, it has really made so many of us feel ashamed, because we do not heckle, we do not talk in funerals. We respect, and particularly a state funeral, where the state and the army are taking over and they are leading that ceremony. We are always very disciplined. But this shows that even prior to the funeral, to the state funeral, some people are busy in Karatina market, buying people alcohol, giving them 50 shillings, and telling them once the deputy president stands, you have to go and shout on top of your mouth, so that the people may know who has or owns the ground. But the fact is, those are hired people by Rigathi Gachagua. He has a lot of money that he has stolen, and therefore he is using that money to create a narrative that is not there. And therefore, for me, I want to disassociate myself with those women. They are a shame to our community. They have spoken very, very bad things, very useless things, because when you start attacking people's body features, it shows that you've lost the argument. Because why should you be so much interested with what people have underneath their belt? And therefore, Bona Bernard, that was a shame. And even the issue of Hekori, that was a shame. I think Ruto is laughing inside his heart when people shout on him and feels like he's a king. and therefore it is a pity. But I will assure you one thing: majority of the people in Mount Kenya don't like that kind of a behavior, and we're going to disassociate ourselves and prove on 9th that we are not in that kind of a camp. And therefore, I want to say I will not talk about that video, because that video is shameful, and it is vulgar and doesn't help any Kenyan at this time and age. Back to the topic, there's the issue of propaganda. I think when you see the Kenya Kwanza group led by a deputy president, I think they have really lost their agenda. Now that nobody knows about the bottom up, and he was trying to bring it in the funeral today, they have reduced their agenda into propaganda. This person does not greet this person, nini, and this and this. And therefore, they think that by spinning propaganda in the social media, it's going to change people's heart. It's going to make that he's going to be voted. Far from the truth, that will not happen. However, it is funny that we can associate, we can use the same, we can mention the name Kibaki and Ruto in the same sentence. These people cannot be in the same sentence. It is hard to say that Kibaki and Ruto have anything in similarity. There is no similarity between the two people. One is going to the east and the other one is going to the north. They have never had anything in common. One is a person who actually, the moment President Kibaki won, the first thing he did is to reclaim a land that is adjacent to the State House called the Processional Way, a road. Somebody had taken a road and taken a title deed. That is the other person. That is the bottom-up person. Mr. President Kenyatta, Mr. Kibaki has no corruption. He has no land that he has taken, even in Nairobi, that we are told this was grabbed by Mr. Kibaki. But we know that Mr. Ruto has stolen Western Hotel, and that is in public domain. He had stolen Processional Way and many other things that we hear, the Muteshis and stuff. And therefore, it is an insult to people who are right-minded, people who are who have gone to school, to tell them that the next person who is going to be like Kibaki is Ruto. That cannot happen. And therefore, I am dismayed as a person that we can get to a point of mentioning Ruto and Kibaki in the same sentence. One is a thief, and the other one is a saint in terms of public resources. The other thing is about this Kenya Kwanza, this Azimio. Azimio, if you're in Azimio, huwezi toka. Sasa jipange, tukutafutie deputy president na upigie Raila Amolo Odinga kura. And that is the end of my submission. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bwana Kamau. Yes, Mr. Nyumba.
Thank you, Bernard. Mr. Kamau has said those ladies were brought there or paid to do that. I beg to differ. These idlers, we have them in Nakuru. There's nothing else they do apart from following politicians for handouts. Day 1, day 2, month 1, up to December. We have them in Nakuru, I know them. And those are similar. We need not to translate it deeply, but the same language that was used by Moses Kuria, the same language those ladies have used. And extra, they said they can't vote for Raila unless he takes a Malaya from that area. So, yeah, but the main point is that those are idlers. They keep on following the politicians for handouts. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Nyumba. Davis wa Azimio, namna gani?
Salama, nashukuru uko mzima. Mine was a point for order, but Mr. Nyumba has tried maybe to rectify. Okay, my point of order is that you gave Mr. Kamau a chance to explain or try to do what?
Azimio,
To
if
convert
the
the
matter
language.
is
You know that other
finished,
people
is
don't
finished.
understand that language.
Ngoja kwanza tafadhali bwana Azimio. Naomba hivi.
So I
Kama
was
swala
reading there because Mr. Bella, just a minute. Mimi sikuwa naelewa hiyo lugha. Na my expectation is that ulimpatia kama opportunity maybe to translate that language, maybe ningepata fursa ya kuelewa wale walikuwa wanasema nini, so that kama angezungumzia zaidi ya hapo ningejua, because all of us that you are here we are grown up, there's no a kid here, isn't it? So unge translate direct translation.
Uchangie mada. Sawa sawa. Okay, let's not that matter was addressed by Mr. Kamau and it is concluded.
And me, Bernard, because there's
Yes.
some languages that we may not use. We can't use some of the languages like the Cosmo way. We can't.
And please let's respect this platform and let's come to debate. Usitafute tu nafasi ya kuingia kwa screen uonekane. Kuja kama uko na swala na ungependa kushiriki na Wakenya. Sio tu kuappear for the sake of appearing and talking. I really want us to whatever, take what we are doing serious. I don't think we are here to waste time. We're here doing a very serious matter that we really want to participate in ensuring that Kenyans get the right information to help them make rightful decisions come August 9th, 2022. And so let's not just come here to play games. And please, as we continue to debate, remember the campaign we are on. Invite as many as possible to keep watching so that we resume our numbers and surpass our targets even at the conclusion of the show. We need to have crossed the 10K views every show the way we have been doing previously. So usiwatch peke yako, ukiwatch invite mtu watch, and then ukiwa kwa panel, when you get out, you go to the viewers section, invite, share in the WhatsApp, share in the Facebook groups, let as many people watch, and that helps a great deal because the information we are sharing needs to reach to as many people as possible. Kabla tumlete nani, kuna Mkenya na kuna Murunga. Naomba sasa tusikilize hii speech imeagizwa na nani? Imeagizwa na Mala, lakini Mala ameitoroka. Let me find it. I hope is this one.
Kindly come and deliver to us his memory and his wishes for this fallen hero. Karibu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya, First Lady Mama Margaret Kenyatta, Deputy President Archbishop Anthony Muheria, and all the clergy, the family of our departed Mzee Emilio Mwai Kibaki, waombolezaji wote ambao wamefika hapa. God is good and all the times. Asanteni sana. We have come, as I said yesterday, to take final farewell to a great Kenyan patriot. Now, I want to say a few things today about Mwai Kibaki. I want to say that the life and history of Mwai Kibaki is very much contemporaneous with the history of independent Kenya. Because as you said, Kibaki resigned from teaching to come and join the liberation movement. He was the chief executive officer of the most vibrant national movement for liberation, KANU. And in the elections of 1963, KANU won the elections, beating the then opposition KADU. Then, after that, Kenya became first independent, eventually a republic. So he was assistant minister, vice president, and a president, leader of opposition. But development in Kenya after independence are very much akin to what took place in the rest of the African continent. The constitution that brought independence was a fairly liberal constitution with a devolved system of government called Majimbo. And through a series of amendments, Majimbo was disbanded. Then also several amendments were introduced to the constitution, which basically removed power from the periphery to the center. We ended up with a very authoritarian, or what we call imperial presidency. To cap it all, in 1982, they brought Section 2A, which introduced a single-party system. They was introduced by the then Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, our late friend Charles Jonjo. Kibaki is the one who seconded it. I'm saying this because it's good for us to say it. We have had a long discussion with him. He did not know the implications. He later on himself became a victim of it all. Because in 1988, they brought Mlolongo system of election. They called them that open democracy. Then, after that, they did the reshuffle and he was removed from being vice president, made minister of health. He did not feel humiliated. He stayed there as a gentleman. Some of us were fighting for repeal of Section 2A and reintroduction of multi-party politics. But because he was inside that system, he said that it is not possible to introduce a multi-party system. Those of us who were calling for it were like somebody cutting a mugumo tree, the razor blades. Fortunately, with the fall of Berlin Wall, the wind of change that was blowing in Eastern Europe began to also blow in Africa. And through it, Section 2A went. And now we are allowed to form a political party. And Kibaki said that in his deep mind, he has always cherished multi-party system. And immediately resigned from KANU to form DP. So he joined us. We were already then in Ford. And he joined DP. Then Ford also eventually split into Ford Kenya and Ford Asili. So now Ford Kenya, Ford Asili, DP. We try to bring these people together. Ken Matiba, Jaramogi, and Kibaki. Eventually with Kibaki's people, we're negotiating. Uncle George Mohoho is here. And the late John Keane, Gengi Mugai, we tried to negotiate. It was not possible. And we said that if you guys don't agree to hang together, we shall be hanged separately. We went to the elections, and truly they were hung separately. One whole post there for Matiba, one for Kibaki, one for Jaramogi. So, but we came together now in the opposition. First Matiba was the leader, then Jaramogi. Then both of them eventually went. In 1997, we now try to come together again. There was Kibaki, Amalwa Kijana, Charity Ngilu, and yours truly. To try to come together. The late Mr. Leakey and Paul Mwite tried to mediate to bring us together. It did not work. Then again, we were hung separately. One for Kibaki, Raila, Amalwa, and Charity. So we stayed together like that. Come 2002, we were coming together again. We were separate. And then we came together to try to talk. And I was emphasizing that this time around, please, let us agree to have one candidate. And the negotiation took too long. The crowd was already in Uhuru Park. It was packed. They are saying, oh, let us go and tell the crowd that, oh, we will come back in 2 weeks' time. Now we have united. Come back in 2 weeks' time and tell them who is our candidate. I realized that we saw it in 92, we saw it again in 97, it's not going to work again. So this time around, I decided to take the debate to the Wananchi. And then I asked them, because I was the last person to speak, I asked them, Simze Kibaki tosha? And the crowd roared back, Kibaki tosha, na wakaanza kuimba, yote yawezekana bila Moi. That is the NAC revolution. The rest is no details. But I was saying this because I saw where we were, and we had a long discussion with Mwai Kibaki. In my view, Mwai Kibaki had the knowledge, the experience that we needed in that period of transition. I got actually hit so hard. By the time I arrived home, my wife has received so many phone calls saying how I had messed up. But I said there's no going back. We'll move forward together with Mwai Kibaki. So I'm here with my wife Aida there, and my elder brother Dr. Buru. We've come here as the family of Jaramogi. Now we sat down and signed an MOU. That is what we are going to do after we formed government. This famous MOU. And when we were negotiating, everybody was very fresh. Kibaki is the one who suggested we need only 3 months. We will have passed that new constitution. Unfortunately, when we left, we started the campaign. And we went for campaign in Kitui. We ran around and we slept in the residence of Mr. Musila, former PC. When we left, we went for rallies in Kitui down, came back to Kitui town. We were rushing back now to Nairobi. My car was leading. But then they told me Kibaki was in a rush for another appointment in Nairobi. So I let them pass. So we were following. Then we come toward the junction there, Machakos Junction, and the accident. So from there, we put them in a car, Msira's car, and we were following, coming to Nairobi. We were found in Nairobi Hospital. We arrived at Nairobi Hospital, and the crowd is there. He's taken inside and for treatment, emergency. The crowd was so anxious, what's happening? So I came out and I told them, look, our captain is injured, but the march will continue, and we shall win this march. And after that, we evacuated Kibaki to London for treatment. And he came back. He was a very strong man. Mwai Kibaki, apart from being brilliant, brainy, has also got a very strong physical constitution. Because he has gone through several challenges that I know. Then, after that, when he came back, followed another one, which was now again admitted in Nairobi Hospital. So then now, we are victorious, we won the elections, and what happened is that a group that was around Kibaki, the reason why I've always said this is not Kibaki, there was a clique that was around him, which took charge. And they're the ones who were responsible for what happened, for rejection on the MOU that we had signed. But he said, some of our people were making noise, oh, this is betrayal and so on. I said, no, this is not Kibaki. Let us stay in the government. Then came the issue of the Katiba. There are those who did not want the Katiba that had been drafted. Then you know how it happened, bananas and oranges. And when that happened, then we were thrown out of government. We met again now in the elections. But when we met, then they were in crisis. We negotiated with Mwai Kibaki and eventually agreed that Kenya is bigger than all of us. So we must unite together in the interest of Kenya. We formed a grand coalition government. Kibaki president, yours truly the prime minister. The order should have told you how we ran the government together. Because Francis, if there's somebody who was really responsible for the success of our government, is this gentleman, this old man called Francis Mdaura. He knows, he did not tell you the role that yours truly played in infrastructure development. In terms of roads, I was the one who took the pain of demolishing structures so that we could construct those roads. And I was censored in the cabinet, but Kibaki defended me in the cabinet. I said, where we are demolishing structures are structures which are built on road reserves, and those people have already been compensated. So Kibaki has said, kama watu najenga kwa barabara, ibomolewe. Ibomolewe. Yes, what do you want us to do? And that is what happened. We sat together and we created what is called the National Economic and Social Council, NESC, as a think tank of the government. And that NESC is what came up with most of these projects. This LabSet, SGR, the Konza, ICT City, special economic zones, all these came about as a result of the discussions in the think tank. What I want to say is that Mwai Kibaki is somebody with a clear foresight and is ready to negotiate and also to take in new ideas. And through that, he managed to open the government and get new progressive ideas about development. So here, we've come today to say goodbye to Mwai Kibaki. He was transformative. He came up with progressive ideas and he was able to bring all of us together and create a team that was ready to work for Kenya and say that Kenya first, everybody else is second. And therefore, we are paying a tribute to a great Kenyan leader. Fare thee well, Mwai Kibaki. In your journey, convey our greetings to Hayati Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, to Thomas Joseph Mboya. Say farewell also to Nyayo when you meet him. Rest in peace.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. We thank you very much. At this juncture, allow me also
Thank you. That was lengthy, but I think worth it. I wish Mala was around to poke holes the way he wanted to. Mkenya upo?
Nipo.
Umejificha ama ni namna gani? Show your face. Hey, longest time. What happened?
Kuna penye nafanya kazi niliambiwa ni tone down kwa politics. Mmoja watu wengi kumbe wana watch Mtembei TV. Yeah, okay, I was dealing with something to do with politics. So I was in the line of politics.
Okay.
So nilikuwa nafuatilia. And I must appreciate that Mtembei TV naona far and wide. Wacha hata hii unasema 10,000. Inafuatwa. Even with the big fish hapa nje. I knew that. So I will just start off where the video you've played. And first, I joined the rest of Kenyans to wish the Kibaki's family God's subra. May God be with them and remember them at this time. You know, even if you lose the loved one, hata kama kwa 1,000 years, you'll still feel it. So our condolences to the family. Sisi wa Kenya tunaweza sema pole, but the people who remain with the burden is the family. That one said, one where Baba has left from. One thing, first, even if you don't support one Raila Amolo Odinga, there's this Dr. Gikonyo, personal doctor of Kibaki. He said he really appreciates the role Prime Minister played when Kibaki was involved in an accident. And he said Raila was the first one to arrive at Nairobi Hospital, doing everything. And he remembers a time when Kibaki was to be flown out, and every airline was refusing to fly him out. And it took the Raila's effort and other people's effort. And the only seat they secured zilikuwa za nyuma huko. And the daktari was of the opinion that was not safe for the for President Kibaki. So he said that Raila tafuta vijana, and these people, they knelt on their knees wakibeba Kibaki na stretcher from the back of the flight to the first. So you always say, you always appreciate Rao for that. You may not, you may have political difference, but he played a role. Then he said, unfortunately, Kibaki was in hospital. Then when they reached London Hospital, Wamalwa kijana too was admitted. So it was Raila who took the burden with the rest. And this is what I said. As I compare with the today's version, yesterday I watched and today people giving eulogy. So I was wondering what someone was going to say about Kibaki, because they've been opposing Kibaki all that long. But you know what, Bernard and listeners, a cow can supply a whole village with milk in silence, but a hen upon laying one egg, kila mtu ataisikia. So that one said, Kibaki about corruption, we must have given to that. And of course, the victim, his victims when it comes to fighting corruption. It is in the public domain. Then it was a good chance by the coverage. The media team did a nice job. And this one opens the eyes to mostly central people. We saw the roads. That is what Uhuru has been doing to you. If you saw the Colonel Marwa Road, how it has been tarmacked, and the development which is going on there. Then when it comes to heckling, there is what a certain fella said here, which it was, I think it was bypassed, the heckling versus nomination turnout. You say when you heckle, you get a lot of people heckling. But when it came to your nomination in Mount Kenya, the turnout was less than 10%. So I think that was what that guy was trying to bring across. So maybe watu wanakudanganya. And I've seen this during the certain nomination. Nilikuwa naona an MCA candidate anaona kuna watu wengi, lakini ukitembea na watu wanasema wewe tumekuja tukukula pesa lakini hatumpei kura. So the same way, sahi economy ni ngumu. Ukipata mtu anakuambia na kupea 500 wende useme Bernard akwende, you will run there very fast, because at the end food comes first. So at the end the hen will come back to roost. And I can tell you, Mount Kenya people may think that they don't know what they're doing. They may be disappointed, but we've not reached that crossing line. That's when you may see them. Sahi, wacha watu wakule. And of course, there is something which I observed when there's this woman who was trying to run towards DP. And in politics, nothing happens out of mere coincidence. So I observed, I played that video over and over, and these people was where the heckling was, the group. And it said that this group is known for, with a certain politician, always pay them to wear uniform in given rallies. So here they never attended in the uniform, but it's just the same group. So mtu alikuwa anatoroka, this woman managed to come from the group up to when he was just near the VIPs, was when this was arrested. Now, that one may be interpreted, I may be wrong. Was this planned so afike huko mbele so that the speaker, of course, who the speaker was by then, pia pull like the other one yesterday, amwambia achana na yeye is handle her kindly, kama what Bishop Muria did yesterday. Was it trying to look nice? So this was it stage managed? Because that woman was not drunk. I observed the way she was seated before that and moving on. Then one thing I don't, what I felt, I think Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka would have been given a chance to speak either yesterday or today, because he was the vice president to Kibaki. So I don't understand what the protocol was, but I felt that being the vice president, he should have been given there. But there could be something going on behind the scene, which is of interest to see. It may not be that open to naked eye, but I've observed of the last 3 encounters, Mr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka has been late in all the meetings. At KICC, the one who was last to arrive. In Nyayo Stadium, he came after Raila and DP. Today, too, he arrived after the president arrived. Maybe, I think his advisors may be getting it wrong. That when you arrive last, will make you look, draw a lot of attention and look powerful. I think maybe the advisors are getting it wrong. Then about, one politician who is very difficult to study is Uhuru Kenyatta. Unajua ukibishana na mtu na menyamaza, arudishi, that person, you don't know the kind of strategy, what is holding against you. And I think the president is just waiting for the windows. He has a lot of work to do. So he's just waiting for official campaign period. So for those who are thinking that these people are weak or Azimio are weak, there's one person who told me Raila is sleeping on the job. And I told them, since I knew Raila from 2002, Raila can never give me a headache. That guy is a master planner. You may think that he's getting it wrong, but at the end of the day, he will come up with a masterpiece. So lastly, as I end, I give a chance to the rest. The political season, those who are thinking maybe President Uhuru is quiet, maybe this may also be good when these people are ganging up or coalescing against Ruto. Uhuru may also, his influence may be felt out of Mount Kenya. It may not be felt in Mount Kenya, but it may be felt with other tribes outside Mount Kenya, who may say, nyinyi pia mtaki uongozi, si pia nyinyi muongoze sasa. And you may feel now those people are outside Mount Kenya will now start also coalescing towards Raila Amolo Odinga. Na nikimalizia, si wote tumeumwa na siafu. And this is what I want to tell you, the slow strategy of siafu. Unaona siafu akitaka kuuma Bernard kwa mguu, hata kuuma kwa ankle, hata hapa kwa inaitwa hizi zenyu za Waluya inaitwa aje, mazigwembe, haitauma hapo. Siafu haitauma mapaja, itaongoje ifike mahali hapo nditauma. So hivyo ndio Uhuru na move. Hana haja na mapaja, hana haja na masigwembe, atafika penye atafika. That's it.
No interpretation. We are moving to the next person. Mr. Murunga.
Bernard.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Karibu, karibu.
Mimi niko nimefurahi kurudi kwa studio leo na msiwe na shaka, niko nyuma ya curtain kwa sababu niko kwa giza kidogo. Ile kitu nataka kusema ni kwamba nimesikia watu wakijaribu kumlinganisha Mwai Kibaki na William Ruto. Yaani ni kitu cha kushangaza sana. Ni aibu na ni cha kushangaza sana kwa sababu hawa wawili ni kama ardhi na mbingu. Na unasikia wanasiasa wanasema ya kwamba yeye tu ndiye ako karibu na yeye ndiye ataweza kufanya ile kazi Kibaki alifanya. Nani hajui William Ruto? Kwanza tunapoongea tuko na maswala mengi ambayo hayajajibiwa kulingana na mambo ya kuingiza bilioni 25 kwa uchumi wa nchi. Haya ni mambo ambayo ni kitendawili ambacho tunafaa tuweze kutafsiri. Na huyu ndiye mnayetuambia kwamba anaweza kuwa kwa kiwango cha Mwai Kibaki. Sijasema ni yeye, lakini nasema mambo yote na pia mwelekeo wote unatuongoza huko tu. Manake hawa wengine ambao pia ni waaniaji wa kiti cha urais hawawezi fanya kitu kama, hawezi hujumu uchumi. Mtu ambaye tunajua anahujumu uchumi na mtu ambaye anafanya vitu ambazo zinaweza kuumiza uchumi wa nchi ni huyo mmoja tu. Na huyo mmoja ndio yeye anatuambia ya kwamba marehemu ya mwenda zake ama tuseme hayati mwenda zake, yeye ni mfano wa bottoms up. Ni jambo la kushangaza sana. Bali na hayo, mambo mengine ni ya kuhusu mambo ambayo ilifanyika leo, na hiyo ni watu wa Tanga walivyotuma ile edited clip kuonyesha ya kwamba yule mjukuu wa Mwai Kibaki alikataa kumsalimia Raila Odinga. And when you look at the original clip, you could see the boy just moving aside because of the cameraman. That was so shameful. Now look at the damage caused. A state event, a burial event, now turned into a child's play. Hiyo ni kitu mbaya sana. Na tunafaa tuweze kuongea kama ni mabaya yanafanyika, na the likes of Laitumbi must be brought to book from. Kuna mambo kuhusu hii mambo ya political parties where Amason Kingi, Alfred Mutua and UDM walikuwa wameandikia political parties REGISTRA kuweza kuwaondoa kwenye Azimio la Umoja. Yes, wanataka kuondoka, lakini wakumbuke ya kwamba huo muungano tayari umekwisha tia nanga, na hao wenyewe itabidi wavumilie mpaka baada ya miezi 6 na wapeane notice kwa registrar kwa huo muda. So hii mambo mengine na hii kutaka kutafuta maneno ya kuweza kujumu mambo ya Azimio, hiyo sioni kama itawezekana. Hao ni watu ambao wanaelewa kile walichoweka sahihi. Kama kuna kosa lilitendeka, basi na sioni kama itakuwa ni vigumu kwao kuwa na kuweza kuongea pamoja na kurekebisha. Manake ni mambo ya kusuluhishwa. Iliyosalia sasa ni kuangalia mbele na kuona ni nini itafanyika ili tuweze kupata ushindi tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Finally, Bernard, it's embarrassing for a whole deputy president and his team to try to hire crowds to cheer people at a burial of a statesman. What the Tanga people are doing is wrong, and their aim is to burn the country. And we will not allow this to happen. Reason is they hired people. The intention was kwanza yule mama mwenye aliamka kuelekea kwa DP, ilikuwa inatakana afike pale ionekane ya kwamba deputy president anasifa sasa na yeye, na huyo pia yani vile aonyeshe ya kwamba yeye ni mtu mzuri sana ambaye anaweza kusikiza sauti ya mtu yeyote. It is wrong, and that was meant to humiliate the president and in his own backyard. And you see, this is the reason why the president has openly refused to shake hands with the deputy president because of what the deputy president did. Remember the other day he went to Gatundu, attacked the president, the mother, the family, the mother of the president. Hii mambo ni mambo ya aibu sana, and especially somebody who is paid by the taxpayers. Shameful. Must be called out, and some of these things he's doing will come to haunt him. And in the next, let me say, about 10-20 years, William Ruto will be regretting what he did to the president Uhuru Kenyatta. We know very well wakati wa siasa unaelekea, na Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye tunaona ni long range shooter, and I'm seeing William Ruto struggling in the next few months to even campaign for himself in the central part of the country. Because, and I don't know why the president has taken so long. Watu kama kina Rigathi Gachagua hawangerudi kuongea matope ile wanaongea hiyo. And they must thank God that the president is a God-loving, is a godly person. Unlike theirs, we angekuwa amenyonga sisi. Hata hii social media, Bernard, I don't think Mtembei TV would be surviving today. Ingekuwa imefungiwa, ingekuwa imesahaulika kabisa. Yule ni mtu ambaye hawezi kukubali sauti ya mtu yeyote ambaye anataka kumpinga. The William Ruto we know is the William Ruto that can do anything. He will make sure that anyone who wants to oppose him anazuiwa vilivyo na kikamilifu. And that's the person that we should, at any cost, stop from being the president of this country. This country is bigger. We do not have space for the bloodthirsty individuals in the name of William Samoei Ruto. Because we've seen what he's done before.
Murunga, mind your language, please.
Yes, I withdraw the sentiments, but I'm saying, I do withdraw that, but I was saying this. The deputy president must also draw the line, and that the country is actually headed to elections. We need sobriety. We need leaders to show leadership. Na tunataka rais pia hakikishe ya kwamba sasa wale watu wanahujuma ajenda yake nao wapate hukumu wakati ambao tunaelekea kwa uchaguzi ujao. And I'm telling you, Bernard, it's gonna be very rough for the deputy president to campaign in some parts of this country. And he has done what he has done. Remember, even in the Nyayo Stadium, people are saying wale wengine walikuwa wamechukuliwa hata wengine mechanics wamepewa pesa waende huko ili deputy president akiamka awe cheered. Ionekane ya kwamba kwa macho ya rais wa Kenya na ulimwengu ya kwamba yeye ni mtu ambaye anaelekea kushinda uongozi. He's forgetting that we were also there. We were there, and ours, of course, ours are original crowds. Raila Odinga does not pay anybody. And for those of us who know, Raila Odinga ni mtu hapendi mambo ya ofisadi na hawezi peana pesa kutafuta uungwaji mkono. Kwa hayo mengi na wachache, nasema muwe na jioni njema.
Okay, asante Bwana Murunga. Kama kuna swala linaloibuka, naomba tusikilize hili alafu tusonge mbele. Yeah.
I just want to call Mr. Jimmy Cairo. I know I'm breaking protocol, but Your Excellency, please indulge me. There's a reason why I'm calling here. Jimmy, are you around? Jimmy Cairo, for those who don't know him, he's the son of the late Honorable David Munene Cairo. And I'm sure many of you know, the relationship between his father, his late father, and now my late father. It was one of those great friendships. His father was a very close friend of my father and my mother, actually.
Mine is just a short tribute, and Jimmy, thank you very much for yielding your time. 10 years later, as the leader of official opposition, together with the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, you removed an oppressive dictatorial regime. And after a second attempt, you successfully gave us our new constitution, Katiba 2010, that also delivered a devolved level of government, which has transformed Kenyan lives at the grassroots. That's who you were, an agent of change and economic revolution. You set up institutions that continue the fight against graft and economic crimes, which rob the nation and its people of their hard-earned and honest sweat. For this, we applaud you because you were extremely intolerant to those who believed in taking shortcuts to amass wealth by dipping into public coffers. You detested such characters and even chased them from your government. On matters political succession, you already showed us the way with your political handshake with the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, which led to the formation of the grand coalition government of 2008 to 2012. His Excellency, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, repeated the same some 10 years later in 2018 and proceeded to establish the Building Bridges Initiative with the Right Honorable Prime Minister, my good friend. You both showed Kenyans that they can work together and prosper together, especially when they put their political differences aside. You brought the country together once in your life, as you have once again brought it together with your passing. Thank you for your continued calls for national unity, peace, reconciliation, and tolerance. We are indeed our brother's keepers, and we know what your last wishes were for the future leadership of this country. Yes.
Okay, wana Stony PK namna gani?
Niko Bernard. Habari ya network imefufuka. Thank you so much, brother.
Good. You're welcome. Now you make your submission since you went here, you are here, your gadget failed you, we sent you for further studies. I see you have graduated. So
wacha tuseme amen.
Yeah, karibu.
Asante. Let me say hi to all the panelists. Good to see you guys. Ndio niseme all protocols observed na mimi nianze kuingia kwa mjadala straight away. Let me begin by one, disabusing some of the trending messages that Kenyans are really being treated to. They are theatrics that have been designed to achieve various objectives. And these theatrics zina demean intelligence ya Kenya, overally, in my own perception. And I think people have underestimated Wakenya. Unaona hata ule wimbo wa King Kaka aliimba akasema wajinga ni sisi. I think people have interpreted it literally, and especially DP na watu wake. I think they have come to believe Kenyans are fools. That sisi ni wajinga mno, and we've been put in that basket. And that's why every time the DP stands, or his followers, they are given a podium to talk, wanaangalia wanaona ng'ombe za watu. Yani si watu, wanaona sisi ni ng'ombe tu. They blatantly lie to us, they blatantly insult us, which has been really a serious case. So and this has become a narrative. Imekuwa sasa, you can subject Kenyans to this kind of a thing, which is a sad affair. Now, coming to the funeral, truly speaking, when you find people saying ati kwamba kijana, that kanis ka grandson ka Kibaki kalikataa kushake hand na Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Really? I mean, for those who have been, who had a close contact with some of the guys taking videos, private phones and all that, it tells you that somebody is really playing with our minds. That young man greeted Raila, and because he was at the end of the queue, of course, akimaliza kumsalimia alikuwa anaangalia kiti akae chini, because after that people are going back to their seats, and that has no hakuna science hapo. That is the truth. But then these guys came, they started editing the thing, and then immediately started spreading it. After all, let me ask, even if it is true, what does it matter? We know of our kids who unaambia salimia ankawa nakata. Don't we know that? Our kids of today, that it depends on how tumewa discipline, umewambia huyu ni granny, huyu umewambia huyu ni uncle. So it is how you have brought up the kids to respect their relatives, their uncles, that will be portrayed. So assuming, you know, just to go to their side, that is what happened. Of what does it matter? No, it doesn't matter in my opinion. Then when it comes to the speech, truly speaking, when you come to repeat, repeat a speech that has been well elaborated by Mudhaura, well elaborated by Jimmy, well elaborated by Raila, well elaborated by Uhuru, all those. In fact, you can summarize that Raila's speech, Mudhaura's speech, Jimmy, the son's speech, Uhuru's speech, and the speech of that guy who used to be with Kibaki in college. If you total that sums up to, it is equal to Kibaki. You get Kibaki. You don't need somebody else to come and tell you, oh, fertilizer was this much, then it is this much. So Kenyans should really be able to separate the two, so that we're able to know when we are being duped and when we are not being duped. It is true that the DP has taken advantage of us. He comes without caring. Anakuja, anajaribu kuleta hiyo. And that's why you have seen they are even dishonoring funerals, they are dishonoring these family gatherings by bringing in hecklers. Since when did we have people cheering and clapping in funerals? Kwanza upande wa Mulima. That has never happened. Ati unaongea watu wanakupigia makofi. Kwani what is it you are talking when we are mourning? People cheering people in Mulima region? No, not even any other region. Because what I know is that, of course, you could be celebrating the life of that, but not that unaongea unapigiwa makofi. Ati because umeongea point. Which point have you talked that has not been even eulogized by those other people? So it is wrong when we start hijacking this and trying to create scenarios to bring a perception to a very well-informed community called Kenya. But again, as you can see, when people are paid to go and do the opposite, they'll go and do the opposite. But the thing should be, now we should be able to talk like the way we are talking on this TV here, you know, trying to guide people, trying to tell people. And if you see Jimmy's speech, Jimmy the son, he said, and he asked, among here, those people who are 50 and above, 55 and above, he said they will understand what kind of discipline the man lying there had instilled. There is something he was trying to say. There was a discipline of respect, whereby we respected the elders. You know, you respected your father. You know, you respected your leader. Yeah, you respected. We were taught to respect our bosses, for example. Wherever we go to work, somebody is your supervisor, you are supposed to respect. And we were even told the boss is always right. I'm sure most of you have heard that. It's not debatable. If he's your boss, amesema hiyo, unakubali, then you will come back later in your own way, own wisdom. If you feel it will affect whatever task you've been given, you look for your own way. Sahi ametoa hiyo order, we unakubali tu, because if you resist or try to kosoa, then you'll be insubordinating. So, DP, who has been in that generation of which is expected to be very disciplined, how would you do this? Okay, so it will all resort into hiyo madharau unaonyesha boss. Boss atasema I can do without you. And that's why you see, like, you know, he went there. He didn't care whether the protocol is that he should be met by the DP. Matiang'i was there to receive him. Na life ikaenda na mazishi imemalizika. So, Kenyans tuache kujichosha na mambo ambayo is not bothering Uhuru at all. Kenyans should now be focused on the 9th. What do we want? What type of leader do you want? If you want Ruto, well and good, but then you know the consequences you have. Yeah, so we should be now really critically thinking, even when we are listening to that eulogy of a leader in Kibaki, we should be asking ourselves, the leaders presented before us now for the 9th, How many will meet 50% of that, for example, or 60% of all those good things that have been attributed to that great leader? Because that's what we need. They have talked about the economy. They have talked about the growth, education, and all that. So is that what we really want moving forward? And if we want that, the leaders that are presented themselves to us, does any of them meet that threshold? So for me, that should be the key and the underlining fact that us Kenyans should be talking about, not whether fulani amesalimiwa ama hajasalimiwa. That is immaterial. Okay. Now, let me talk about the Azimio thing. It is good that those kind of situations should be there, so that you don't come with me, then unarukaruka, kumbe ulikuwa kiruka njia, then you start saying you want to go to dismantle my whatever. Yeah, you are united with me, you are there, whether you like it or not, until tumalize mkondo. So it's a good thing that is happening, and it's good that they amended to have such kind of agreement to be able to avoid some of these gymnastics, which would be very, very prominent, knowing that now Kenyans, instead of progressing politically, we are retrogressing. Okay, we are not ideology based. We are emotions. We tunaenda na emotions, yeah, and personality, and that is why we should be very worried what is going to happen on 9. You know, we don't just assume things will be fine. Things will not be fine. I know people like saying, oh, we live by faith and all that. Things will not be fine if we don't use our heads properly. If, for example, we don't make sure we defend our votes right from the ward level, yeah. If we don't make sure that we have our agents right from grassroots level, so that no monkey businesses will be there, things will go wrong and it will be haywire. This country is so fragile, like it has never been before. Okay. It is, in fact, the truth of the matter is that we are more charged than it was ever been. What Ruto has given these youth, you don't know what they are being intoxicated with. Yeah. And of course, those with or without votes, they can decide to cause problems. Yeah. And whether the people go to the streets and you beat them up to whatever, it means there has something and there is some destruction that has taken place. So we need to really strongly mitigate that. And those with their supporters, we need to ensure, like, for example, those who are supporting Baba, we ensure that people come out and vote as many as possible and as early as possible, and then defend those votes. Defending votes means what? I mean, we have our agents, we have the support. We don't assume that, oh, ati mambo itaenda vizuri, IBC will take care of that. Just to make sure that we erase any doubt ati atujui ni nani ameshinda ama ni nani ameshindwa. So I think Kenyans should now really be concentrating so much on what happens on the 9th. Thank you very much. I'm still around and I welcome any question. Thank you. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante Bwana Stony PK. That is a good one and elaborate. I believe everybody's following, and let's ensure that we keep in the race, analyze things clearly based on the information available. Waongo wamezidi, wa kutaka kudanganya ni wengi, lakini lazima tupevuke, tuhakikishe kwamba hakuna yeyote ambaye atapata nafasi ya kudanganya yeyote katika kizazi hiki cha information. We can't be part and parcel of the information age and be lacking behind in knowing what we need to know in order for us to make informed decision. And as Kenyans, just before I bring in Caleb, I want us to, following into the footsteps of PK's appeal, I would that we occupy our space by ensuring that we inform our world. I think it's Mother Teresa who said the world will be clean as soon as everybody begin to sweep their doorstep. The ignorance around you can only be taken care of by you. Don't expect an outsider to come and do civic education to your neighbors and to your friends and to your spheres of influence. If we want these elections to be based on right information, we have that right information. Let us share it with our sphere of influence. Let's encourage everybody to be to take this election serious. It is a historical elections that is going to mark a very serious turn as far as this country is concerned. And I believe everybody needs to be on the right side of history, not on the wrong side of history. So the propaganda is out there. The spinners are being paid to do the spinning, but we need to be keen enough to see to it that nobody falls a prey to the spinned propaganda, but the truth will always prevail. Asante sana. Naomba tumsikilize bwana Caleb tukisonga mbele. Alafu nani huyu Innocent, unakaa nyuma ya curtain, unaharibu screen, tutakung'atua kwa sababu tunataka screen ikuwe bright kwa wale ambao wana watch. Caleb, sema.
Okay, Mr.
Tuko salama, you are too low. Able do something about your mic.
No, Mr. Bernard. First, I would like to start by the issue. Mmekuwa mkiongelea about the propaganda. You're trying now to say that the propaganda comes from the Kenya Kwanza only. I think that's very wrong because everybody's on social media. We see all over the kind of propaganda people are out there. So you're trying to single it out to the Kenya Kwanza, I think is very wrong because I think most of you Azimio supporters, nowadays I am even surprised to see that Makao Mtua, a senior professor, some of the content that he posts out there, and then I think at the moment is a great propagandist, and it comes from Azimio. So when you're talking about the propaganda, it's on the both sides. So on the both sides as well, they are trying to do the politics. Let them polish them up. Let them.
No, your audio is low. Although from your point, we are looking at the editing of the video about the handshake of between Raila Odinga and the grandson to Mike Kibaki in a funeral, state funeral for that matter. This was a funeral. What will warrant such a twist to something that is obvious? Yeah. Is it desperation? Is it just being twisted? Well, we are not saying that propaganda should be ruled out of the whole thing, but why should you make something like that about a head of state that has died, a grandson? You're dragging a family that is mourning into your political agenda for what gain? Isn't that, being heartless, number one, immoral, and insensitive? That's what you're talking about. We're not talking about every propaganda or balancing the propaganda of this side, the propaganda of this side. There are things you can do propaganda about. But family, funeral, and that,
Mr. Bernard, I have a humble request. Kindly, maybe as I continue doing my submission, I really urge you, come on, as a part of the video, at least play it, because there's a part I want to question about what the PK had presented. Please, if you can find
let's
the
do
video.
this, Manakela. You will leave, go and work on your audio, and then you when you get back, you make presentation because you are too low.
No, I think my audio is okay. I think my audio is okay.
We'll replay the video when you're back. Thank you. Tony PK.
Okay, Mr. Bernard,
thank you, Bernard. Mine is just a very quick
trying to ask
question.
you to maybe.
Sorry, Caleb.
Your audio is not good.
Yeah, Caleb audio is not good, but I caught one point that I really want to ask him to either, kind of elaborate when he comes back. He has quoted that Professor Makau, being a professor, has been posting propagandas and all that. That is a very sweeping, what we call it, sweeping allegation and unfair, because some of us follow Professor very closely, not even before he decided to support Raila, because we've been thinking he really comments very well for this country ever since, for a very long time. And I can't remember when I've seen him write. He writes a lot or post some propaganda. Really, let's also try to understand what propaganda is, because I tend to think that also is in short supply here. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Nyumba, in response to your question, after you finish your submission, and you feel you can follow from the viewers section, you're free to leave. You don't have to stay unless there is something you're waiting to get a chance to resubmit or build on your submission. So since the studio can only hold 10 people at a go, we recycle. That is, the space you leave, somebody else will get a chance to come in. If we all stay here 10, will only be 10 of us. No matter how long we stay, no other person will be added to the channel, or rather to the screen, and so we will be just exchanging among ourselves, of which we discourage. After you make a substantive submission and you think you have exhausted your points, it's good for you to move so that somebody else gets the chance to come in, because there are people on the waiting line. Right, others are already calling saying the studio is full, the studio is full. So please let us adhere to that. You don't have to stick in the screen when you have finished your submission. It is that's how we operate. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you.
Asante. All right, now Bwana PK, ulikuwa umemaliza?
Ya, nilikuwa nimemaliza, ni hiyo ya Makao. Nilikuwa nataka Caleb akirudi elaborate, kwa sababu I've never known Professor Makao to have been dealing with propaganda. Yeah.
So Caleb is showing us a video. He said that Raila Odinga said a super highway is a tribal highway. So he promised us a video since yesterday. We haven't yet gotten the video. So akirudi mnikumbushe, kama nitakuwa nimeenda, hakikisha hiyo video imeletwa. Kama hakuna, basi tutaachana naye vizuri tu kwa upendo wa Yesu Kristo na ushirika wa Roho Mtakatifu. Nani huyu? Kimeri. Kimeri, how are you? Wana Kimeri, unmute. Tuwezi sikia kile unasema.
Hi Bernard, sorry, I was doing something else. That's why. Sorry for that. How is everyone?
You're good. You're good. Karibu.
I'm good. Habari Mama Selina. Mama Selina ako kwa phone. Yeah. So I think I agree with PK, Stone PK, about the propaganda. We should be really very careful. And nowadays the propaganda has really gone haywire. There is a lot of it. Robert keeps on complaining about all the videos now on YouTube. There is a lot of propaganda trending and it's obvious. I know Caleb is trying to some kind of or protect the KKA, but it's clear that most of the propaganda is coming from that side, according to the message which is being propagated. However, DP Ruto attempt to steal the show. Yeah, I saw that on Friday. Was yesterday, wasn't it? He tried that yesterday in his speech, and he did it today as well. And I understand that there was a special request for people not to politique, but obviously them being politicians, they can't resist. And you could see that he was in his speech, he was trying to drag everything on everything to fit his side or whatever he wants to tell people he stands for. But I don't think that goes too far. Well, it could with people who don't interrogate themselves, but if you interrogate yourself according to things that you hear, then it's quite easy to come up with a clear mind on which direction one wants to go. Okay, I won't comment on the no. I haven't heard the registrar of political parties, so but seeing the message scrolling here, that means that it was confirmed that no party can withdraw from the Azimio coalition, Azimio party right now, is it? So that would confirm that the Mombasa guys who had filed to come out of the Azimio, they won't be able, and also Kalonzo, if, in case he is contemplating to withdraw, that's not possible. So I think they better really tranquilize their minds and settle their mind and campaign for Azimio, because at the end of the day, what do they all want? Every politician wants to win. So mi naweza omba wa concentrate na campaign sasa tupate ushindi. That's the only way now, because they can't come out, so hakuna haja ya kelele mingi, because even hata sisi wametuchokesha, but we can't even send them away, because you see it's not possible neither for them to withdraw and neither for us to chase them away. So we really have to find a way of anyway remaining together and working together and campaign together for us to be able to win, and which I'm sure that we will win. And we must work very hard anyway to educate the young people like Caleb and others to really understand what is there for grabs, because on KKA really, apart from all those propagandas, and mwenye macho haambiwi tazama, Caleb, there are a lot of signs really to know which is the right side, but we're going to continue educating you guys until you understand, and we have to give you reasons on why we think that this side is better than the other side, and looking at the history of things and the happenings of things. Because if we chronologically, if we look at how things have happened, if we go back like 20 years or 30 years ago coming up, we can detail this and this happened, and this person was involved or was implicated, and you can then look and see what side really, how many people on one side are implicated in misdoings, and then you start eliminating those people from what kind of leaders that you would like to have, and that way you'll come to your own conclusion. But we'll keep helping you people to reason about that. What's the other point? The third point is, sorry. Hi, Rachel. KKA propaganda. Well, I think I've touched on that already. So yeah, I think that's for now, and I'll come back later. Thank you, Bernard. Bernard, is it Bernard or Bernard?
Whichever way your English
Whichever
teacher taught
Thank
you
you.
pronunciation.
Thank
We
you.
all went to different schools, different teachers who also attended different schools. But Mrs. Sakwa, my English teacher in high school, she used Queen's language.
Thank you. They keep on telling us that English came.
So it's Bernard,
yeah,
Ben, whichever. I won't be offended.
Hakuna shida, ni lugha tumeletewa hiyo. So
asante sana. Naomba kila mmoja tafadhali keep your mic mute. If your mic is on, it creates distortion and inaleta shida. So keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. That is the standing order. And then let us be civil even in our debating. Kuna watu kwa comments wanasema nachukia watu wa UDA. Mimi nimesema tu vizuri, Caleb arekebishe microphone yake ili akiongea asikike. Siezi nyonga ya mtu sauti hapa. I have no control over your gadget. I can only control on how you come to the screen and how you get off the screen. But how your gadget works is all in your hands. I'm not involved. And you're free to come and air whatever you feel you can air. Only make it credible, because we are a broadcasting house. We are there are some things that we are responsible for. which you are not. And it's our responsibility to see to it that we take responsibility for what we can stand by. So if we allow everything to pass simply because it is UDA or Kenya Kwanza or ODM or Azimio, at the end of the day, sisi tutakuwa kotini. And they just reporting, my bro works with the Standard Group, and he was telling me Standard Group is in court. He's been taken to court and is awarding the Deputy Chief Justice has been awarded 20 million for carrying a story on them. So it's not a joke that anything can be said, and you will leave this platform feeling good. You have said whatever you said, but 20 millions to be slapped to this channel. What are you looking for? Is it to close the channel or what? So let's be civil. Msione tu eti kila mtu anapewa nafasi kusema chochote kila anataka. There is some laws we are obeying. There are some responsibilities we are standing for. And if you feel this is not giving you enough airtime, create a platform, do that, or do that in your name so that you can be slammed 20 million in your name, not in somebody else's name. Thank you very much. Naomba tutuelewane. Mimi nataka tukiwa Wakenya tuambiane ukweli. Tusifikirie kwamba kwa sababu umekuta watu wakaongea unaongea chochote kile unataka. There are some things you say, you'll be taken to court for defamation of character. If that thing goes through, 20 million. Utauza kuku, utauza ng'ombe, utauza na utaona watu unashabikia hapo, hata watakuja kurepresent. Kwa hivyo jitahidi. Thank you very much. So, Bwana Caleb, have you fixed your audio?
Yeah, I think now it's okay.
Yeah, that's better now. Go ahead, make your
Mr. Bernard, I started by making a request. I started by making a request earlier. I told you to look for the video for the guy when he was when they were greeting the former premier. There's something I want to pick it out from there. So if you get the video, it will be really better. As I continue, Mr. Bernard, one thing I would like to add, the people from the other side, you should know that
Asante sana State House Choir. Nitaomba sote tusimame tafadhali ili kuweza kupata wimbo wa taifa wa Jamhuri. Asante sana State House Choir. Nitaomba sote tusimame tafadhali ili kuweza kupata wimbo wa taifa wa Jamhuri.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bernard. From the video, if you are very keen, some people are trying to perpetrate that. Yes, they shook hands, but you could see the facial expression, the body language speaks a lot. Especially if you have done a little bit of literature, you are able to tell the characteristics of a character in a story or in something. If you look at the guy, the grandson, after the greeting, the facial expression tells you a lot, the way he was doing it. And then, if you are very keen, you could also notice the bodyguard, Raila Amolo Odinga. You could see the sharp eyes that he presented to the young man. So the facial expression tells a lot, but the propaganda, the people are saying that they didn't greet each other. It's more or less I call them petty. Just like yesterday, I told you guys about the president and the deputy not greeting each other. It's petty. Those are what we call petty issues. And the people are trying to blow them out of proportion, but it's okay. It's part of politics. Some guys, family, 3 or 4, they are politicians. And also sometimes you must use politics to make your political lifespan relevant. So it's really allowed, but I think some people try to put that thing out of proportion. But Mr. Bernard, I would like to urge the other people from the other side is that we are not intellectual dwarfs. So the people are trying to portray like the people are supporting the Kenya cause. I don't know, they're blank upstairs, which is very wrong because there's nobody who has the monopoly of intelligence and ideas. People have diverse ways and they have different opinions. So when somebody has a different opinion, you must respect that person because of their opinion, because you cannot subject everybody to think from your own way of seeing things, from one own perspective. So I could see some people trying to say that when somebody enters Kenya Kwanza, the UDA, they don't need the brains. I think they are shallow-minded. That's what I can tell them. They are shallow-minded and trying to antagonize each and every person. I don't know, maybe it works for them, but me, I always believe each and every person has their different opinions. My dad supports Azimio, and I'm okay with that. I couldn't go and force him, or he couldn't come and force me to support the other side. So even when I'm at home, we only share ideas and going and looking at the way you see politics from different points of view. Yana Nambia Paraila, you can do this or you can do that. When then everybody maybe to a point of a commonality point whereby tutasema hey, in this point hapo na iko sawa, hapo huyu amekosea hapa kwa hivi. But when somebody tries to criminalize another person just because the person supporting the other side, it's very wrong. We have the democracy. And then, Mr. Bernard, I would like to talk about the Azimio and the register of political parties trying to tell the other parties that they cannot pull out of Azimio. You know, it's really surprising because it's like in a forced marriage whereby maybe the wife and the husband, they love Misha, and then you're not trying to tell the wife, or where's the end of Mali, you don't want to give that person a divorce. You are sleeping in separate beds. You are doing different things in the same house. It's not helping each one of you. So the only thing you can do is to go separate ways. Wamwambia watatoka Azimio. What if they come out and start campaigning for the other team? Mtafanya nini? They are Azimio on paper, but literally they will not be in Azimio. So I don't see the big deal whereby they're being denied to walk out, because they will continue sabotaging the coalition. They will continue backfighting the coalition. Kuna mahali penye itaenda. So ukijaribu kuambia mtu by force by fire utabaki na mimi, is not helping you, neither is it helping the other person. So I think that limit alikuwa anaweka restrict watu kutoka. You know, everybody is there for their own interest, and if the people feel like their interests are not catered for, let them leave. It's not like in a forced marriage whereby you must be there by all means. So I think they should give them space, maybe wajifikirie watoke, because hata wasipotoka they will continue going on the different direction from what the party is, from the party stand. And then again, Mr. Bernard, I heard you guys trying to say that the DPs during the Kibaki send-off in Odhaya, that the DP maybe his sentiments backfired. You know, one thing is very clear. DP is a very smart guy. He's eloquent. He's an art. There is no fiction over there. That guy has charted his way forward from becoming an MP for 15 years to a deputy president, and he's going up with the presidency. That guy, there's no work of fiction over there. It's really hard work, and that guy is smart. Ask Raila, ask Uhuru, ask even Atoli. He always tell you one thing: DP is very sharp. And when it comes to the DP, he doesn't think emotionally. The guy thinks critically, and that's what has been able to chart his way forward. He has defied all odds. Many people say that he will not go anywhere. Uhuru needed him at that point and time when he calling brother and all that. You know, the DP has the influence. And then some people trying to say that if you read people to the Odhaya, I don't know, for the barrio, even in Nyayo Stadium, it doesn't make any sense. It was not a political rally. DP, he has the energy to campaign from Monday to Monday. So going to you can go even to Odhaya 2 weeks from now and you will have a rally over there. So some people trying to say that he ferried some people to Odhaya, I don't know, to cheer him up. Why? Cheer him where? In a funeral, he was not going to sell his agenda over there. So, and then you must understand this thing. And I think the people in Azimio that reluctantly failing to understand this thing. Mount Kenya at this point in time is a stronghold to Deputy President William Ruto. Take it or leave it. So sometimes it's like Raila going to Nyanza. The people will celebrate him. So that's the same case. So people trying to now to pull this like the DP is transporting people over there. And if the DP can transport all of those people who are there, the thousands, then let's give some respect to that guy, because maybe somebody has never done that before. So people trying to say that he's taking the crowds to the funeral, it doesn't make any sense. People went there because they want to mourn the president, and maybe they are part of the supporters of the DP. Yes.
Keller, if you are not in Nyeri, you are not in the function, you watch the video, okay? Usually when there is a crowd you have brought or hired to cheer you, okay? They are usually located in one location. If they don't get access to the front and from the sitting arrangement of the funeral, there were some dignitaries, and all that. So the crowd was located in one corner. Okay, when they began to cheer, the church had come up with a modality of cheering. I think it was 3 clap and then you go off. The crowd had not attended that class. So what happened? It became very obvious that the crowd that is hired is in one corner, and when they make noise, the people in front are all turning to look to see what is happening at the back. Now that is how political hired crowds work. They did that in Burma here when Baba went to address the people in Burma, and the people with wheelbarrow were in one corner shouting wheelbarrow when Baba was addressing people on this other side. So, Bonakela, we are not in any way saying that you are not intelligent or you are not understanding what's happening. The truth is, when you want to defend an issue, defend it for what it is in what is right about it, not because it is William Ruto, so it has to be right. And if it is not right, we will twist it and make it right. That way, you will soon deny your name, Caleb, okay? Simply because William Ruto cannot pronounce it. And so you will change it into the one that suits William Ruto. Eventually, what will happen is you will begin to write your own dictionary and redefine life for us. Kenya has been in existence for over 58 years now. It has a long history. That history cannot be twisted without us noticing, because some of us have been here longer than you. So when you're making your presentation, have that in mind. Don't think that what you say is absolute, or what others know, or what you know, it is superior to what others know. If what you are presenting is not accurate, it's our responsibility to find fault with it. William Ruto and rising in different ranks, it's something that we cannot debate. But a state funeral is conducted by the state in a state way. It is wrong, it's immoral for anybody to go and look for how to score political points from there. There is no amount of explanation that can change that. And if somebody who is number 2 in power does not understand that state funeral is one sacred and it has to be conducted a certain way, it is led by the military and the church, and you appreciate that the crowds came to heckle or cheer somebody, that to me doesn't add up. So si masuala ya UDA ama masuala ya Kenya Kwanza, ni masuala ya nidhamu na utamaduni na tabia njema na heshima kwa wafu. Hiyo ni utamaduni wetu kama Wakenya, tuheshimu wafu na tuheshimu familia ambayo imefiwa. At least we can do politics the following day. We can't have to take advantage of every opportunity to do our politics with everything, including funeral. Hapana.
You know, Mr. Bernard, I get your point, but I would really like, sometimes when you're trying to, when I'm trying to look at the different points of view, number one, I would like to get, maybe not get an aerial view, or at least a camera which is covering the whole crowd. And then you could see when the people at the front, most of them, they are dignitaries, they were MPs, MCs, they could not start cheering, they are leaders. And then you have the common people who are sitting from the backwards. If you really can get a video which covering the whole scenery from front to the
which
back,
I will not accept.
then we can get
We have
talk on
played
that point
that
of view.
video. We have played the video when the deputy president was making the speech. The people making noise were in one corner, hidden on the other end. Okay, that was deliberate. A crowd that has sat together and they were on duty doing their job. The rest of the people were turning around to see this end and this end. You can study the video. When you are through, you come and we debate. But truth be told, there was a crowd that was misbehaving. Why? The church had the clubbing style, which the crowd did not participate in. The cheering of Raila Odinga's speech is very different from the cheering of William Ruto. Okay, The Raila Odinga speech was cheered many times, but according to the pattern that the judge had established. This other one was out of the order. And why should it be different if there was not a group of people hired to do that? But I mean, you can get the video and study, yes or no?
Thank you, Bernard. Bernard, I would just like to request you to leave Caleb to finish his statement. You know, if he keeps on talking and then you are stopping him, he will keep on talking for so long, even 1 hour, and you are only arguing about one point. So let him spill everything, let him talk until he gets nothing. Then we will start hitting him back. And then stop being so diplomatic to him. There is no way someone can hit you with a hammer, then you respond with a pat on the wrist. Stop. Even if we are trying to look for votes for Baba, I think we are very lenient to these guys. This is why they keep on coming with propaganda every day. So just let him submit what he's submitting. If you see that he's consuming too much time, stop him, tell him his time is over, then we respond to him, because he's taking advantage when you are stopping him in the middle.
Although I'm well guided, but I suppose he had finished. That's why I interrupted. I gave him sufficient time to make submission. The 3 minutes was over. That's why I came in, and I believe that matter is settled there. So if you are Bwana Innocent, you have a question for him, please bring it up. We need to move on.
It's actually a concern, not even a question, because I've listened to him, and I think he must have viewed the clip. He had requested it, and eventually played it, where they said handshake was nabbed, and later he has changed it into what I call another sideshow. We have heard him talking about the facial expression and all that. But having listened to him, what we will say is this, that even if the cheering was spontaneous, it wasn't necessary for a vendor of such a stature, because basically everybody with his right mind, like you have said, that everybody is an intellect, the common mwananchi was even told, briefed, that this is how things should be done, and the way Bernard has said. But we are talking as if we didn't hear what the deputy president said. The deputy president opted to pick up himself and display himself as is the only whiter person in Kenya than others, by saying that the bottom-up politics is well befitting to what Kibaki stood for. If you looked at the way these guys, now the old Mzee and even the ambassador, got the opportunity to speak, I want to tell you, with the information we have, with the internet we have, we haven't learned much as those guys learned. Those guys were focused, they knew what they were doing, and they never ever went for handouts or dished out handouts to gain whatever they have today. So those are people we can respect in the most appropriate manner. And I think, Mr. Caleb, if you look at your history very well, you can realize, like, the kind of politics Kibaki played. At some point, he was actually labeled as a stingy politician, because he was not giving out handouts, but he believed in what Kenya stood for. And that is what he did. I want to say Cairo's speech, the guy who stood and Jim gave him the opportunity to address the mourners. Let it be known that Mr. Jimmy has a party, the New Democrats Party, and the party is enjoined with the Azimio. Their party leader is actually a candidate in Nyeri for a gubernatorial seat. So basically, that was not even a spontaneous speech. That is something Jimmy knew, and that was the best way, as Kibaki was, to deliver his message to the mourners. And I think what the Registrar of Political Parties has done is quite commendable. He has actually given Azimio courage. If I have to tell you, if there is any presidential candidate who has gone to boardroom meetings listened to his partners, like he said, it's Raila. And he has always been placed under siege because all these guys are making demands always and always. And the last one was to withdraw from the coalition, or rather the alliance. And what now the Register of Political Parties has done is commendable. And this is the way to go. It has actually cultivated some discipline. You cannot hop from one point to another. And basically what you have even seen, the zoning and the arrangements, there are places maybe you could think like as a particular candidate was strong. But because of the bargaining and the goodwill, you end up even accepting what you don't even believe in. So I think this has given Azimio courage now to make some decisions as they are going forward to pick the deputy president slot. So I will wish to say thank you for the show. I'm now signing out, and I wish everybody a restful morning as you keep on deliberating on everything. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Well, one moment before you go, maybe Caleb has an issue with you.
Okay.
Mr. Bernard, I 1 minute as I ask a question to, I think it will be direct to David Olo, and I don't know Innocent, and then I wind it up. Mr. Olo is talking about the Azimio, and it's a good thing to now restrict the members from exiting. My question to him is this: is cooperation or partnership by force or by willingness? That's why you are here, the coalition of willingness and the coalition of the coerced. Do you coerce somebody to remain in a coalition, or does the person remain in a coalition willingly?
Bernard, can I respond to him?
And
please do.
Yeah. I think when I was talking to you at first, I didn't know that he had finished his statement. So I will respond to him, then I will say what I think about what he said earlier. Is it okay?
Yeah, respond.
Yeah.
Respond to his question first, and then we'll give you opportunity to submit.
No, Mr. Caleb, it is not by force. It is not by force. But again, it is the same way even to us. Okay.
Okay, Bwana Caleb, if you have the coalition was by anybody walking in and walking out, why would the parties be applying at the Registrar of Political Party?
Mr. Bernard, Mr. Bernard, there's what we call the way the Azimio and the signing of the coalition agreement and all that, it went on. Some parties up to this point, others are saying, oh, we don't know what we signed, we don't know the contents and that. It shows you that the procedure was not clear. The parties were not given enough time to elaborate on the members and wajua wanafanya nini. So that's why unaona side some people are coming back to their senses at this point in time. That's why unaangalia Mandela chap inasema aje, we want to review our what we signed, we want to review our membership on the Azimio. Why? Give them that right, wajiangalie, wakiona Azimio is the right way, they will come back.
Kwa nini wasichukue tu virago zao na waende? Why are they applying to the Register of Political Party? In your opinion?
They were trying to make it formal. They are trying to make it formal.
Let me speak from some information point.
Ngoja kwanza Gary. Bwana Caleb, I'm sure you went to some school, and in that school you admitted. You had an admission number. After you got admitted in that school, you could not live in that school the way you want. Even when you're sick, you needed to obtain paper to get a treatment. Is that true? Is that true?
Yes.
Then there is a form you filled when you're being admitted that gave you the rules and the regulation of staying in the school and how you can terminate your being in school and your stay in the school, isn't it? So when you violate any of those rules, you either face the consequences of that matter. So I want you to respect that there were some constitutional agreements that the parties signed in joining Azimio, just like they are joining Kenya Kwanza, okay? Those are what regulates. It's not Raila Odinga, it's not Uhuru Kenyatta. It is what you signed binds you this way. The exit requires you 6 months, okay? So you cannot say, I am not going to comply when it has already been done. So hakuna haja tusukumane na hiyo maneno tafadhali. Bwana Gari.
I was saying about the coercion is trying to say, it was not even by coercion. They are the ones who are trying to play coercion to actually Azimio partners. And it's widely reported even on the newspapers. You have seen what Kingi wants. Kingi wants that ODM withdraws their candidate from his constituency or even his county, so that he's allowed to field a candidate. So where is coercion? Who is playing coercion? Is the one. When he got into picture, he knew very well that what they were basically talking about was national politics. He's now playing local politics in the bigger picture. So, Mr. Caleb, there's no coercion. As much as this one displays Azimio as a union that has some issues, but if you look at the way the partners are playing, it is not that they have been forced to sign an agreement, but they are the ones who are bringing demands. And that is why I've told you that if you look at Raila, is a man who is undergoing some kind of pressure. And now the Registrar of Political Parties has alleviated that kind of pressure, because every small party has been coming and saying, now we agreed, and now because we are supporting you, we withdraw a strong candidate, they bring in a weak candidate. So that is where the crisis is, if you could have wanted to learn from the information point. So it wasn't forced, it is them that made the decision, and you see now this is discipline, the camouflaging that the several politicians have been having around. You cannot run away from some decisions. You saw the way some fell when nominations were held. Some have gone independent, which was actually the only option. And some have even now started talking ill about the process and the party leaders. So if you make up your mind that you are going into a process, and if the expectations are not met, then you have to stay put. That is what we call discipline. It's not coercion. So basically, that is what is happening. And talking about the deputy president, I repeat, on that particular incident, where he stooped so low and started speaking about himself. And by the way, I said on my earlier submission, Mr. Mudaura gave the background information, how NAC and later now what came to be a grand coalition government worked, the type of work they put together. The guy has been running around so wild and saying some things that he was the only best thing that has ever happened to Kenya. And today got a response from that old man. The old man put things into perspective. And if there was anybody who wanted to learn, that was the best time to learn something about what was happening, who was Kibaki, and how we have achieved a lot as a nation, what we have today. All these things that we are hearing from the bottom up is only a statement. Is only a statement. We haven't heard what bottom up is going to do to bring to Kenyans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Agari. I want us to need to move from there because I need to sign out and we get to take over. Response to Peter Kipruno, say Bernard, you can't force a marriage which is not working. The best way is to divorce. A very good advice you need to give to the deputy president. He says he's staying in the office because the constitution allows him to do so, but he is aware that his move with the president is not working. So how come in Azimio you want people not to force marriage, but in this other side, you support the forced marriage. Let's be, honest, and play the same with the same rule and apply it equally to everybody, not to select that when it comes to this divorce mara moja, ikikuja huku turuhusu divorce, huku hakuna divorce, ni constitution, mshahara yangu nakula mpaka siku ya mwisho. We are sworn in together, tulipokea sword pamoja. All those excuses, if it's not working and the divorce is the way out, let it apply to everybody. That's my point. Thank you very much. Now, I want to appreciate all of you as I begin to sign out. There is one request I need to make. Kip, is that a hand lifted or a greeting?
Ni salamu lakini wewe ilikuwa low. Lakini tutakusalamia. Tasema the only greeting I'm going to say is Bernard, for almost 8 months. Asante sana. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Now, I will not even leave out Wekesa on that and Themba. You guys have been awesome. This is a lot of sacrifice the three of you have done for us. Na tunasema asante sana. This is like cocaine. We are addicted. Asante. we might need some medicine after the elections.
We'll introduce you with the draw programs. Don't worry.
Later you withdraw tafadhali. Ama ni heroin kwanza. Mbaya sana.
We have a full package for you guys. Don't worry. Now, this is my request. Bwana Wekesa, as you take over, although nani mwingine Julius, Kip hawajafanya submission, and of course Raquel. Now, Raquel has a program that she's running in Dubai. I wanted to give her 10 minutes to make an introduction of what she's offering, something of great interest, especially to those of you that are in the diaspora. And then from there, it will not be an interruption to the program. It's just we give her that time to make her submission. Then from there, you can interrogate what she's doing. If you think her business a venture that you can be part of, you are free to contact her and then, go further, because I believe one of the purpose of this particular channel is to get people to explore some opportunities. And so if the opportunity being offered is good for you, you grab it. But so I want us to give opportunity to her as priority at this point. And she will make submission. Wekesa will moderate on how you will interrogate it. But this is only an introductory, and we hope to have a whole full show so that she can break down everything. But now ataintroduce maswala ambayo angependa kushare na Wakenya na dunia nzima. Raquel, karibu.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. That's very kind of you. I don't take that for granted. For you to give me space on your platform, I'm grateful. Okay, so a little deviation from politics, even though I think, now as we get into the political season, there's a lot of politics. Lakini sisi watu hapa Dubai, we always look for opportunities. So anyway, in a nutshell, I don't even know whether I'll need 10 minutes. In a nutshell, we are setting up a retail outlet in Dubai for brands, for things from Africa, actually, not just Kenya. And this means, selling directly on the Dubai market. That is through like a supermarket, a fashion house. It's a hub, actually. It's an African business hub. Now, why this is very important to me, let me talk as a diaspora person. People in the diaspora have a lot of responsibilities in terms of supporting family for they send home a lot of money for for consumption, and also they do try and invest. So Dubai is those diasporas that differs from the US, because the Dubai setting is not very strong on corporate jobs in the same way that we have in the US. Dubai is structured and set up as a business hub. That's just how it works. So you will find, I found when I came to look for business opportunities, actually, I came to look for markets because I was operating from Kenya and trying to export things, you know, the normal things like avocados, just the normal things. But then there was always this issue of, you know, you have the brokers who are mainly from the Asian community and they receive the goods, and then there are always issues. So I came out here to check out and see why is it that we as, let's say, Africans in general just are not able to sell on retail. And when I came here, I found out it's because we don't have the distribution and the retail. We don't have the system. So we do the farming at home, and then we sell in wholesale, you know, just the normal value chain. We sell to the, you know, the big brokers. And then, of course, obviously, you know, they retail on this market. And I guess it happens in other markets. And so we did our team did a bit of research and found, okay, for us to get this going, we need to do a system where you sell from Kenya, kama ni sukuma, kama ni managu. Like now we are doing managu, sukuma, etisaka, omrere, all those vegetables directly to the shelf in Dubai. And Dubai is a specifically unique marketplace because we have 200 nationalities. We have a very, very good, like sort of a vibrant culture. Now, this has not been easy. I will just spare you the details. It has just not been easy because obviously there are those already who own the system and they're extremely established, very well established. Some of them even buy from Kenya directly. They are not Kenyans, but they buy directly from the farmers, therefore sort of denying the revenue, and we are not able to benefit from retail. So for me, we are preparing to launch this very soon, actually to do the groundbreaking, because it's just a retail outlet, you know, a retail outlet in one of the malls in Dubai. And this is a really risky venture. It's a venture that requires a lot of courage because you can imagine there are already existing distribution systems, but they are buying from our country. That's what I saw. They are buying Masai sandals. They are buying all the things we are buying. We are selling to, you know, these middle people. So for me, I'm one person, by the way, I have a very big business sense. Anybody who knows me, ukitaka tusikizane na wewe, ongea tu maneno ya biashara. We can talk the whole night because that is just something I have a passion for. So I just wanted to mention that, and because I cannot go into all the details on this platform, but just to mention, whoever would be interested in, you know, just trying it out, I would be very happy
Do you have a
because
platform?
do it properly. Sorry?
Do you have a platform for it?
We are setting that up actually. That's exactly what we're doing. Yes, we do.
If you need help, if you need help, my company has I have about 6 people working for me. So if you need to talk to me, we should link up.
Okay, because we are setting up that platform. Because anyway, let me just cut the long story short. Managu, Tisa, Kamurere, you know, I'm saying the things today. It was such a joy in my heart to see people from where I come from, Ukondani, Uko Irianda, you know, from the village. It was so honoring to see them now actually imagining they can get their act together and get you know, some of their produce sold out here. And the point is, it's not like you have to sell a container, because you see, the value addition thing is really good. You don't have to sell a container. You don't need millions. You know, this thing of, you know, for me, I thought, geez, anything to do with export is you have to have these millions and these massive amounts. And it just sounds daunting. No, it's just a small quantity because of value, because you're adding value or you're packing in small units. So rather than selling like a big whole container, it is in units. So basically that is what we are doing. And I would, this is not just for Kenya.
Sorry to
This is
interrupt.
for many, yes. Mhm.
Sorry to interrupt. Other than the platform itself,
Mhm.
is your company dealing with duty? Because we have a lot of problems with duty. So, for example, even if you're working with big companies like UPS,
Yeah.
these are the companies that provide freight and deliveries. Most of us have problems with the port itself, KRA,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So if I'm going to send my things outside or I'm buying things from outside,
Yeah.
does your company help that? Because it feels like your platform is a marketplace.
Yes, yes, very good.
I would need to know what you do to protect us
Mm-hmm.
if we are either a courier shop
Yeah.
or somebody who's selling the managus.
Yeah.
That my goods would arrive there, or the fact that the Arab or the Mzungu out there is going to receive their goods on time.
Yeah, actually, very good point. I don't know anybody who's ever exported to Dubai, they are super sensitive about quality and about health, especially if they're edibles. Now, what we've done is we are creating a supply chain. And I am at the end of the supply chain. That's why I am not going to buy. I will not go and buy, like, say, a Riohobi in Cabras for, like, say, 3 dirhams. I mean, maybe 30 shillings, because I know it is cheap. That's not my model. We just want to focus on the market. We don't want to do everything. You are buying, again, you're coming and selling, because by settling for the market, what we've done, created a chain, a supply chain, which is powered by IBM, by the way. It is powered by IBM, and it's a track and trace. If you lie to us, we will see. You know how it is these days with tech.
So what you're saying is that your platform is driven by recommendation. So, for example, the quality assurance of a particular area and point is not good. So, for example, I would have a person from Nyeri that is selling me Managu, and a person from Mombasa who's selling me the same product.
Yeah.
They would see that the guy who is in Nyeri has more points than the guy in Mombasa. So I'll buy from the guy in Nyeri instead of the guy in Mombasa. Is that what you mean? You as a platform.
What we do is we're just getting, how this platform works is we call them the traceable supply chains, which is the in thing, especially in Dubai.
So you get
medal. Just people
so
sign up.
these are guys. Is it the public that is vetting your platform, or it's you who's vetting it? There's a difference here. I'm being a bit rough on you there, is because I want to know who's vetting. Is it us as the public, or is it you?
Order. Let's do this. The 10 minutes was for introductory. Okay. Then you will exchange contacts.
Yeah.
Then interrogate further. But we'll have a whole 2 hours show where all those questions will be answered.
Yeah.
Let's not turn this one into Dubai and the other.
Right.
But I appreciate the responses, and this is just introduction so that you know Raquel, what she's into and what she's bring to the rest of the world in terms of, if you're interested in doing business in Dubai, you can get a contact. Unaweza kupanda huku Sukuma, alafu Sukuma inapandishwa ndege, inapelekwa Dubai, inauzwa, unapokea pesa yako hata ukiwa diaspora. We bora tu ulime shamba huku, tunakupandia, tunakupalilia, alafu tunakutumia, alafu unapokea hela. I think that's what is being offered, and we trust we're going to have a whole show for the same. Sasa maswali yote wanakeep kwa sasa hivi, tukubali hiyo information. So tuachie Raquel akamilisha.
I'm good. I'm not gonna ask questions. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So just very quickly, that's the whole concept. Just having the supply chain, and I'm saying this because we are the new type of diaspora. We now have been having the labor diaspora, where you leave to work, as a consultant, which I understand and I've been doing. But now the way things are going, there are now new opportunities. Now we are saying, look, we can also take charge of our own diaspora. Of our own marketplace. Now, for us here, we really want to own the Dubai marketplace because it is owned by the Asian community. They have owned it. So people are working hard. I'll take the example of tea and coffee. We are drinking Kenyan tea in another name. The tea that I drink in Dubai, everybody drinks. It is Kenyan tea, but because we've not added value, it is not branded, It is, tea that is being sold by. So the guy who is making money sits here pretty, and they are billionaires. They just sit here, and when the tea comes in the containers, it is sold in a container and it is packed. You know how it goes. And in the end, you find that this guy is the one making the money. So what we decided is, look, since now we are here, let us create this system. Now, for us, what it actually has meant is a lot of sacrifice, a lot of courage. Many of the malls did not even want to see Africans, not because they hate us, nothing racist, but can you trust us? Can you trust the consistency? So what I'm doing now, I'm looking for a few people who are going to pioneer, because we can talk the whole night, but at the end of the day, what really matters is that we need to move from planning and thinking, which now hopefully we've started today, is to just get a few. And that's what I'm telling people. I'm a very practical person, and I want to start a few, and we would like to be able to say, look, now you can be able to work in to do your farming or to do your crafts or whatever in Kenya, and you sell in Dubai. And because they are value added, somebody asked me, he said, where will we get the equipment, the machinery? Because we are looking for jam, we are looking for unga ya wimbi, unga ya ugali, jam, butter, everything, just the normal things you like, from Kenya. And someone asked, and we said, well, we have, luckily my landlord is a very well-established company, and they have very good networks. So they are going to be having some machinery, and we have someone who is willing to finance it, of course, on certain terms. So what I'm just saying, anyway, let me cut this long story short. We are here, we are talking politics, and I would like to just interest whoever would be interested. Not everybody will be interested, but then there are one or two who will be like me and who will be interested. And by the way, it's not just Kenya. We are doing the different countries. So whether Kenya moves on or not, there are other countries that will. Uganda will. They're also doing very good avocados. They're also doing a lot of maize. And this is what I'm telling Kenyans. We need to understand that, that's just the way things are going. And we're also going to be doing what they call immersive safaris. You've heard about them. They're in Atlanta. The guys from Atlanta, do we have anybody from Atlanta here? I'll give you the reference. I think I'll put in the reference here. Would you know right now that Kenyan safaris are being sold in the US without the benefit of our local tour operators? Because they've used technology, the immersive technology, to capture the experiences and are selling them there. And because these guys came here and they captured the experiences, they obtained the licenses, that's it. This guy started on July 8th last year, the American guys. And within 6 months, he was already doing very good business. So I'm just giving you a nutshell. This is where dunia inaenda. Dunia inaenda na watu wako fast. You've got to be alert. You've got to look at what's happening. And I keep telling people we've got to do things differently. Because what I know we used to do before, I didn't even imagine I would come to do. But this was really not my thing. This wasn't my plan. So it's just to encourage you, whoever would be interested, especially wale wa kwanza. And we are going to treat you like gold, because you're going to set up for us. We are going to set the system, get the projects registered, and try and do it in record time, so that from that time on, as we continue, growing, we will at least be able to say these were the first people. But we are going to do it. It's not a dream or a plan. We have already started, and I'm very appreciative of this opportunity to mention it, so that whoever is interested, we will be happy to have you on. And we are looking, especially people from the diaspora, will be able to show you, because I know the pain I have gone through in the diaspora, Dubai diaspora. I can tell you, I've been through a lot of pain. So there are things that we can discuss at a different forum when we have more time. But thank you very much, Bernard. I really appreciate this opportunity to mention. I don't take it for granted. And thanks, guys, for listening.
Okay, thank you, Raquel. I think you will. There are people asking for your contact, either an email or a phone contact, so that they can contact you directly, and then you will be able to organize either through the WhatsApp group and share the information as they get in touch with you. So if you have an email address that you will be comfortable sharing, please put it in the comment section so that we can share it in the comment section. Put it in there, this private chat. You type it there, and then we'll put it in the public section so that people can contact you, and then you pick it up from there. Otherwise, Wekesa Karibu, and Naomba ning'atuke niende kutengeneza salmon ya kesho. Alex, namna gani? Alex, you are mute. Okay. It is support at
amalamarketing.com.
amalamarket.com.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Bernard, as you have said, I think it's quite an interesting area to pursue. We said that as we are on this platform, politics is what caused us to meet. But after meeting, there are many other things we can explore.
Yeah.
You realize Bernard comes from a different field, Raquel comes from a different field. And as we interact, a few opportunities begin to burgeon.
Yeah.
I also wanted to say that this channel has to continue beyond August.
Yes.
And part of it is to diversify the product that we are giving to our audience. And we have to begin already aligning them to different products so that they cannot, after August, they will not have something to watch. But at least politics matters to me, and the other issues have to take place. I think I have also a few friends who I know will be interested in what you are saying because they do those international trade. And any platform that comes to expand their opportunities will be highly welcome. So as Bernard has said, we will first schedule an interview for you so that it will be specific on what you have shared. People will have more question and more contribution on the same. And now you can pick up from a few people who have subscribed, and that will be your first fruit to continue.
Very precious. We just are looking for, in Dubai we celebrate the first person, and tunamleta hapa, hata Mtembei watakuja huko. Yeah, you have to stream live ndio watu waone, because this is where we are going. Yeah, we are looking forward. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So we will organize with Bernard and we will let you know this very soon. Bernard, remind me if I forget.
We'll work on that, then move forward. I think let's resume the debate.
Yes.
Asante.
Yeah, I needed to comment something about my sister before we commence. Thank you very much, Rachel, for that beautiful mind that you have. You know, having an entrepreneur mindset, people think it's a foreign thing and it's for some people. And what you are explaining to people, still some people think it's a hard thing to do. I'm going to demonstrate about a young woman in Illinois who came up with an idea that is thriving now in the US. She started something called Simba. Simba is for, she started packaging Kenyan products. A few things. And now you can imagine they are being sold in Walmart, in Sam's Club, in Costco, in stores that are the most high-valued stores in the world. And these kind of beans called Nyayo beans are bought at 150 a gorogoro in Kenya. This thing is not a gorogoro. It is going on. It's going for $12. That is 1,200. And chahe and so on and so forth. And you can imagine how much she's reaping from that. I usually can't wait to go and buy this kind of beans because they remind me of my secondary school. I hated them, but I came to find that's why we were strong. That's why we That's what kept us going. And why not now when I'm aging and I need that energy, and maybe my wife needs that energy. So what I'm saying is, let us not embrace baby showers, wedding showers. Let us decide and have business showers. I mean, what's wrong with that? Let us have a business shower for Mutembei. I mean, what's wrong with that? This guy called Wangira comes here and spews a lot of wisdom. Let us have a shower for him and see what we can do for him. In the end, we will talk and talk and talk. If there is nothing, if you just have a big belly but not big pocket, you're not going anywhere. That's why Mudavadi is able to go from here to here to here. The other person is going here and here. Money talks, my friend. Money is sweet. I remember one time an experience I'll never forget. I was in a Sharia house and I was accorded to go through the executive elevator. It felt good, Bwakesa. I mean, it was not stairs. Executive elevators, because somebody thought I had money. You know, let us make money. We can't be talking politics without money.
Thank you. Is the only problem we have with you guys, Alex, is that when we bring assorted programs like those, you have very few people turn up to listen to the program. You guys just consume.
We have to be consistent. Wakesa, being a trailblazer, Wakesa, let me use a word that it's not common. When you're a trailblazer, you chart your path when nobody understands your way forward. You don't have to do what people like. You just have to go to the murky waters where but nobody understands you. Finally, when they will get to know what you are, I mean, history will judge you rightly. You know, people do not get it that success, failure fits success. You have to fail and fail and fail, because the ground under which you fall, the harder the ground, the better the foundation. So
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex.
Don't say people.
Everything. Don't say everything. That is an elevator speech for that program. So don't say everything. You just need to excite them to come for that program.
And that is what I'm saying. That is why I'm telling somebody like Wangira.
Can I say something?
Just like somebody who is a lecturer. We need somebody to come and tell us what we can do. I mean, we can siphon that wisdom from there. It shouldn't be politics 24/7. You know, sometimes I love the brains I see here. Some of them are the most refined. If we can decide to put politics aside and speak about education, probably you'll find out that these people are more entrepreneurial than political. Yeah, but we are too political again. We can decide consistently for 2 days and say, hell no, no politics. And what will happen? We will talk about business and people will accept it. But we are too political, my friend.
It's okay. I think we will not deny you politics, but what we will do, we will have assorted programs that come in between the week, and we parallel them. After that,
the other thing I wanted to say that
alongside what people like. Huh?
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to say that she brought out, when Bernard asked me yesterday, how was the meeting in Minnesota? I said I was disappointed. Bernard and Wekesa, there's a guy who spilled me some wisdom one time, and I'll never forget. He told me, Alex, you cannot do traditional business. And I asked him, what is that? He said, you can't come from America, go buy a land in the village, build a house in the shopping center, and put a hotel there. He said, you're above that. And I said, but that is true. The thing is,
Alex, pause there. I need to do a transition. Bernard is going up because he has to wake up to a sermon.
Maybe that's the sermon he needs to preach tomorrow.
I don't want to cut short your wisdom, but I want to allow him to, maybe he wanted to make parting shots or whatever. Or if he's comfortable, we can continue.
He's very comfortable. He's taking points.
Alex
he might be giving him some or not. Maybe he didn't have. He might be giving
the
him
Holy
some
Ghost for me today. He doesn't want me to listen to Holy Ghost again. He wants to
I
be the one
know
to
you
guide
might
the
decide and
sermon.
preach about money. Jesus talks about money more than even the Holy Spirit.
Alex, naelewa kile unachosema, tafadhali tulia hapo hapo. Naomba hivi tafadhali, nashukuru kila mmoja, na sisi tumekuwa familia moja hapa. Tunaomba tusonge mbele, na wakati kuna opportunity mahali ulipo ni muhimu kushirikisha wengine, ili huwa tunasema kwetu, anayekula peke yake ni rahisi kumuua, lakini anayekula na wengine ni ngumu kumwekea sumu, kwa sababu utaua watu wengi. Kwa hivyo, when there is opportunity and you share it, you secure it, other than keeping it for your own self. Thank you very much. Bwana Alex will interact later on na wengine wote. Wacha mimi ni rest kiasi. I have 2 sermons to deliver in the morning, and if they will be about money, follow them on YouTube, utaziona.
Oh, Bernard, thank you, man. I just came from church, so I go to church on Saturdays. Thank you, and I wish you all the best tomorrow morning.
Yeah, Bernard, before you go, you have to listen to Musalia has some wisdom here.
Thank you.
Yeah, shortly. I've just prepared this clip right now.
Kinaitwa Yuda. Mimi nataka niwaulize, kwa Biblia Yuda ni nani? Yuda ni nani? Yuda ni nani? Sasa mnaleteo ati mpige kura kwa Yuda. Inawezekana kweli? Inawezekana kweli? Hiyo ni chama cha Yuda. Tunaelewana? Na Yuda anakuja kwa njia nyingi. Yuda anajitokeza na wheelbarrow. Yuda anajitokeza na jina Hasla. Unasikia hiyo? Kwa hivyo tunasema Yuda ashindwe. Hebu sema hivyo. Yuda. Message yangu ni hiyo.
That is the sermon note. Amesema message yake ni hiyo.
Tutamchambua Yuda vizuri.
I wish Caleb was here. Okay.
Thank you. By the way, Caleb promised us a video he is yet to bring. Muslim Crucify. The video he said about Raila saying Thika Highway was a
no, he doesn't have. If you see some of us guys, we don't have. He doesn't have unless he.
So Kamaten, our Namala, they must produce that if they want to appear on this channel next time.
Some of us are good in searching the engines. If we don't have. He doesn't have.
No, we should make it a condition, because they come here with propaganda and stories. Until they produce that video, they will not be allowed to share on this channel.
Okay. So,
okay, thank you. See you.
Yeah, I wanted to rebuttal something, but he had left about the crowd. I think the pocket of the crowds that were there are telling us. Are telling the story. You find that this regarding Ashakwa Women Choir are the ones you see the noise is much, but the people are cheering are just a handful seated in a particular pockets. So that's how they ended, and that's how they were mobilized. So when someone is told that these issues to do with cheering and jeering are always stage managed, haufai kupingana sana. I also saw the deputy president actually say that in this election we may not need a handshake. Sometimes they say that don't burn the bridge. You may need it to cross to the other side. We cannot foresee what will happen. And so it's good to keep an open mind. Nobody wants a handshake if everything is okay. But again, even if everything is okay, there's nothing wrong with having a handshake. People are just shaking hands. I think they are the same guys who told us mambo ya nusu mkate hatutaki. And you have realized that we don't ask for nusu mkate because that's our way of life. But it's the nature of the society that demands that every Kenyan needs to access services, whether he voted for the government or not. I'm pretty sure that if Raila becomes the president, he will not be balkanizing and gerrymandering and zoning this nation in terms of development and say Alex did not vote for Azimio, so we are not going to launch any project. And the projects that are going to be launched in this country shall surpass the areas that were blue zones or yellow zones. The competition we are having right now should end on 9th, and the rest of the healing and the development of the nation shall begin in focus on the whole nation. I also wanted to weigh in on something he said that I think there's something that is imeingia kwa akili ya Hustler Nation. Every day they tell us how brilliant Ruto is. Guys, like the debated hero, Kibaki, he was a smart brain, but you could not hear the bragging and whatever of how smart Kibaki is. In fact, smart people don't take time to explain. One lecturer said that when you see people who claim to be learned, most of the time in the university are doctors. But when you come to professors, they don't. They have seen it all. Even when you look at the lifestyle of a doctor and a professor, these guys who have done maybe masters and they are entering their second degree, they want to have a higher lifestyle than the professors who have seen all the life and there's nothing even that life can excite me. So when you find someone each day telling you how brilliant he is, chances are, Jomo used to say, as a illiterate, you are learned yet, but you have half information. And most of the time when you have half information, you think you know more than everybody else. That happens when you finish standard 8 and you think I am the most learned person. Then when you go to Form 1, you realize you are nobody. When you finish Form 4, you think you are the most learned. When you join university or college, you realize you are at the starting point. When you are in the university, you are clearing, you are a finalist, you think, and you get a first class honors, you think you know everything. Little do you know that for every high mountain you climb, there are more and higher mountains that you need to climb. I think that is the saying of one Nelson Mandela. So this thing of saying This guy is brilliant. There have been professors of politics. Moya alikuwa anajiita professor of politics, but to some extent also pia ilikuwa imemuingia kwa akili mpaka akasema ati hakuna mtu atawahi ongoza hii inji kama yeye. And people like Kibaki were not bragging, but when they came, their record speaks for themselves. Yeah, so we need to break that mold. And sometimes it's the limitation of the information we are, chances are that you are getting information from one source. Just as they were excited about that clip that Raila was snapped by the boy, only later to realize that actually that clip could have been edited. The boy, okay, the way, you know, the way young adolescent guys greet you. Ataleta tu mkono hivi, and then so it happened so fast that most people did, even the camera didn't capture it well. But again, now it became a zone for creating propaganda and rumor mongering. So I wanted to, yeah, Bernard has gone without giving me a lineup, but I think Julius and Wangira were, I think Julius, according to this backstage, Julius came before Wangira. Julius, how are you?
But I wanted to finish my point like Rachel.
With Rachel?
Yeah, because Rachel brought a very important issue that we should not ignore. And Rachel, my last point was, we have embassies that appoint the consulate people who are very unprofessional, to the extent that when you go to your commercial attaché, who is directly linked to what you're supposed to do with your country to improve trade or to bring a product to a certain country, they have no clue what it takes or what it is. And yet when we get leaders like Azimio visited us, we end up speaking of nonsensical issues instead of bringing those issues that pertains us. We have to learn that now that you're in Dubai and now that I'm here for a while, and you're in Dubai for a while. If you have to agitate for your interest, yes, the interest of the person back at home is important, but your interest here to pursue your economic and educational goals that brought you, because apart from those two things, nothing brings us, not the weather that brought me to Minnesota, or nothing else. I mean, Kenya is one of the best countries. But then we get these visitors, we forget what we ought to agitate. The reason why we are having these hiccups of business and whatever you have said is because the professionals in the embassy do not understand that there are a bridge between us and the people at home and what we ought. You may have the idea, the money, but without their help, that plateau that helps you to break through, you can't find it. So we need people in commercial attaché department in our embassies who are privy that our trade agreement with our countries must be our priority, not their lifestyle. They lead very good life here. They forget their duties, that they are a bridge, and that is their work. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you. Rachel, have you realized you already have a number of people who are already passionate for the idea?
Yeah, that's encouraging, guys. Let us also do business. Let's improve our economic lives, and we share ideas. You have ideas, you share. I have ideas. Pahali naona kuna pesa, tawaita, nitawaambia kujeni Dubai haraka, tutengeneze pesa. The same.
Rachel, I'm ready. Just let me know where you are. Some of us, we are ready to invest.
Okay.
We can get on this. Yeah,
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you can do a private chat for the contacts so that you can exchange more information. And then now we have Selena. Maybe you wanted to comment on that shortly before we reach.
Yeah, just one. Vile Alex amesema, it is true, but it is our time now to chipange after election all this important information tuwe tumekuwa ready, and we need to have those things kama vile yani we put in a place so that tuchukue hiyo opportunity, tusipoteze kama hiyo ya Rachel na watu wengine, we make it work, kwa sababu ile kitu imemaliza diaspora is grouping. Watu wanakuwa na grouping alafu wana block others. Unasikia kuna leaders ya diaspora, unasikia kuna, so the only thing we can do is tushike pamoja. We can go ahead of them because tuko na access ya viongozi wale wataingia kwa Azimio. We thank God we have friends with some of them that mambo yetu inaweza enda haraka. So I think that is the comment I wanted to say. Alex, immediately after election, hii mambo tunasema isikue tu ni tunaongea, but actually we put in written na tuone vile tutasaidika. Tukue na hiyo ofisi kama mtu
Haya, madamu ameanguka, mtu anaweza fikiria nimemtoa. I think her network is poor. Let's have okay, before to move on, Wangira also had I think when I hosted Dr. Masanga, I heard you say that you need him to do a forward of your book. So in other words, you are into writing. And those are different areas. I remember I have hosted one of our book writers. We did a program when he was after he had launched his book. And I think we can bring in more other writers. There are more other writers who want to be publicized and to be marketed. You know, it's one thing to publish a book, but it's another thing to market it.
I can market for him here.
Most books, unasikia the best-selling books. That is where most writers want to be.
Yeah.
So I think we can have that consortium also being developed such that we have a diversity of products on this channel. Let me bring back Selina just to finish what she was saying, then we continue with Julius. Selina, tulikuangusha huko chini.
Mulinirusha, but it is okay. Nilikuwa nimesema we can still listen. Thank you.
Oh, you are finished? You had finished? Okay, sawa.
Yes, it is time nifanye kazi kidogo, so I will listen. Nikiwa na kitu, I will come back. Thank you.
Okay, but sio sisi tulikuangusha, ni network. Okay, now Julius.
I know.
Yes, Mr. Wakesa na panelist wenzangu, mjambo. I will not be speaking too long. I just want to comment on a few things. Number one, hiyo ya kelele ya kushabikia DP. Baada Twitter kuna clip ina trend ya watu walikuwa wamepatiwa pesa, the Kikuyu boys, they were drinking and wakisema walipewa pesa wafanye kazi. I don't know, Wakesa umeiona?
I have it, but you see, the way it is, it's not good to share, but I think most people have seen it.
Yeah, so
according to community rules, it's a kunywa nini, they are not supposed to be. So, but you have seen it.
Yeah, that's the kind of politics that the DP is good at. Anapenda hizo because that is the kind of politics that he loves. He wants to overshine. I mean, he wants to be seen as the best one in everyone, or everywhere, that is. But again, you know, it's not easy to be somebody like the president of Kenya, because unajua Kikuyu, I'm sorry to use that word, the Kikuyus are feeling that Uhuru is not doing some things for them. But again, Uhuru is being other tribes, they are complaining about Uhuru because ukiangalia there is even in parliament kulikuwa na Senate. Actually, it was by Senator Kajwang and also not Kajwang. I mean Ledama and also Malala. They were complaining that ukiangalia hizi parastatals, every big jobs in Kenya, they are being managed by the Kikuyus. So Uhuru amewasaidia, amewapatia kazi. That's the only way that he can do it. But he cannot go there and give them money because actually that's what they are talking about. He gave them big jobs. Ukiangalia KRA ni Mkikuyu, ukiangalia National Central Bank, you know, those big parastatals, they are the people from Central. And that's
but for the sake of the community, I think say the Hasana Nation. I don't think it's the whole community that is against Uhuru.
Yeah, because now that is the narrative. They are calling Uhuru is not doing well for the Central people, Mount Kenya people in general. But for us, kabila zingine hasa kama mimi kabila ndogo ya Masai, we say we are sisi tumeachwa nje because we don't have anybody there, you know. So Wakenya wengine wanalalamika what, because the all parastatals, many parastatals, they are being managed by the central people. So yeah, it's not easy to be President Uhuru Kenyatta, surely. Akona shida sana, you know, like kubalance hizi vitu, anapigwa nyumbani, the cheering ndio hiyo, wanajaribu kubashine him aonekane that Ruto is the most popular in Central by paying people. But again, we understand everything because unajua sahi UDA how it's going. Hata ukijaribu angalia siasa ya Narok sahi, the Senate tonight, the governor aliingia ana run for Senate. But actually even the UDA wenyewe wanasema afadhali kupigia kura shetani kuliko kupigia Tunai as a senator. You know, things are slowly changing because people have understood the truth. The people are getting wiser because kuliza narrative watu wamekeanga watu. I mean, they are slowly changing because people are understanding actually what is happening in the ground. Secondly, like hiyo story ya unajua kuna mtu ameongea hapa akasema ati clever people they don't mostly they don't brag for themselves. Ukijaribu kuangalia watu werefu professors, ukiangalia Kivuta Kibwana akitoa speech, it doesn't have any speech. Yani ukisikiza it's not sweet kama wale watu wengine, but it's a professor. Ukiangalia kama huyu anaitwa nani huyu anatafuta governor Kakamega, anaitwa nani this guy Baraza also doesn't, I mean, sio mtu watu unajua those are the kind, there's people who can express things, wale wanakuwa na mdomo tamu kama ya Ruto, but actions zenyewe hakuna. They don't have, they cannot do better than what they say. So sometimes we have that kind of people, and I think Kenyan people are slowly understanding that the only way to go is to, you know, to support our Baba, to help us at least change some few things here and there. And I have that faith that mambo itakuwa sawa, because maisha imekuwa tofauti in different, I mean, uongo, they are always saying lies. Alafu there is this thing, unajua saa zingine watu wana predict vile maisha yao, hata vile mtu atakufa saa zingine ana predict. Mudavadi alipredicting akisema nasa Ruto, lakini yeye amenaswa na Ruto. Raila kuna wakati wa NASA kulikuwa na hii nyimbo ati anaona ilikuwa inasema naona mambo yakibadilika. You remember that? Naona mambo yakibadilika, na mambo yamebadilika sasa because wale tulikuwa tunapigana nao sasa ndio tunafanya kazi nao. That means God sometimes gives us we predict about ourselves, but we doesn't know. at that current, the present time. But in the future, you come to understand this was the prophecy. We prophesied about ourselves. And Mudavadi aliprophesied ati nasa Ruto yeye akanaswa na Ruto. Haya, naona mambo yakibadilika, yamebadilika because sisi sasa watu tulikuwa nasa, saa hii tunafanya kazi na Jubilee, ODM na Jubilee, which was something that at that time hakuna mtu angefikiria hata watu wanaweza fanya kazi pamoja. So sometimes we predict about ourselves, we prophesy about ourselves. So anyway, those are the few remarks I want to give. Maybe later again I will submit again.
Thank you. Hata Deputy President alisema mjadala itabadilika na ikambadilisha yeye mwenyewe. Yeah? He started talking about the village parties and banking them. He thought ni yeye kubadilisha mjadala, bali mjadala ilimbadilisha. So mambo hubadilika. Okay, Wangira.
Yes, how are you, Wekesa?
I'm fine. Now introduce yourself. Are you a published author as you begin your session?
I should be a published author by the end of the year. My manuscript is ready. So I hope by the end of the year my book should be out. And the title of my book is, you want to know the title of my book?
Yeah, you want it in a snapshot, you can tell us. We want to know what you are thinking.
The title of my book is, that the body is willing but the soul is weak. East Africa and the East African Dream, a critical analysis. That's the title of my book. So the manuscript is ready, and I hope by the end of the year it should be out for you guys to buy.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Wangira.
Thank you. That's
yeah.
Thank you.
I used to write a lot. I think I become lazy. I need to go back. I used to do even articles for the newspaper every week, but I became lazy. Let's have you now make your contribution. I think
okay. Let
synchronize with yours. Let me mute.
Okay. Let me make my contribution. Today, I listened to William Ruto in Nyeri, telling President Uhuru Kenyatta that, if we end up with what he termed as a peaceful elections on 9th August 2022, which is just around 2.5 months away, then we might not need another handshake. And I laughed, and I remembered something that I read long time ago, that for whom the gods want to destroy, they first make mad. I see a politically mad man in the name of William Samoei Ruto. And me, nowadays, I like looking at statistics as we move closer to the 9th of August, because I want to be guided by numbers. And every time I try looking at the numbers, and I see if there are any indicators that William Ruto can become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Just a few minutes ago, I've been looking at the numbers for the 5 counties of the former Central Province: the county of Kiambu, the county of Murang'a, the county of Kirinyaga, the county of Nyeri, and the county of Nyandarua. And if you look at their numbers in 2017 in regard to Uhuru Kenyatta, you'll find that, for example, in the county of Kiambu, in August 2017, at least 83.4% of the entire registered voters turned out to vote. And you'll see that in the county of Kiambu, around 92.6% of the registered voters voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. If you go to the county of Muranga, you'll find that 86.7% of the registered voters turned out to vote. And out of the 86.7%, 98% voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. You come down to the Kirinyaga, and we have almost similar figures of 86.2% of the registered voters who turned up to vote, and around 99% who voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. The same trend goes in Nyeri, where you find 87% of registered voters who turned out to vote, and around 98.3% who voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. Then you come down to the last count, which is the count of Nyandarua. Then you will discover that around 86.2% of the registered voters turned out to vote, and around 99% voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. So on average, in these 5 counties of the former Central Province, you will discover that on average, 85% of the entire registered voters turned out to vote, and around 97% of them voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. So, as William Ruto tells us that we might not need a handshake come the 9th of August 2022, my big question here is, will William Samoei Ruto attract a turnout of 85% in these 5 counties? And if he attracts a turnout of 85%, will he get 97% of the entire votes cast come the 9th of August? And given the opinion polling that we have seen and the projection so far that we have seen, the most William Ruto can get in these 5 counties is 55% of the registered voters. So if William Ruto gets at most 55%, or at most, let us say 60% of the entire registered voters in these 5 counties, that tells you that William Samoei Ruto will not be president of the Republic of Kenya. It's just as clear as that. So if you see somebody stand before the president of the Republic of Kenya and the commander in chief of the Kenyan Defense Forces, and he tells him that, if we have peaceful elections come the 9th of August, then we might not need another handshake. Then I see a man whom gods want to destroy, and because gods want to destroy, that man has already become politically mad, because he doesn't seem to know what he doesn't seem to know what he's aspiring for. Because if I was William Samoei Ruto, this would have been the best period for me to humble myself. But you don't see humility out of this guy called William Samoei Ruto. And that's why he can stand before President Uhuru Kenyatta and he tells President Uhuru Kenyatta, that the best president of the Republic of Kenya was Mwai Kibaki. We are not doubting perhaps Mwai Kibaki was the best president Kenya ever produced. But was that the right opportunity for William Ruto to stand before Uhuru Kenyatta and to tell him those exact words that Mwai wa Kibaki was the best president that Kenya ever produced? And he is forgetting a number of things that there are many things that goes into one winning an election. Those guys who remember that story of Al Gore and I think Bush in the year 2000, the issue that went up to the Supreme Court, you remember? And up to today, if you ask Al Gore what happened, Al Gore will tell you that perhaps his election was stolen. So there are so many things that go into an election. And if you provoke a sitting head of state in Africa, a sitting head of state who enjoys the national intelligence of a nation, a sitting head of state who is in charge of what we call the power of violence. The power of violence is only enjoyed by the state. They are the monopoly owners of the powers of violence. This guy enjoys the intelligence of the nation, so he knows everything that goes on. And you stand before him the way William Samoei Ruto does, the way he did it yesterday at Nyayo National Stadium. or today's Sunday, the way he did it on Friday in Nyayo National Stadium, and the way he did it today in Odaya. You know, he's provoking President Uhuru Kenyatta. And you know, when you provoke a sitting head of state, what are you telling him? Do you guys want to tell me that President Uhuru Kenyatta is that rigid or that gullible to just sit and watch and see William Samoei Ruto become president of the Republic of Kenya? Kenya? You want to tell me that he'll sit just and watch? He'll not do anything? You not do anything? Because me, what I see that after perhaps after Raila Odinga becomes the true nominee of the Azimio La Umoja, and the IEBC declares that campaign period of 90 days, we are going to see another president, Uhuru Kenyatta, who just go out and now decide to say iwe mbaya ni mbaya, but the guy I'm going to campaign for is Raila Amolo Odinga. And if by campaigning for Raila Amolo Odinga, if he can be in a position to only convince 20% of these numbers that I've been giving you here, that would translate to only 1 million votes in the entire Mount Kenya region, that automatically will lock out William Samoei Ruto from becoming the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. So to me, William Samoei Ruto is playing with political fire here, which he doesn't know. And perhaps come the 9th of August, you know, this political fire could end up burning him. Wacha mimi niwachie hapo Wekesa. Asanti.
Okay, thank you for that substantive contribution. My question will come from the tail end of your submission. And why is it that majority of Azimio supporters have been coerced to believe that William owns the mountain? I don't think a guy who owns the mountain can keep on doing the dramas he's doing, even including creating crowds to heckle. Anybody who understands the dynamics of how Mount Kenya votes are never mobilized in rallies, you know it. They are mobilized in formal meetings and wanakuambia direction yetu ni hii. So as much as he has done his groundwork, yes, but he, at the back of his mind, he knows how Mount Kenya mobilizes itself. Maybe he wants to change the history, yes, but he's afraid history may not change. Just as he tried to remove the tribal blocks, but he realized they are there, just as he tried to bring down the so-called tribal, they are kingpins. But at the end of the day, he was subdued and he went back and now created his own. So I wanted to ask you, why do you think most Azimio guys are talking about Raila will just needs just 10% of the mountain? Tell
Okay,
Raila
let me just okay. Let me try to answer. You are asking why most Azimio guys think that William Samoei Ruto has taken over the mountain. You know, in politics, you also need to be, you know, when you are doing politics, you behave like that person who is budgeting. You know, when you budget, and you are budgeting in your enemy's territory, you know, in your enemy's territory, you know, you don't place a lot of premium in your enemy's territory. And by saying enemy, don't get it enemy as in enemy. I mean politically enemy. So when you are budgeting in terms of the votes from your enemy's territory, you don't put a lot of premium there. And that's the reason why I think most Azimio guys are saying that, with even 10% for Raila Odinga from Mount Kenya, then that will be all right for him, because they don't want to put a lot of premium for Raila Odinga in Mount Kenya, given the history that Raila Odinga has been, given the history related to Raila Odinga in Mount Kenya since perhaps 2017, 2007, 2013, and 2017. But that doesn't mean that, Raila Odinga will not reap more in central Kenya. Looking at the dynamics today, it's very, very clear that unlike 2013 and unlike 2017, in 2022, Raila Odinga will reap even more. As much as we are not putting a lot of premium there, but we know inside ourselves that Raila Odinga will reap more. And that's why, as much as we are talking of 10%, but we know that Raila Odinga this time could do up to 30%. But because we are working on a figure that will help us know whether Raila Odinga is winning or losing this election. That's why most of our guys in Azimio are working on that 10%. Because when they work on that 10%, then they add it on the rest of what Raila could get from other regions. Then they comfortably see that Raila Odinga could win this particular election. But given the circumstances, if these numbers go beyond 10% and perhaps they go to up to 20 or 30% or perhaps 35%, then that will give Raila a clean win in this particular election. So it's all right for the new guys not to have a lot of expectation, even knowing that Raila Odinga come the 9th of August will do much better than he has been doing in central Kenya. That would be perhaps my explanation on that matter, Wekesa.
Okay. Let's have now Alex.
We should not discredit the propaganda machine from Central Province from 2007 to 2017. Wekesa, that was a long time. Even by the time the handshake had come, a child that was born in 2002 when Moi was leaving power, and now is capable to vote. And all along they have listened to that kind of propaganda, that seared nature of lies that is so perpetual and so fluid and acceptable across even to the medias that it was not acceptable. If you can go back, there was a time perpetuating those lies in Oro TV was so normal. And nothing could be done to Inoro TV. So what we are saying is, let us not lie to ourselves that William Samoei does not have a clout over there. He does have. But I agree what you're saying is that we have been made to think that he has already won. And I think that is where I want, first of all, to thank my friend and brother here, Kimere. A good friend of yours came here and said, you spoke to his heart. You spoke a language. He came to listen and understand why Raila is not the person they've been telling them. And actually, he even went further and said, even what Sabina said last time, that kuna fisi wawili, he said we should never use those words to Baba anymore. Now he's a defender because you are capable to demystify.
Do you have a nice background? Okay, you can proceed now.
Those are my teenagers. It's a weekend, wanakula mziki. So what I was saying is, we must give credit to the propaganda machine from 2002, actually, after the winning of NAC government, and they understood that Raila must be a formidable competitor later on. What has been said for all these years, for 20 years, It's not something to go to the ground and take out easily. But I think we have done good. When you look at what has
Maybe
happened.
Alex, let me rephrase my question. Huh?
Yes.
Is it necessary for Azimio to have its own propaganda machine, or it should go on pure truth?
No, I think,
the reason why I'm asking you that question before you answer it, it's only happening in Azimio, where guys, even they reach a time and they are trembling, like our candidate's not doing well. Like when you look at the other side, they will sit down and tell you how William Ruto is going to beat Raila in cost, which is not true. They will tell you how William has surpassed Raila in Nairobi, which is not true. They will tell you how William has surpassed Raila in Western, which is not true. But for them, they are creating that perception, and somehow most of the Azimio are buying into it, and most of them are even worried that now which region is Raila controlling. So I'm asking myself, should the Azimio be giving the other side the reality, and the other side trying to bring them down by magnifying the propaganda?
Wekesa, there are things that for me, I'll talk for myself. There are things, I don't know how I can say them. You know, Ruto is so fluid in lying. And I'll use Madam Mwilu's word. She once said that he lies without blinking his eyes. You see, that is an inborn nature that actually the right word in English is called mendacious. You're so mendacious. You even believe your own lie to be the truth. You know, my friend Black comes here in the panel and he speaks like Raila will not get votes in Kwale. And he made us take him through a trip, and I had to take Kip. I had to wake up Kip, and he had to open his laptop, and we had to go from province to province. We took that journey for 1 hour so that he could understand. Finally, you know what he said? Oh, well, I will not agree that we are losing. Maybe we are neck to neck. So these are people who are just liars. I don't think even if we started to do that, we can be able to do the way they do it. Wekesa, you will find yourself saying a lie, in 2 minutes you catch yourself. So what's the use of doing that? Because I don't see Baba lying. I've never seen him lie. In fact, even when the worst comes to the worst, and we expect him to lie and tell us some lies so that we can feel good, he keeps quiet.
Okay, let me rephrase it again. They actually,
Can I help you?
Raila to be dirtified, they used something called an agency called Cambridge Analytica, actually to spread that propaganda and make sure it has synced. So I'm asking, do we need another agency to undo that, or we have to spread the pure?
No, actually we are doing good. I mean, the time has come whereby Ruto is seen in all his ways that lies do not last. I think they have a lifespan, and they have a gestation period, and actually they reap all they conceive, and they bore something that actually they cannot bear themselves. So I don't think on our side we do that. We need that.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't need
have
that.
3 hands. Let me give them. They ask you, then you can now summarize everything. We have Selina, Roba, and Wangira.
Yeah, Wekesa wanasema hivyo kwa sababu wakati ile walikuwa na rig election, walikuwa nasema mambo ili kuprepare Kenyans to feel like wako na support. So hiyo propaganda wanasema ilikuwa inawafavor wakati walikuwa nafanya ile mambo ya vifaranga ya kompyuta. So as you say that, ingawa Wakenya wamechua uongo yao, then we need also to, wakisema wanaongoza kama kwa kosti, we need to come out and say no with the real facts, ya kwamba then una lead kwa kosti, mtuambie constituencies that you feel like you lead. So we are not propagandering, but tunawaambia the truth. But tukiwanyamasia, alafu bahati mbaya baba, kwa sababu tunashinda, watasema look, tulikuwa na kura Kakamega but they rika. So tunataka wakitoa propaganda, we need to have people who say okay, mnasema mnaongoza kwa Kakamega, for example Kilimani, whatever constituency, muko na watu ngapi? So tunataka ile watu kuanda attack the uongo ile wanatumia. That is the only thing Azimio wanafanya. Tuchipiane, tuambie the truth, but tusiseme uongo. Wakisema wanaongoza vile wanasema Central. I like the way a person say, umekuwa na supporters wakati kama ya funeral kama today, na wakati ya nomination you had 2%. So where are those people? Ni kwamba watu wametokea, wamelipwa, wameenda fanya biashara yao na wameenda. So those are the things we need to counter attack. Yes, umefurahiwa, but what happened? We have the facts. Kwa nini people wakutokea? Is it that they were not paid? Is it that ile watu wanakuanga na hawana kura? So we need to counter attack things like that. Wakisema cost, for example, mahali Jubilee ilikuwa imechukua, Jubilee sahi iko na ODM. So how do you get votes apart from kura za Uhuru na ya baba? So yako Ruto inatoka wapi? Vitu kama hizo ndiye tunajaribu ili Wakenya waelewe we are not propaganda, but tunajaribu kusema the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have Roba and then Wangira shortly.
Okay, nice to see you. I just came in a few minutes ago. Yeah, in fact, let me tell you, I'll tell you on my side because I know what's going on. And I've told you guys, you see, sometimes you have to take some of us serious what we say here. Some of us give sources. So what they did from the beginning, that's what they had in mind. They wanted just to go online, and they did it so that it looks like somebody just said they are winning. But there are some things which never worked for them. If you see whatever propaganda they have put out there, how many people have viewed them? That's one thing. The second thing, what's the reaction of the people? What's the feedback they are getting? If you go there, some of them are negative, just like they use even the old tapes. Like now, I will give you one example. If you go online, wameweka projection, the whole counties. They even say Ruto is going to win even in Mombasa, is going to win in Kirifi, is going to win in some places there. When you look at the numbers, Baba is losing by almost, I guess, almost 2 million. But you go there, the reaction of the people is just like, it's not adding up. So their propaganda is there. But at the same time, it's being encountered by Azimio. My friends, I've never seen anything which I see from Azimio. I've never seen anything like this. Everything, I mean, most of them, I'm also cautious, but most of the Azimio people, they use reality numbers. They use some evidence. And that's why you can see when the people who react to them, the people who view them, they are very, very high numbers. And that's the truth of the matter. Don't forget also, there are some things here like now, I wake up, I saw that, oh, there was money, something I don't know. I don't know if it's a propaganda or it's a true thing. That there was money which came from Nigeria and it was caught in between there. So that's something which is there. Another thing, I'm saying that somebody's also funding William Ruto from somewhere in Italy. You know, there's a lot of things which I see there, but at the same time, I want to know what's the truth on that. Because sometimes also we can go with propaganda, but guess what? Time will come when the cows come home. And the cows are coming home for William Ruto in a few days. That's the truth. Now, I don't want to represent myself because I think my time will come. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, thank you. Wangira, and then Alex will sum up his information.
You know, we say that you cannot have your cake and you eat it at the same time. And you know, that's one thing that the Kenya Kwanza people want to do. For example, they will very well tell you that in central Kenya is gone, which means Uhuru Kenyatta has no say at all as far as central Kenya is concerned. But when it comes to Western, then they want to convince you how, you know, Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula are the kingpins of Western province. Let me just finalize quickly. Looking at the behavior of these guys in Kenya Kwanza, you know, these are guys who are in a panic mood. But the only thing that they are very good at doing is putting on what I call a brave face. And you know, the reason why I'm saying that they are good at putting on a brave face is the way they try to dismiss Uhuru Kenyatta's influence in central Kenya. For example, I've been giving you percentages here, and you know, these are percentages of August 2017 general elections. And you know, even if we go down now to the to the percentages of October 2017, you'll discover that the numbers will even be much lower. But because I wanted to come up with some projection, I just decided to use the August 2017 election any numbers that were nullified by the Supreme Court. So, purporting that we are using these particular numbers to arrive at a particular decision, a particular opinion, sorry. For example, I've told you that in Kiambu, in August 2017, 83.4% of the registered voters turned up to vote. And out of this number of 83.4% who turned up to vote, Uhuru Kenyatta got 92.6%. So, you know, this is the question I always ask myself anytime I listen to the Tanga propaganda, who always tell us that mnajua mlima ilienda na William Ruto. Looking at the 92.6% of people of Kiambu who voted for Raila Odinga, you want to tell me that out of this 92.6%, Uhuru Kenyatta cannot even influence 10% of them? Eh? Unless we are very naive to believe that Uhuru Kenyatta is just that finished. He's a guy who can now not command anything. Even me in my own village in Port Victoria, you know, as small as I am, when I go to the market there are a number of people that are convinced anytime I walk there. And we are talking about the president of a republic and the commander-in-chief of the defense forces, a guy who got 92.6% in Kiambu, and here you are telling us that Kiambu imeenda, he cannot convince nobody out of the 92.6% who voted for him. That's being naive. And that's the reason why I'm telling you that these guys have discovered that since Uhuru Kenyatta pronounced himself and he said that he's going to go out and campaign for Raila Amolo Odinga, they have started to panic. But you know, they are panicking in a good way, that they are in a position to put on a brave face. And by putting on a brave face and continue convincing you that hata mujaribu kupanda mulima, mulima tayari ilienda, when they very well know that hakuna mulima imeenda. Uhuru Kenyatta still has some influence. And for example, in Kiambu here, where he got 92.6%, if he can only convince 20% of the 92.6% 92.6%. That will bring William Ruto's numbers to around 70%, and that one automatically makes him not become president. And again, what guarantee is there that because Uhuru Kenyatta today is not running and Mount Kenya doesn't have their own kingpin running for presidency, they will attract 83.4% turnout come 9th of August 2022. You know, those are the dynamics people in Kenya Kwanza don't want you to discuss because they know these are very delicate dynamics. And that's why, you know, they'll take you round and round and round and play propaganda so that mwanze kuingia baridi, the way I see most guys at times in Azimio wanaingiwa baridi kabisa until they start posting some things that I don't really understand. And that's why nowadays me, I only work on numbers.
Wangira,
Eh?
why also should you discuss it from the edge when you know very well that Jubilee had 49 and UDA had 50 in Kiamba by election? Jubilee itself. So
come again, come
again. Well, what I'm saying, for me, I can discuss that thing from the edge. Like, for example, I can say that Musalia and Weta may give William 20% because in Western, because they largely don't have majority of the candidates on the ground. Jubilee that has candidates in every ward and every constituency and governorship and senate cannot be working on the margin of 20%, which means most likely they may not even have their candidates win if we go by that arithmetic. But if we look at what is happening on the ground, these guys are going to either share the mountain or one will slightly be above the other. But
so
actually,
you know, this just a rough number that I've just plotted. You know, it was just a rough.
Now the ability for rebuttal. You know, I'm waiting 20 minutes to finish my submission. Those are not rebuttals. Those are now submissions.
Submission within submission. Sorry for that.
No, that is be because
Wangira, I think you have made your point. Now Alex can respond.
That's fine.
Yeah. Thank you. So what I've heard from the panelists is I think we do not have a concrete and formidable force to counter those propaganda that are coming just second by second. And I think I tend to agree that we can't just leave them to keep going without countering them. I think it's wrong. So I don't know how we can do that, but I buy into what the panelists are saying, that that propaganda is going to hurt us, because to them they are seeing that they are winning, because we can see some panelists here who come here without facts, without figures, without statistics, and claim that we have the numbers. And then when we go to pictorial, when we go to statistics, when we go to charts, they can't handle the debate. Anyway, that's on that argument. Now, yesterday I argued that it was bad manners for Uhuru to act the way he acted. Today I want to apologize to Uhuru, because again, it looks like he knows his deputy very well. We look at things from different grounds. I thought it was one of the few rare moments whereby we bury a great man, an economist who took us from Kanu days, whereby there was no growth of GDP from 1992 to 2002. You can imagine zero growth, negative growth. And then here comes a man who helps us. I think by all reasoning, there should have been some sense of respect. Now here comes Ruto with his incendiary nature, his seared nature, his childness, to boo a president in a funeral. I mean, that is below bar. I think I will say what the foreign was that lady from Zaire, from Congo, who said Ruto needs to learn some diplomatic language. He needs to understand he's running for the highest seat in this country. He needs to know that there are channels of communication. If he's dissatisfied, that's not a place to do it. That is not the way to do it. And that's not the manner to do it. He disqualified himself to become the next president. In fact, if we were in countries whereby merits is given, I mean, the guy disqualified himself. So, I mean, let's be honest, whether you are in Kenya Kwanza or where you are in Azimio, this was not a political rally. This was a funeral for a state person. The last day that is being put to where he came from. And anybody could say that my last wishes is, as Alex, when I'm being buried, bury me with honor. That was dishonor from William Samoei Ruto and his people. And they should pay the price. They should pay the price of being over political in everything. And lastly, we have a collective problem.
Before you go to last, Alex.
Yes.
That point is rich, and I think you may need first have a question. Yeah, I'm saying that point is rich, and okay, yeah, you need to expound further. You see, I don't know what is so fancy about William Ruto, such that everything that happens in this country must be defined in the order of Ruto. We are now even gauging Mwai Kibaki's performance based on Ruto. Today he had to rope in the bottom-up thing, and everything he's saying, it has to be rounded to the nearest his manifesto, to the nearest his party, to the nearest his character, to the nearest his way of doing things. When you are in charge, you say that even this scripture brings out the bottom up. Now this Kibaki brings out the bottom up. You see, it's a way of, he's actually making people to, okay, he's creating a cult that people will only see that without William Ruto, nothing else can succeed. Or he's the only right man in the room and everybody else is wrong. Because the argument is, if we were to compare Mwai Kibaki, we need to compare him with other presidents. We can't compare Mwai Kibaki with a vice president, honestly. Okay, Malicia.
Which brings me to the last point. Actually, I think it's a follow-up of that. That let Raila dismantle the so-called deputy president team to help him. Ruto is proving that we need to revisit our constitution. We need to revisit our constitution that we can have one man hold us hostage, because we had good intentions when we were making the constitution. But there are people who have no good intentions. They are not nationalistic. They are so egotistic to a point that they hold the whole country hostage, even in petty issues. So I was one person who thought that a committee can come up and help Raila choose a running mate. But William Ruto reminds me that that should be the prerogative of the presidential candidate to understand the person that he must work with for the next 5 years. It is sad that we should not be able now to help Raila, because in the event we force him, because now I see a situation whereby interest will take center stage and the man will not have a person they can sit down and lead this country in the manner, whether it's good or bad, at least they will be together. Ruto is an example of a bad deputy president, like Dick Cheney in America, who forced Bush to go to war. And I'm saying that if we don't allow Raila to choose his deputy in accordance to his wisdom and knowledge and the vision that he has for us, we are going to find ourselves, we are going to get caught in the same situation we are again. So I think he has shown us that if we are not going to do something about our constitution, let Raila be given the opportunity to choose, because he has also learned from Ruto that a bad deputy president in this constitution can hold a country hostage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any response quickly? We go to Roba.
Yeah, yes. Yes, Alex. I came here 2 weeks ago.
Wait.
Yeah,
you are
I'm
the
about
one.
to answer him, then I'll continue. I'm using my time.
Yeah, I've seen one hand up. That's why I wanted he can ask what he wanted before you can respond and make submission, because it's your time. Kimere, what do you want to say?
Hi, sorry. I just wanted to add on what Alex just said, actually, because I think that's a big problem we have regarding our constitution. Because at the end, we need to have either the deputy president appointed after the president has been elected, or that should be totally be left to the president to do that. And I guess, I don't know, the panel that they selected the other day, I hope they just gonna propose names, and then Raila will be free to choose among the proposed names. Because if they force a name, that would be a big problem for him, because that's forcing someone probably he doesn't want to work with. So that's something that needs to be looked at too. Going to the, I just want to comment also on the propaganda issue. We need to counteract every time they come up with these propagandas. Then we have to come up with facts and dismounting those propagandas. And in mounting, as Wekesa, you are alluding that it's not possible that all the votes from Mount Kenya goes to William Ruto. We understand he has been campaigning for a long time. But a discussion that we had yesterday, and I had that discussion with many people before, there is this issue actually about a lot of Mount Kenya people are waiting who's going to be appointed as the deputy president. And a lot of people will shift according to whatever choice will be made. And it's a guarantee that at least 40–50% of people who are leaning towards UDA right now will shift according to whoever candidate will be appointed. So that's also another important thing. So I don't know what the panel gonna come up with, but I think they need to leave that liberty totally to Raila to choose whoever he thinks that is the right person to work with. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And when you look at the panel, choosing the running mate was chosen by Raila, so it was just an extension of his wisdom. Roba, come in.
Thank you. Finally, yes, like you guys, I was also watching Mr. Ruto trying to lecture the whole country, trying to lecture our president how things are done. So my question is to myself, who the heck do you think you are, Mr. Ruto? You go in front of all the way there in Ottaya, then you just say in front of the president that come the next election, we don't need no handshake. You know what he has, basically what he told the country is just like the people who want the handshake, like Kibaki and Mr. Uhuru, they don't know what they are doing. So Remember what our president told us when he had the how do you call it? Sagana, the Sagana 3. Remember what he said? He said it came a situation in 2017 after the election where he had to decide either to put the country on fire or to have a handshake. Today, Ruto came up and told us, if it was him, what they told him, he could have put our country on fire instead of negotiating. That's what he was telling us. You see what kind of man he is. He doesn't care about anybody. He cares about himself. So my question I want to ask Mr. Ruto, first of all, you were against the Constitution. The Constitution now you want to defend. You are a liar. The second thing I want to talk about him, if he's so confident of what he's doing right now, he just feels he's winning. Why are you hiding to name your running mate? It's just writing like panya panya, anaenda panya panya. I'm telling you guys, mark this day what I'm telling you. Ruto will not name his running mate until Azimio does. He is going to hide until midnight, waiting. And that's what he's going to do. And that's what he has been doing. Another thing I want to talk about is about what transpired on the funeral today. So I'm watching, then all of a sudden, when they start, they were saying there's no politics. They should not talk about politics. Then Raila comes there, Raila just gave a story about Kibaki, how they worked together, how they did things. Then he went to sit down. Then here comes Mr. Ruto. Then whatever came from his mouth, that was a meltdown. That was the end of his presidency. Some of his people were cheering. They think he won. Some of people think he just came up shining. But I'm telling you, when you go online, the way people are responding, he turned off a lot of people. He really turned off a lot of people. So my question is, going the night of election, I'm telling you, and I've been saying here, this thing is not going to be even, Ruto would not even get, to tell the truth, he cannot even go beyond 48% of the election night, during the election night. I've said it. From what I do my figures, I do my numbers, the highest he can go maybe 48, even less than that. One thing I want to remind you, remember some places where Raila was kind of struggling or people just had to choose. I'll give you an example. Talking about propaganda. Remember a few days ago, somebody came here and told us, UDAs want to win in Nyamira governorship, and they want to win the county of Nyamira. Propaganda. Nyamira is going to be won by Raila, Kisia Trach. That's from what I know, what's happening on the ground. Come other places like you go all the way to Migori. Raila never won the Migori fort of the Kuria people. But somebody came here yesterday and said when Raila went to Kuria, was one of the person represented when they were asking what they want to be done on their community. If Raila wins that percentage of the Kuria people, with the Maasai people, Narok, Kilgoris, then we come some others on the western side of it. This thing is not even close. That's the way I say it. I'm telling you, the propaganda that Mount Kenya is going to decide the election, that's a lie. That's a lie. What I know is Uru's going to campaign. From what you can tell, this thing will go either 50-50 in some counties, They divide the votes. Some counties, Ruto might be ahead, but Raila is just behind it. How you want to win? There's no way. So, my friends, the cows are coming home. The cows are coming home. I want to invite all the supporters, those guys who come here, Kina Brack and other people who come here, telling us all these things about how they want to win, how they have the numbers. I'm counting days. I have my calendar in front of me here. I'm just counting days. But don't change what you have been telling us. Don't change. More especially, I know the groves are coming out. As from tomorrow, Monday. As from tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, the groves are coming off when Uhuru is going to hit on the road. And you see, everything is going to change. Everything is going to change. And that's what I believe. Let me leave it there. And if somebody has a question, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel, naona watu wanakupikia upato. I think you contributed towards your business, not to politics, and that's why they are complaining you have not submitted. You can
What?
make, I think, watu kwa comment wanasema hatujasikia Raki akicontribute.
I just contributed to the business. I think I'm just echoing everything you're saying. I don't really have much to say. The only thing that I think is very worrying is the fact that when you look at the state, the function, our DP he doesn't have boundaries. It's like the same activity, whether it's a funeral, whether it is a state function, whether it is a rally, whether it is a roadside rally. This is the problem I have. Because, when you're presidential material, there's a way you conduct yourself. I hear even there are people who dress you. I hear that. There are even image consultants. You're even supposed to have a PR manager who tells you what to say. You're supposed to have intelligence who read the mood so you know what to say. That's what I thought princes do. People in those places, there's a way you conduct yourself. If this is like a state funeral, there's a way you talk. You don't just bring ile kawaida inakuwa ile ya huko kupigana na mtu. So my problem is, when I hear, when you imagine, the presidency, you want to feel secure. You want to see someone who is calm and very respectable, even if we know he has maybe his difference. That for me is the biggest quality. And then his group is just something else. And by the way, as for the propaganda, I just want to submit. I believe ODM must have a team. I don't know whether they'll be called the team of truth sayers, but the problem is if you don't rebut falsehood and lies, they become the truth. And that is why you found BBI, in my view, no matter how ingenious it was, there is a section of people who just thought it was not good because there had been so much propaganda. And I think their ODM needs to just up its game and have a team dedicated, if possible, even employ them just to answer. Like for me, as I part in a parting shot, I don't even know why ODM is not going for the fact that the UDA nominations, is it under 10%? That is enough to dismantle UDA. You don't even need to talk about anything else. These guys have been having massive rallies. They've been talking and talking. But at the end of the day, when it came to nominations, those guys did not turn up. Now, there are people who specialize in this kind of thing. They actually go to school with it. They should get those people, they employ them for 3 months. The job assignment will be dismantle these guys, dismantle their narrative, and they have to be on call 24/7. Wakisema hivi, wanasema. So for me, I don't have much to say except the UDA nominations were the actions that spoke louder than the words. Me, from those, before I used to be worried. I was very worried, especially when I saw the mammoth crowds. I must sincerely admit I was kind of like, oops, this thing might go. But the day I saw the nominations, personally, I have peace because that was the reality. So you, ODM, need to get a special team, not even politicians, just a team of people who are employed to do that. IT guys, normal guys, and people who know how to kuleta hiyo maneno. Wakirusha hivi wana clear. Otherwise, hii kukua ati Mr. Nice, it's not helping.
Alex, what do you want to say before we go to Joe?
Rasha, don't you think it's dangerous to say you have peace? Now, if everybody says now we have peace after the 10%, don't you think there is a danger in that?
For particularly the UDA nominations within that context, because you see the illusion in our minds. Anyway, let's give it to them. These guys, propaganda, wanajua. These guys can even tell you this blue is white, and you'll agree. They are wako na mdomo. So they have been convincing us the mountain, and then there are the crowds and they do that. Kumbe wapi? When they were the nominations, Central, the mountain didn't turn up. Rift Valley did, but the mountain didn't. So what I'm saying, I got peace to know, in all sincerity, I don't think he has the mountain. And I have peace because I know when UK goes to the field, they will vote for him.
Okay.
What I was trying to say is, let us not be at peace until we defeat Ruto. Let us not even have that thought and even saying that after that, because everybody might take that position that now we are at peace. Secondly, I wanted to ask you, there was a time where Kesa, you used to write a lot, and that's when I used to follow you. Where did Dikembe go? He was one of the true soldiers. I haven't heard of Dikembe for a very long time. He used to deconstruct these issues in a very fluid way. Where did Dikembe go? And can we have him I think he's your friend. Can we have him once here and talk to him and maybe hire him?
Yeah, okay. On one side, I'm agreeing with you, and on another side, I'm disagreeing agreeably. One, these guys they are not playing with the rules. They just want to win, and they are using every means so long as they get there. There's something that has brought Baba from where he was up to where he is. And that's why when you listen even to people who opposed him from the mountain, they say that Raila means well for this country. You see, people cannot come to that conclusion unless you are consistent in what you've been pursuing. Yeah, and politics has a way of disorganizing you and disorienting you. People can come up and create drama until you see the seat is gone, and now you can come up with, you want to win by all means. And you set up programs like them, and all of a sudden you start looking like them. You remember even when they came up with the drama of Kemsa scandal, they wanted to say that this side actually looks like the other side. Let's not discuss even about corruption. So you have to be very careful, because the enemy wants you to look like him so that you lose the moral authority even to challenge him. And that's why you see, yeah, some of us have been following a handshake from 2018 and the conversations that have been going on. We were told that actually, when you see people who are supporting Baba are volunteers, watu wamejitolea. And that's why even Nani acknowledged Malala that Baba has diehards. But on the other side, there are people on payroll and they have to prove their worth. So you find they can create all kind of drama and whatever, attention, and you have to show the boss that you see whatever they are paying you, it's because you are doing something. They are creating a short-lived perception, yes, but it doesn't. Let's face it. Like today is a drama of the clip. They did it, and it went viral. But then Kinapoli Njoroge just came with one truth and shared another clip that has authentic information. And all of a sudden, the bubble was busted. And I saw everybody, majority of the bloggers on social media started apologizing. Sorry, guys, I shared a wrong clip. I'm sorry. You see, just one truth, and it busted the whole drama. Yeah, so on one hand, we need to be consistent with the truth. I also normally refer to the meeting that Uhuru had with the Mount Kenya. That team was called Kieleweke. And they were saying how UDA has invaded their area with gifts, pesa, all those. Yeah, that time they were doing even gas cookers, whatever, everything. So they also wanted maybe money to counter. Then Uhuru asked them, so if we do what they are doing, so what? Okay. So do we stand any, are we better than them? We are just a replica of them. So do we have even anything to challenge them? And ideally, that is what truth stands for. Ideally, that is what the church should stand for. But it's standing on the other side, where it is easier to come up with lies and quickly convince a mass of people. But truth takes gradual steps. But finally, it will catch up. It's epitomized in the metaphor that the president used when he was in Mombasa. He said that you have gone sprint, but mzee anakuja pole pole. And remember, this is a marathon. I think for us, we need to focus on truth and busting the bubbles, and we move forward. We may try their game and they will beat us down because that is where they want. That is what they are perfect in doing. Like what Alex said, that there are guys who can lie without blinking the eye. You try it and you will be in a mess. Aha, Joe, how are you? Ama ulilala? Rachel, Malicia, what you are saying, naona Joe is not around. And then we call to...
Yeah, so I was just saying that...
Submitted.
Yeah, I think from the... I understand your point. And I think still the response, even if it is with truth, it has to be very consistent and very like instant, because sometimes with these lies, if you kind of respond after 3 days, it goes entrenched. So I'm just saying that these guys have a very like strong propaganda machinery, and it is, you know, to an extent working for them. Like look at the video that went viral, for example. That is the kind of thing now, if we had like now as a team that was just dedicated and to correcting that, I think that's what, because they are very, very strong in that, unfortunately. And this is across board. So personally, I think, I know Azimio have...
you have a point,
Yeah.
You have a point. I've also been feeling like, you see, there's a way Uhuru has been creating a wake on the mountain, but there is no consistency. Like he meets a group of youth and they come out excited. Then there's a period where you see, you lie fallow for another 3-4 months, no activity. But if there was consistency of activities, a build-up, in other words, a build-up of activities, even if at the last minute they will have a meeting and decide this is the way forward, but there should be a continuous build-up of activities that are creating a momentum. To this, I agree with you. You may be right, but you need to show some determination. Someone also argued that I think the prof is the spokesperson, but he's not bringing out it. Okay, we need someone who is outspoken on issues. When there's an issue, you hit it direct. Maybe he's doing it on a diplomatic way, but there needs to be a balance. You have to come, unaona kama Alfred Mutua when he used to be a government spokesperson. Even before Kibaki could give him direction, he has to manufacture something. You have to convince the masses. And somehow he was winning with his propaganda. So I think that area, I agree with you, there needs to be an aggressive way of handling it, because when truth is not there, even lies is believed. And when lies is repeated most of the time, people tend to assume that is the truth. Kim, how are you?
I'm okay. I disappeared a bit because I'm not at home. I'm in the Netherlands.
Timu ya heart-to-heart conversation now.
So, sorry.
Yeah.
No. I disappeared shortly because my mother-in-law, my sister's mother-in-law was here, so nikatoroka kidogo because najua siko nyumbani. I had a very deep conversation with Rachel. I think I want to talk to her later. I think her business model is quite good, and I'm very interested. That is a very good idea, and I'd like to interrogate her later on.
Yeah, and we will create a forum for you. You become panelists. Others. So that
that will be amazing, because I really like when I see people from diaspora coming up with ideas that will benefit both people outside the country and within the country, and we can build a nation. Because I believe Kenya is driven by services, and most Kenyans outside are service driven. So that was amazing, and I'm sorry I got I quickly left the chat. I don't usually do that without saying hello. So it was not because Ben said that I was veering off topic. It's just because I had to leave, and yeah. Is it okay to do a submission now, or can I wait?
You can, unless Rachel, are we done with you?
You do is you drop me your email, and
yes.
then we will take it up. I'm an action-oriented person. That's one thing you learn. Nasema na ninatenda.
Yeah,
you can ask my brother up there, Alex. We are both action-oriented people. We do things quickly. We don't waste time. We talk about something and we do it.
Rachel in your group?
Which group? Sorry.
No, give us your number. Yeah, give us your number. We'll be able to. Yeah.
There's a diaspora group, I think.
I think it would be nice if you put it private here. Trust me, Rachel. We've never given numbers outside the chat. So if it's 5 of us right now, it's only the 5 of us who will see your number, and we don't do funny things. We've not had complaints, unless Wekesa, you can tell me. The last time we had a complaint, we kicked that guy out. You don't see him here anymore.
Yeah, or sometimes you can do the reverse. Keep you can put your number, but she has already put there. So
I can give mine, yeah.
she
Okay
has
with
already
that.
put there. It's okay. So let's have Kip now make his submission based on what you've been hearing and the topic there.
Right. It's just going to be very short. For me, it's watching TV shows like House of Cards, a very brilliant show, and there's one in Denmark called Borgen. And what people don't realize, even in Kenya, we've got what you call spin doctors. Spin doctors are actually people who really drive the message to the public. When there's I'm going to use the foul language here, is a F up in any situation. You'd get somebody who is an F up, and most of these people are usually down to being a chief of staffs of House of Representatives, a senator, even sometimes a president. And in our case, we've got Mutua. Mutua is a spin doctor. He's a former spin doctor. Spin doctors are there to see a bad story and twist it to be nice. So we had a very good example today where we had one of Kibaki's grandkids. We saw the angle of the camera and immediately people had the assumption that this kid ignored Raila. And immediately we assumed the worst. We assumed that this kid is with KKK and we had to look at that footage many times just to, what the hell happened is this kid? And you realize it's just body language. He finished shaking. He's never been in this car. He just turned back and we thought that he ignored. The other thing is, even on our cases, I think even Wekesa and I are guilty of that. We found a picture of when Ruto was ignored by Raila the first time. And then you realize sometimes we take the story towards our side. He was definitely ignored by Uhuru, but since the vehicle had moved, right, and Uhuru had moved to the next position and he was bowing down to Muturi and saying hello. The picture showed Ruto left still bowing down to nothing, as if he was left. But what people don't realize is he was actually bowing down to Uhuru's wife. But we can't see her because she's short and she had done the same. So the spin worked on our level. So we spread the news on our favor, but we don't realize that that was a bit unfair on Ruto. But that's what I'm trying to say. It's all this push and back, and
some of us did it deliberately.
Sorry?
We had seen that clip, but we did it deliberately.
We did it deliberately, and we we spread it. Some of us did not know it was deliberate. That is spin doctory, and I think Miguna went too fast with his spin doctor shit, and some of us were like, no, this is not right. It's not the way it's supposed to be. So I think we are mastering what the US and the West is doing. So if anybody has time, you need to look at those two shows and you'd realize Kenyan politics is working towards the spin doctor stuff.
Don't you think the one for Ahmed Nasir and the one for Miguna has actually worked for us, and now we can discredit them? Don't you think now it's easier from our spin doctrine now? Now let's take that position. Don't you think it will be easier from us now to be from the point of view of spin doctrine to discredit Miguna anytime? Because I think even Ahmed Nasir, after that picture that he had posted on his Twitter and whatsoever, he went low on actually posting things again.
No, you see, the Alex, you've made a good point. Yeah, when the initial spin doctor from our side was actually more comical. We were making fun of the other fellow. and it was already like we were pouring fuel on already an escalated issue whereby it was a joke, it was a meme. We were making fun of the situation whereby he was ignored, and then we're like, he's being ignored twice and he's still left there confused. So it wasn't like a lie. But then the second one was actually ruining somebody else's life. So there's a difference between do you know when a joke is extended and when you're ruining somebody else's life is sort of, and or when you're extending the truth where it's unbelievable. I'll give you another example. When when Ruto's US visit, this is another spin doctor thing, where he was taking a picture from another side of the US Capitol, making it look like the White House. That is spin doctor stuff. That is still spin doctor stuff, where the lie is too far ahead that
at White House had to
dispute
say
it.
that this is not true because it creates a perception and it can even bring a diplomatic row. How comes? But Kim, before you run away from the kid, I think 3 things that came out strongly is, one, he's a minor. And that's why even things that are going on social media, maybe even he's not there. We don't know if his parents have allowed him to be on social media. So maybe he's not there. So he's a minor. 2, he's bereft. So he's mourning.
Yeah.
And you are creating a wrong perception about him. Yeah, and 3 is still you see, he's still a kid. Okay, I don't know. This the third one I wanted to say, but it has eluded me. So I think you can spin, yes, but in Kama jokes, we normally say you can make jokes with someone who appreciates the jokes.
You know,
But
let me add
to someone that
No.
it will hurt, it's very bad.
No, it's for me is I mean, if you're a good spin doctor, yeah, I'm sorry, Alex, if you're a good spin doctor, you have to find a way where somebody cannot dispute your lie. If somebody has proof to dispute your lie, stop your spin doctor stuff. If you can have rebuttal to any lie, any good spin doctor, I've watched this. If you watch House of Cards, all this stuff, or if you watch MSNBC News, there's a guy called Morning Joe, and the way he, Morning Joe, and then there's somebody there are 2 people I watch. I always watch both sides. There's somebody in Fox News. I forget his name. I think I'll speak to Alex later on.
Hannity?
Sorry?
Hannity?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, exactly. If you watch these 2 people from either Spectrum and the way they described spin doctors, that they are aware. One of them is actually a former House of Representative member. That is Joe, and the other one is, what is Ali Tim? What was he before? You would notice that.
And it is a talk show. I mean, it's a conservative talk show.
Yeah,
radio.
and Hannity did something in politics. Hannity is number 1 is the number 1 talk show. Hannity
These are Republican nonsense.
Yeah, but Hannity himself, no, Hannity is somebody's name. Come on, Hannity himself. He's worked. I'm very sure he's worked for a politician before. But you can see the way these guys are spinning news. Some of that news is actually fed to them from the machinery of the Republican or Democratic Party, and these are stories that are given to them to say. And they've done the research, and that's what Kenyans don't know. These guys have done the research where they can push the lie as far as possible, or push a narrative to a particular population. So I think that's where Kenya, like the one from Mugina, this guy did not do his research. He just sent that thing immediately. Why? Why didn't he look at every angle? He just sent the tweet like that. we're not that advanced yet in terms of how we being a spin doctor in Kenya. We've got Mohammed here who did some stuff with Ruto there, which Alex could do in 5 minutes and say that building is not the White House. You know, we're not there yet. You know, we thought that we're in the Moi eras where we can lie to people very easily. Kenyans are not stupid anymore. You know, that's what these politicians don't get anymore. And Alex, you can add on top of that point because you're about to say something. Sorry.
Yeah, I think.
And before you go there, how do you and I was blocking some guy here who was abusing people, and unfortunately they can block a lot. How do you unblock him?
Until the next show, Law will be blocked. That unfortunately, until the next show.
Okay.
So yeah, what I was saying, what you said is in the 60s when, traditionally leadership of presidency or high level premiership was people who are in the advanced stage. And when it came a point whereby somebody gave birth in White House or in a high office, then there were unwritten rules, and which I think we must follow too in these Western countries, because they realized when we go after minors, you may have that instant gratification for political expediency. But Wekesa, when finally you will be caught up with it, maybe it will be your grandchild, maybe it will be somebody else, then you'll come to realize that let us keep the politics of minorship away. Taking advantage of a minor who is in a funeral, who does not maybe have, according to what we are preempting, a social media platform, I think that was very wrong. Like in a day, he went viral for wrong reasons and for what he did not do. Think about that child later on. Probably has a phone, the mother is there, a friend called him, because obviously we have interaction, we have friendship. And the kind of situation they had put, maybe respects Raila so much. How does he go now to the media to discredit that? I think that was low bar for UDA and the Kenya Kwanza. Let us agree the unwritten rule, even here in the US. When you saw even the children of Bush going to Cancun and swimming naked and drinking, we all agreed these are minors. At 17, 18, a child is having their fun.
Trump's son. Why would you show Trump's son? The youngest,
no,
the youngest boy.
I'm coming there. So later on, Trump kept on saying things that were so bad over and over, to even calling us shit show, and even to minors. But one time, it was hit so bad to his son, until the wife came to make a statement and say, you cannot touch the minors. And somebody made a catalog of lists of the kids Trump had actually attacked. And you know what? People kept attacking Trump's son until the wife had to tell the husband, you get to stop this. It is no longer hurting the other people. The chicken have come home to roost. So politicians must know this. It doesn't go far. Karma is real. So you should leave children, no matter how much you want to propagate about that instant gratification of politics, however sweet it is. For a person like Miguna,
and Alex, even if I just digress kidogo, like what the celebrities are doing, where Alex, you come up with your wife and say you have parted, and even you name your child that is not yours, You see, okay, it will create viewership and whatever, but come to think of it, the future of that kid, you already tried to, you disown that kid. You cannot after some time maybe explain to her that we were just doing it for games. You see, it has a perception. There's a perception that is created, by the way. and it may not easily be erased. So for me, do it as adults, but don't involve your children.
Okay, so can I say something?
Yeah, I'm finishing Yagaka. So, like Miguna was too far to issue that statement. I think the public has been too good to Miguna, and I hope he doesn't go after her daughters, because the information out there that it has been kept for the purpose of respecting girls, because if it were boys, they could have been attacked long time ago, trust me. But Miguna has only girls. So, I mean, almost being published, and it's held for the purpose that you cannot attack a woman because of the respect you're holding that in a society with the new constitution we are having. And now Miguna is propagating what will come to hit her so hard. I think he should leave that playground, and he should stop that nonsense. Kids in funeral, mourning for their father, grandfather, respect, and life goes on. Thank you.
Thank you. Penny, what do you want to say before Kim now concludes?
No, I wanted to say a word or two. I've been listening a lot, but Alex, what you said about Bush kids in Texas, and when they got drunk in Mexico, Bush's mother said, what goes around comes around. Bush was real bad when he was in college and stuff like that. But anyway, Alex, Robert, our plans are an advanced stage. Alex, kuuza mandisi, apples, avocados kutoka Kisii.
Everything is all right. Everything is fine. Everything is good. Everything is fine.
Mimi ni mzee sio kijana kama wewe. Hii ndio mnaona tabu. So that's what I was telling Robert and Alex. Lakini kwetu ni mzuri, ni kweli.
And we're all
my friend,
good.
You guys cannot even go to the mountain. Leave alone not shaking hands. Alex, this is too late. It's only 3 months before the election. Lakini yangu bila huyo kijana anasema it's good. Mukishinda tutakuja kwa Alex. All we want, Alex, is the transportation from Kisii to any market from the government. Some of us have talked to Uda. So if you win, we will talk to Alex, we will talk to you guys. And the life continues. Thank you very much, Wakesa. Lakini, wacha niseme hivi. Personally, I'm not paid. Personally, I'm not paid. Lakini mnasema sisi tunakuja hapa kwa sababu tumelipwa kuwachokosa nini. No. We are giving you a different idea. Lakini hii show ni kama conservative talk show hapa.
Nakuanga na kumbaya hapa bana kwera.
Hiyo ni vizuri. I like that.
Everything is fine, everything is okay. Then you come and abuse Azimio stuff. Me, no, Penny, I'm getting tired of you. You don't say anything. You have to say facts. All you do is abuse Azimio, and then you say everything is fine.
No. I just said
good. I love Alex. I'm from the same village as Alex. Then you say something abusive. I'm beginning to see a trick.
No, all the elections in the mountain we have won. So when we say that, that's not a fact.
Yeah, you've won what? Then you say everything.
All the by-elections in the mountain we have won. You saw what happened in Yeri today. Who had the most arousing, reception? Maybe paid, maybe didn't. That's why I'm saying that.
What do you mean by you have won all the election? You lost Meru, you lost somewhere, it's called where?
Most. No, I said most.
You lost...
I said most. When you can win even Kenyatta's home in Kiambu.
Started by saying you have won...
That's a lie.
My ears are very... You said we have won all the in Mount Kenya.
Okay, thank you.
Kip, are you done? We go to...
No, yeah, I'm done, but Penny, Bana, should stop it, man. Like, seriously, Penny, when you come here, when you're bringing Uda philosophies, you have to come with facts. No, Penny, no, it's becoming irritating now. And then you sweet talk us with everything is fine, everything is sweet. It's
No,
it's
all
not
I
what I
can
want to hear. I don't want to hear you say.
exactly.
You know the problem
Exactly.
is no. Wait. The problem with you, Penny, is you throw a left jab and then you give us a cake. It's awful, man. I still get the punch and I'll enjoy the cake, but no. Now
You know,
nimesema
and
no,
it's
Penny.
not
You
just
have to
Penny
come here
alone.
and tell us that you've
Keep,
won
No,
Mount Kenya. Where have
my
you won
friend.
Mount Kenya?
My
keep,
friend,
it's
the
not
worst thing I
Penny
want to do
alone.
is to irritate you.
Send us
All
a
I
link.
have to do is not to show up at the show. All I have to do is not come because I don't
I
want to
would
irritate
appreciate that.
anybody.
I'll be
Yeah,
very
no
happy if you
problem.
didn't leave.
Yeah, I know. Even the time by the afternoon feels the same
And
way.
then I'll see you tomorrow
I
and you
know
tell me
this.
everything is fine, everything is okay.
No,
Penny,
no,
you're a
no, no,
liar.
no, no.
You're a liar. There was a time Alex alikuwa nika hapa vizuri sana, alafu karudi the next day. Ulianiko vizuri. Penny,
Aliku namna gani?
hapana, ulianiko vizuri sana hapo, ukadanganyana na mambo ya Kisii. This was 2 months ago. And you're still
No,
here.
okay.
The same show, propaganding lies
Keep
every
nyamaza
day.
kwanza.
So Alex told me not to come.
Penny,
Who told you
Penny,
to come?
nyamaza.
You still
Penny.
come back to
No,
lie
so Alex told
every
me not
day.
to come. When Kesa, no, they say that it is a debate. This is not a debate. This is a place where you love Raila Odinga. We know that. There's nothing wrong with that. And if you don't want me to come, I don't have to come, my friend.
I'm not begging you to come back to the show.
No, I don't want you to beg me because you don't know me and I don't know you.
Why should I love you?
But
If
you
you're going
tell
to
me
lie
that,
to me every day, you're going to lie to the
no,
public. It hurts me
but
when you
I
lie to the
am
public. When you're telling
giving
me
you,
that, no.
I am giving you a Uda point of view, but you call it a lie. You are free to do that. And I can call
What is
your
the point? Okay, well,
Azimio
point
a
of view
lie.
that you're telling me that you've won Central. How have you won Central without numbers and facts? You never come with facts.
Are you done?
Okay.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Penny,
I'm done with this guy.
From the beginning, you used to tell us, I'm going to run for a political seat. I even organized for him an interview. He never showed up.
No, niko na taabu. Alex anajua, niko na taabu fulani. I can't go home now.
How can I trust a man that lies to me every day and tells me that he cannot show his face because he doesn't know technology, yet he knows how to come to StreamYard?
No, let me
show
tell
me
you.
your face that you're telling me your grandkids cannot show you how to show your front camera? You're a liar.
Can you see me now?
Can you see me now? Prove it to me. Switch on your camera. Show me your face.
Is it not on? Hold on.
Yeah, he's
can you see me
show
now?
the back of his camera. You bloody liar.
Can you see me now?
Liar. You see, he's gonna pretend he doesn't know the technology.
You know, Penny will come here, anaonyesha umbwa yake kwa screen, saa ingine miguu, saa ingine kitanda, saa ingine all manner of things. His camera, you can't see his face, but you can see all manner of things.
His camera is always irritating because it's moving left, right, center. You don't know.
I'm a busy man.
That is so disgusting and filthy. That's Uda for you. Look how filthy that guy is.
That's funny. Okay, Mazi.
That's enough commercial break. Let's have Andrew. All right, Andrew, how are you?
I'm good, Wekesa. How are you?
I'm good. We have had some commercial break disconstructing.
Yeah, I'm sad. This brother Alex is anatuaibisha sana mzee. Niaje? Wewe nyagaka, wewe utapelekwa kwa tipu ile ya kuosha ng'ombe. Upige viboko. Taki aibu. Mzee, tunakuheshimu bwana. Mbona unafanya hivyo? Wewe tunakuheshimu.
But one thing, Andrew, one thing he should know that his brother Embarabara has been banned from all public functions. You'll be the next one.
I've been banned already from this show. And I accept that.
Okay, wacha tuchangie. So nashukuru sana kwa paneli na hii ni wakati wa kuomboleza rais wa tatu wa nchi ya Kenya. Kuna mtu hapa na sure. So ile clip ya mtoto unajua watu walishika kwa makosa, lakini hawako wameangalia vizuri. Ukiona huyu mtoto kutoka jana, hiyo gari alikuwa amewekwa akiendekea huko Nyayo Stadium, walikuwa wamesachoka na kamera. By the way, look at it from the genesis from yesterday case. So it was not a big issue, lakini sasa imeenda so much, but at the end of the day, unajua mwenye amejiaibisha anajua, na watu wanafaa muambie, if Nyagaka you really love Ruto today, umemuosha vibaya sana. Yani hata kama kwa ile ya Mungu umeanguka leo vibaya sana. Usijaribu kufanya hivyo kwa matanga ya mtu. Hiyo ni boma ya familia. Matanga haijui ni nani, inaenda kwa kila mtu atakufa. Ungependa ya kwako iwe namna gani if you can do that? Hiyo hapo, hiyo nini ilienda chini kabisa, hata hakuna haja ya kuongea, watu kila mtu ajijazie. What I can say is about, I heard yesterday about security issue. Don't worry about that. Kenya is very far away in terms of security. You should not worry about that. That one, just don't worry about it. You don't even think about that. Those are because you see, serikali haiwezi kuja kukuchunga kwa boma yako. Sheria inasema privacy in your home. Sasa wewe mwenyewe kama unakaa na mtu umjui ni nani na akafanya kitu, serikali wewe ndio utaambia serikali. But other things toka nje, don't worry about that. So nilisikia kidogo hapo vitu vingine, there are some things for security which are not revealed so much. So huwezi kuambiwa what is going on. That one should be kept like that. Na vitu vingine they are obvious things. You know, so it's not a big issue. Kile ningesema ya kwamba kuna fake news kila siku, thousands and thousands. So in any case, when you see anything, before anything, just take 2 minutes to breathe. Then ask yourself, what is the source of this? Just take, before even you share it up, take 2 minutes, breathe, look at it. Does it make sense? Okay, let me check. You can check it from another side. Sometimes a clip has a message, but when you look at it, it has a different content. It's talking about another story, but whatever is written there is different. That is what some people are doing. And they just been doing like that all over. Now people are aware about it. It's not so much worrying. We have to live with these people like that. It's only that now you need to be careful. The information which you have doesn't about to affect you, but you know that the fake news is there, and we have all sorts of people, and we have to live with these people because you cannot control them at their own houses, what they are doing. So this is so damaging for a youth like that, and I really felt it because at his age, it may be quite damaging. But I think some people, in terms of their future, they may also regret what happened. There's some things, you know, even you know, it's so sad. That is a moment that everybody's mourning, and even when the priest is saying, please slow down, take it easy, just listen. That's that one also. You distribute the deputy president also now. It looks like, you know, that's so bad. Really, so bad. I don't know the planning committee, the ones who are planning. If you plan these things and you are approved, then for today is when now I'm sure that we have opposition lead already. From today, everything is finished. As they are saying, they have won. On the other side, it is done. Actually, there will be no any election. If this is what is going on, there is nothing there. Really, that is too low. It can't happen like that. Please. And you know, I wonder what happened to our church. Who is going to the church? Who is the church? What is the problem? 3 qualities: arrogance, greed, and injustice. They don't take you anywhere. And you see people are celebrating, even you honor the dead. It's simple as such. Because at the end of the day, no one, doesn't matter how much you are. We are it is so bad, really. It's so hard. But and sometimes we look at things differently. Yes, we are pious. Every one of us is pious to some extent. But sometimes there are some things we want not to do. I know everyone, we are pious to some extent.
Andrew, sorry
But
to
that is
interrupt.
too much. Yes.
Andrew, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
But I thought David Olo was banned.
Oh, that's you know why? Let me say
It's a joke. I want David Olo is a fireman.
Actually, I wanted to talk about that. We say it this way. Mutembei TV has given us a place whereby we need to appreciate. And as I said, we are all biased. That's the bottom line. And then here you have two bottles. One bottle, clean water, another one is unclean. So how do you get clean water? So the clean water, when you pour to the dirty one is gone. Now you will remain with clean water. So there is no way we can leave this, all of us. This is a cleaning place. You come here. What we are supposed to do is that once we speak out, automatically Alex has known what you are, even if you don't explain yourself. Just that once you open up your mouth. So what does it mean? We cannot open the mouth, we can open. So it takes you that whatever I speak, how does the other person on their side get it? So, which means you have spoken yourself. And exactly that's what happened in the funeral today. You don't need to a science rocket. Already you have seen what is there, what is in somebody's without even saying anything. So here, I think we learn and with time, and we are growing into maturity to a certain level, and we learn from one another. So somehow, if we are genuine, we should not take things personal. We learn from one another. You speak something, you find you have won, but the best thing is just say sorry for that. Just ask an apology. Once you apologize genuinely, then you can do 1,000 mistakes, but don't repeat the mistake. That is what I can say. For what I've seen in the few years I've left, there is nothing new under the sun. All of these people, we need them, but we need also to pull up our socks. We need to grow. We need to change. We have some firmness, our way of living, but we need to surrender other things and pick new things. So we came to Mutembei. We have seen some other people with different qualities, different ideas, a family, different stands. You know, we learn, and that's what we need. But if you don't want to learn, then you remain the three words. We have simple, the word is stupid, and the fool. The three words are very important in any one human life. That's why you see people speak them. But if they understand, they will only, the only bad word among the three is a fool. I hear my brother Nyagaka saying about the simple. Yes, there's a good one. It's simple, and the other one. Everyone has been stupid to one extent to another, but we don't go back to that. But a fool only needs God's help. No one can change that. So for that view, thank you so much. I need to listen today. I'm a little bit busy. Hey, if there is someone you want to say something, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a question.
Although I was to tell you, nilikuwa nauliza hapa Alex na Kip. I was banning the guy called William Ruto videos. Yet written there some abuses. And then immediately Olo posted something. So while I was blocking, ikaland kwa comment yake. So I was asking, how do you unblock someone? Because there's no button for unblock. Akaniambia mpaka next show. Yeah, so the victim was the guy who was abusing people there.
Okay,
That's what I was about to say to David. David, it was an accident. It was not directed by you. I think you've come to this show to rectify.
Yeah,
David, it's not you. It was not directed at you.
Olo, I need to know how many accounts you have, my friend.
Who?
Olo, inka accounts adi.
Ako successful kama ule jamaa wa nani, ule anakujanga nani na spam. Wewe una block after 20 minutes ameleta spam nyingine.
Ule jamaa kuna software ingine mbaya, man. You try that several times. I mean, huyo jamaa, I think intention yake is finally engage na click tu hivi and Mutembe is closed. You know that.
Yeah. Well, the other guy was calling people cows nini naona tu anaendelea. Mimi nikaona huyu acha atolewe. So I hit him. Kumbe nimehit my own brother. Sorry for that.
That's what David needs to know. Wacha aongea, wacha David aseme bana. David tuko
Mimi hata sikuwa najua nimeblokiwa.
Mimi sasa nimeuliza jamaa
najua nimeblokiwa, ndio mnaniambia sahi. Ndio mnaniambia sahi. Mimi nimesikia tu Alex akisema niblokiwe sijui ni. So unajua mimi nafikia ni hizo stories zake za kitambo nini. Unajua mimi sitaki kuleta stories za personal hapa kwa hii nini because najua zita
ndio kuna stories zako za kitambo.
Aje nikwambie. Wewe ukiblokiwa kwa comments everyone notices because a lot of comments ina disappear. Unajua zina disappearanga zote. And you see that you have appeared
in allo ana following bana. We ni MIB bana.
Yeah, so all of a sudden unaona
wewe na ka small following hapo wezi haribu.
Unaona conversation imeanza kuhama.
Olo wako Azimio, Gitash ako UDA lakini ni marafiki na Olo sana. You know, I don't even know how that friendship works.
Okay. No problem. Sasa Sasa vile mini block sasa mna.
Let's do this. We have Adams that has not submitted. Then Olo. And then here comes Themba.
Can Alex go ahead now? Because he always waits when I come, he goes. Alex, go ahead.
No. Themba is a dictator. Even me, I'll go. Themba is a dictator. Acha mimi nitaenda na Alex. Tutaenda pamoja. Themba, you are a dictator. You don't. Alex, we need to strike.
It doesn't bother me what you call me. You deal with it.
It doesn't bother you. Why are you allowing me to go? You should not even have spoken.
Let's have Adams, then we have another commercial.
I'm not even allowing you to go. I have no powers. You can stay if you want. You can go if you want. I cannot abrogate myself powers that I don't have.
Don't say you want me to stay. I will stay. I have no problem.
There you go.
You can stay.
Kwa sababu flavor imeisha kwa second part, ni unataka sasa mtu kama mimi na Alex tubaki.
Kwa hii group ya diaspora dione vile mnaongeanga. Hivi ndio mnaongelesha nanga.
I mean, here we are very civil. You see, we are very civil with each other. We don't care if you stay. We don't care if you go.
Yeah,
I mean, we are civil.
You are Democrat.
That's how we are.
Okay. Are you Democrats or demagogues?
Demagoguery is our nature, but we try to be Democrats. Keep. It doesn't matter what you feel. It matters what you think.
Wanaume haongeangi mambo ya feelings. Have I told you how I felt about you? Why are you bringing feelings here?
No, you're
the one who's brought some feelings here. I don't care how you feel.
You just say that I'm
Why are you talking about feelings here? We're here about thoughts and ideas. But you're talking about feelings like a woman.
We only have two people. We have Adams and Alon. Then in the session of Themba, you can now exchange.
Let's
have Adams come. Yeah.
Wait, what have you given Kip?
Let's have Adams. Let's have Adams.
Today,
Don't be a dictator here. You've been told
even
let's have
today,
Adams.
it doesn't have a
So
background
Temba,
photo.
wait. Let's have Adams.
Okay.
Tell Kip, you don't even have a background photo today. What happened?
Let's have Adams.
All right.
Okay, it's enough. It's enough. Nini, it's enough commercial break. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Wekesa. I think I just came in a few minutes ago. I'm still trying to catch up with what's going on. I'm still catching up. I had to come earlier today because yesterday me and Themba refused to let me in the show, so I had to keep watching him for 2 hours, just watching him behind the curtain. This guy is something else, and they are making stories which I'm supposed to get in.
So
2 hours.
are
I'm
you
watching
also
him.
agreeing he's a dictator?
Oh yeah, he is. But he's
We
a
can
friendly guy.
dehorn him.
With his case, he's a friendly fire. You know, he's a dictator who is a friendly at the same time, very friendly. But he laughs with you and eats with you, but he dictates you. So I'm still catching up. I'll throw my 10 cents later. Let me continue catching up.
Thank you. Let's have a look.
Thank you.
Na kama muko ready, I can still allow the friendly fire to continue.
Takuja kuchoma kila kitu hapa. We burn everything. And I take the kitchen.
Alex, you choose one thing.
Bring
If
it
you're
on.
getting a promotion, you're
Temba,
on the
bring
screen.
it on.
Wait. If, Alex needs to choose one thing. If he has gotten a promotion, he's on the screen. Atoke huko down floor. Now ameenda kwa comment section kwanza kuni address. Address me, I'm here. Look at me on the face. Why are you
Well,
shy?
I can speak on his. I can speak as his proxy. Ask me the question.
No, he's going to. This is what Alex is saying. I think
No. Defend yourself as the dictator, as the Tsar of Ukambani. Tell us, our dear watermelon. What do you want?
I don't want to give you any fame by responding to your comments.
Watermelon.
You can call me anything.
No, Temba, we love you. We just need to hit you once in a while. Umezoea throne sana bana. Kidogo.
Whatever
Tunanyoa pembe
you
kidogo.
have eaten today. Kip, what have you eaten today?
Mimi niko siko nyumbani leo.
Yeah, I can tell. Unaona, Wekesa.
Keep and Themba, is there any handshake?
No, I cannot have any handshake with Kip. Kip is a gone case. Adams is my very good friend. Now,
Wekesa. Send off to all of us as we celebrate the third president of Kenya is for us to go into this election and make sure that election will be peaceful and that it won't be necessary for us to have a handshake, that the election will be peaceful. I think we owe it to President Kibaki as we send him off.
You can square your battles there.
No, okay. Temba.
Can I comment on that?
I have one question.
Yes, you can.
I have one question for you.
Kip, can you mute?
Dictator.
Yeah, just mute. You're causing an echo for no good reason. Now, I just want to comment on that because Kip is not alone. You can see he's actually not alone. Today, even he doesn't have a background photo. Another yapper there is called Alex. Alex is in the comments. Instead of talking, he's a coward going to the comment section to speak. Yeah, but
I've gone to visit relatives and then you're abusing me. Thank you.
that is your problem. Relatives can be
How is
anybody.
it my problem when you're going to involve my personal shit to the public? Kwera huko.
Okay,
I
I
still
can
love
see.
you. I still love you. Tempa, it's between me and you.
I like
It's
the
still
way
love. It's still love. It's still love. It's still love.
I like the way
By the way, it's still love.
you're defending, you're explaining even where you are. But you don't have to. You can be in any hall anywhere. Now,
Keep someone is saying in the comment section, the way your countenance is fallen, you are drunk.
the guy is not alone. The guy is no, we don't know if he's drunk, but he's not alone. Maybe he's just sleepy. Kip, can you go back to bed? I don't know. I don't know about drunk, but I'm sure he's either just tired or just sleepy, which is okay. We understand. Let me comment on what Ruto has said. I think Ruto's. I don't know if it was. Did you play the other one, Wekesa, on Monene Cairo's son? What he said? Did you get it?
Maybe Bernard played, but I can check if I have it.
Yeah, there's that one where Monene Cairo's son spoke, and yeah, I saw it on the platform. I don't know if you could play it, maybe for if there are those who didn't see. I think his background on I don't know if he spoke. He must have spoken after that that particular speech. And Monene Cairo's son went about speaking about some of the legacies of Kibaki. And for in a few minutes, I think he elevated the significance of Kibaki vis-a-vis the role that Raila played. And even then also he spoke about the handshake between Kibaki and Raila, and then also spoke about the handshake between Uhuru and Raila. So he elevated the three key leaders at that time. So this was, in my view, probably a response if it came earlier. But if it came later, then the other one, maybe probably there was word in the wire that you would be talking about that. So I think handshake in any case, at any point, in any political situation, is important. Handshake is symbolic, but we all say that we need to make peace across board. So by saying that there will be no need for a handshake, I think he's right, while also he's wrong. He's right because I don't think the next election, and we have said here like a few debates before, will be so much chaotic as the others have been. We have had chaotic election cycles for the last 3 cycles, which I think has necessitated a reason for us to have maybe like the other one, government of national unity, and of course the other one where Uhuru and Raila had to meet. And the other things, internal Jubilee issues, necessitated Uhuru reaching out, which he has actually said. He had to reach out, otherwise the government was going to be, to be generally made hard to function because of what the deputy president had envisaged. So I think what he's saying is true. And also, if he tends that there will be no need for us to talk to each other, talking to each other is something we need to continuously do. Because even when we do have a government that has both opposition, you do have those bipartisan approach to certain things that are of importance to the Mwananchi. So if you want to consistently and constantly engage in divisive politics, even when we have already formed government, I think it will not be useful. So handshake, I mean, generally a peaceful coexistence is important, so that even if you do differ with someone on perception and persuasion, it doesn't mean that you cannot talk to each other, because those politicians do talk. They meet in other places. They do. For example, Jimmy Kibaki wakes up and says that, Ruto used to had someone calling them every time. Yet, if you go back to the contested 2007 election, it was Ruto who was on the forefront, saying how Kibaki had never won, and something like that. So even when they did differed, eventually they meet up. So I think it was, in my view, both sides. He was right that we are going to have the most democratic and very peaceful election come August 9th. And therefore, they will not have the chaos. And for a long time, I think the people that, in my view, are going to be in the opposition are not used to tear gas and all that. So they might not necessarily go to the streets, even if, Baba wins. So there'll be no need for chaos, and there will be no need for Machozi Mondays. They are not used to it, Niwaoga, because the few days that several things have happened, we have seen them. nothing, a little,
Thank you, Demba. Thank you, Demba. But we also think there was a message within a message. What do you think was his main message? I think what you are saying is true, and we appreciate it that way. But there was a message within a message. What do you think was the main message? And if you can appreciate, after he talked and did all that drama, his boss had to shorten his speech to within 3 to 5 minutes. That was done.
I can see Adam says
okay, let Adam respond first. He has raised his hand.
Yeah, let me respond if I forget about that video. I've got 3 things to put across. Number one, if you listen keenly about DP Ruto's tonal variation, his tone and the mood and the place he was conveying his message. Number one, he was arrogant. The message itself was arrogant. The handshake part of it, the way he brought it on, it was arrogant. It was demeaning. And number 3, he was passing a message to none other than Uhuru Kenyatta that even though you are the kingpin of the mountain, I have the voice here. Like mimi ndio wa kusema hapa. All right? He was telling them that because the handshake was between Raila, who was sitting on the right, and Uhuru sitting on the left, and Uhuru was sitting on the right. Right in front of them, before the masses in Mount Kenya, is telling them that there will be no need for more handshake. Like he's trying to rubbish the handshake thing, and he knows very well that is what brought those people together, and he'll rubbish them. So, in short, he's telling Uhuru that in as much as you're the leader here, you're their leader de facto, I am the one, mimi ndio wa kusema, I have a say here. And actually, my voice is bigger than yours. That is why he stamped his authority. So after that, the president rose up and spoke for 2 to 3 minutes. He didn't talk anything about politics. He did not even respond to him. He ignored him. And the way he ignored Ruto was a big punch. It was a slam in the face. So not unless the pride that Ruto has carried him far than what is supposed to be expected, then he didn't say it. But if he's intelligent enough, because I know he is, he must have realized that. Otherwise, it was very, very, very much demeaning and arrogant for him to say that. He was provoking them. He's just provoking them. You could see the jeers. And I heard about some rumors that those who are making noise, jeering him up, were hired, because I heard about this yesterday, that there were plans. Actually, it was being orchestrated by the Nyeri governor, who was trying to organize goons to go and heckle, to cheer up Ruto when he's speaking, and heckle Uhuru and Raila when they speak. But kind of it didn't materialize, because it backfired, because the cheers, the voice that you expected, the way you expected it to be, did not work. Same thing, same case with yesterday in Nyayo Stadium in Nairobi. Let me tell you, you cannot tell me that in a place like Nairobi, Ruto can be cheered louder than Raila Odinga. Never. It can never happen. Maybe in the near future, but not now. Not now.
Not
He can-
just Nairobi, it was Nyayo Stadium. You have to know that.
Yeah, Nyayo Stadium. I don't think Ruto can be cheered there more than Raila Odinga. I don't know. I'm not convinced. That one cannot happen today or tomorrow. Maybe later, but not today or tomorrow. So same thing he tried to push the same button in Nyeri today. I don't deny that he has following. Ruto has good following there, but he's trying to do choreography in so many things and looking for political correctness in like everything, and is fighting each and everything and each and everybody who is against his beliefs. Whether you are fighting him or you are not fighting him, is just fighting you. So typically, Ruto was fighting Raila and Uhuru, especially Uhuru. He showed a very, very big disrespect with that statement. And then, when he's done talking, he hijacked the program and started saying, "How many MCAs are here? Rise up!" And how many MPs? How many, I don't know what, governors and the deputy governors, and he even forgot.
He almost invited Kalonzo and Mudavadi to speak. He almost.
He almost did that. Then he forgot to invite the women reps. So that is also demeaning for women. So if women are looking at this guy very keenly, and he has been accused hapo nyuma kidogo that women in UDA are really suffering. They are being, there's a lot of maltreatment in there. And it was evident he did not recognize them at all, not unless you are a woman MP. And then he said, Wycliffe Mudavadi, a vice president, is here. Kalonzo Musyoka is here. And then rumors has it that Kalonzo Musyoka is being used by him. It is unconfirmed. It is unconfirmed rumors, but it is in the air.
Adam, I have to dispute you there somewhere.
All right.
Ruto does not have women reps.
No,
All the women rep positions have been taken by men.
What do you mean?
He doesn't recognize women.
Oh, yeah, but just for the purposes of public, just even for PR, you just say, "Hey, women," you just say, even if you don't mean it, Mr. Kip. You just say, even if you don't mean it, for the public to consume.
Leo umekula msala ya Professor Chakoyo.
So Mr.
You have jest, man.
No, Temba leo umenishika kona mbaya sana. I'm very angry with you.
So Mr. Wekesa, that is what I can say now. My little response into that. Maybe I may be wrong.
Thank you. I think, that's what I wanted you to bring out. He actually watered down the handshake. The same way he has been watering down the BBI. He took advantage to crash it and say that that thing was not necessary. And before his boss, having said that Kibaki was the best president, he is now disqualifying the other one. It was not necessary even to have brought, or in other words, he was telling him, you would still have done better if you did not bring this thing called handshake. Are you getting the point? He actually hit him. Uhuru alikuwa amejabu baada alichikaza tu.
Now, Wekesa.
Yes.
Yeah, now, and I like how Adams has put it. Hata kama hana kura, Adam hana kura ya Kenya. So, lakini, Adam, I like what you have said. But on a on a lighter note, where did he leave Kalonzo? You know, now the debate about Kalonzo is being ignited again. That is the one who is fighting us in Mombasa. I mean, don't you think it leaves him in a? Was it intentional? Did he, like Kip said before, did he spin doctor by calling all these names so finally can try to invite Kalonzo so that we can have a war with Kalonzo? I don't know. Was he genuine or was this a slip of tongue? Does he want to cause a war within us? Because that's not practical. Why did he call Kalonzo?
Mr. Alex, according to me, it is not a slip of tongue. Everything is planned. There is no coincidence. Everything has a reason. He knew what he's doing very well. He's trying to, because Mr. Kalonzo is known to be a man who has got no start. And something very little really entices Kalonzo very far. Kalonzo, when you show him something, it's like a kid. You show a baby a little thing, then the baby was crying, ukimwonyesha tamtam hivi, anaanza kucheka. Hey! Kalonzo behaves like that. So Ruto knows very well what he's doing. He knew very well what he did. So Kalonzo is ni katikati tu. So there was no coincidence there. Everything was
Do you
planned.
think he has awakened the debate again about Kalonzo being a mall? I mean,
yes, he did.
So
Yes, he did.
Kalonzo must be having a lot of problems because of his lack of stand now. Because I think on a normal basis, if Kalonzo had been having a stand and he makes that mistake by calling Kalonzo, I think you could see a wave of repudiation and tell him stop touching Kalonzo. But the deafening silence tells you that even us, me and you who are in Azimio, are not sure what Kalonzo is doing behind our back.
You want to be sure Kalonzo always chats with Wetangula 23 minutes every night.
David Olo had something to say.
Okay, yeah, David.
Okay, thank you so much, Themba. About what Wekesa has asked, I think, in my own way, I think if Raila, I saw those videos in pieces. The funeral was so long, so sometimes I was sleeping. But when I checked the videos in pieces, I think if Raila and Jimmy spoke before Ruto, I think that is what triggered Ruto to speak about handshake, because there was, when Raila was talking, he spoke about his handshake with Uhuru, and then Jimmy again invited another guy there who really praised Kibaki, Uhuru, and Raila, and he spoke about the two handshakes. So I think this one did not please Ruto. That is why he started responding that he will win, that they will win, and there will be no handshake anymore. But again, I think Ruto has vindicated me, because I've always said that we will never have a handshake with Ruto, because he has been against handshake, and he has been saying that handshake is not good. He's a person who believes in the winner takes it all. So I think he's right. He's right, because Ruto is a young politician, and maybe he still believes in fighting on. He believes that even if he loses, he will continue fighting. But again, he's a guy who likes violence. He doesn't want that. He doesn't want to be left with that chance that when his goons start causing havoc, then he will have a compromise, a compromise to go back and speak and have a handshake. But again, I think he's getting it all wrong, because a handshake is not only about sharing government. A handshake is just about bringing peace so that things can go back to normal. That is how I see it. And
Before
Thank
you move from that point, David Olo, he said yes, but is there any word from Ruto you can trust? when he was
Yeah.
trivializing and trashing the village parties.
You are very, very, very
They
right.
wake up and assemble all of them.
You are very right. And you know what? This one is an advantage to us because if you check very well, all the things that Ruto has denied has come back to haunt him. So it is putting us in a very, very good position. Thank you.
I guess I want to agree with the law. When it comes to the things that the deputy president has vehemently gotten out there.
Dictator. Hajainua mkono lakini anaongea.
Wewe hiyo whatever it is that you are on inakuonyesha ni mimi ndio enemy number 1. Anyway,
No, you see, the rest of us have to lift our hands before we speak. Your moderating time has not come in. It is still Wekesa.
Yeah.
Niko na wewe amba kwa amba, ana kwa amba.
I guess don't worry. He's okay. You know, when you have that problem child that you just learn to live with. This is that problem child. Now, let me make my point here. Let me make my point. I know you are collecting cows to take somewhere, but it's okay. Now, Alex, why are you in darkness? Alex, why are you in darkness?
Make your point, you will be disrupted. You know, when Alex and Kim start, that's the next 1 hour.
Why are you in darkness?
Make your point first.
Why is he looking at me like
you just want to fight. You just want to fight us today, Tamba. You know, everybody thinks it's us who are fighting, but it's you.
Bring it on. I'm ready. Alex is okay. Just mute. You don't have to say what you're thinking so much before you say. Just mute. Thank you. Now, Ruto stood up and said that wali hawata tufukuza kutoka Jubilee kama vile walitufukuza kutoka UDA. That one came and it passed. He woke up and said that hatutaki vyama vidogo vidogo za village parties. Akasema kama hao watu wengine wanakutana kwa mahoteli kama anaitwa nani, anaitwa Mudavadi, au bado anakutana kwa mahoteli wanapelekwa interview. The same people are going for interview. Akawaleta sasa ndio wanatembea ni kama co-principals. You see? Akakataa vyama vidogo vidogo. The other day he was busy signing into an agreement several parties. So Ruto cannot be taken seriously because he has no consistency. Anybody taking him seriously is bound to suffer. And he has been joined by other people also who seem not also to have consistency. The same Mudavadi was saying that huyu anakunywa hivi, inatoka juu inakuja chini. Ndio the same person saizi anamwambia ya kwamba sasa watatengeza, weka pesa mfukoni na watengeza bottom up. Kwa hivyo watakuwa napeleka hivi juu wakikula wote. The person who gave that kind of issue, hiyo ya the analogy, is one Sakaja. Yeye ndiye alipitisha nini chupa akapatia Mudavadi. Now the same person who was saying that watu watakula ameingia UDA. In fact, let me tell you the kind of machinations and betrayal that exists in UDA. Number one, Sakaja works with Mudavadi. He takes Mudavadi to Ruto, then he joins UDA kisirisiri bila kuambia Mudavadi. So during the launch, he is being launched as a UDA candidate, but kuwa launched kama an NC candidate. So there's a lot of betrayal in the UDA camp, and even what's his name, Ruto. Ruto does not have consistency at all. You know, Raila is consistent. He doesn't speak before the thing is already finalized. He will not speak. You will not hear him talk. He will not even say. By the time he tells you, sasa tunaenda Azimio la Umoja, the thing is already cooked. The food is already to be served. That's when he speaks. the thing of Azimio la Umoja is not that it came immediately when BBI flopped. No, he had been working on it even as they were going through the BBI. He was already thinking what would be in the event, because Raila looks at all the scenarios. In the event that this does not work, what next? He's already had that with him. So by the time Akina Kalonzo were busy thinking that now with this BBI we are going to be sorted, because by then the BBI is on, Kalonzo are busy fighting him about the political parties fund. They are busy thinking of how they want to break NASA. So he was already thinking ahead. These guys, for sure, we are not going to move this journey with them. So he was thinking a different thing. So BBI falls, he brings Azimio la Umoja. Well thought out already. It ends like this and it starts Azimio la Umoja, the journey around the country. And even right now, the issue of the deputy president, Raila has not spoken anything. He has not talked anywhere. By the time he will be talking is when the thing is ready to be cooked. But what about Ruto? Today he will say we will not need handshake. The next day you will see him looking for handshake. Today he will say I don't need small parties. Tomorrow you will see him bringing those small parties into the house. Today he will say we don't need any handshake. But I can tell you, after things have gone bad, he will be the first person looking for Raila. It is said that he was even the first person who looked for Raila before Uhuru came in. It is said that actually the intention,
the impeachment plan,
exactly, that he went to Raila and he said, now listen, we have a common enemy. These guys down there, they are planning something. They were planning something against me. This guy is also planning something against. Why don't you come in? We hold hands, then we move in, and then we impeach this guy. That thing flopped. That is the second time they have differed with Raila. The first time was during 2007. His intention was that Raila doesn't go and sign that pact. He was, in fact, there's a clip that where he's saying that it will not be one day, it will not be 2 months, it will not be until, because we have won and you lost, until we are sworn in. That was his plan. When Raila went against that, they have never been together up to today. So let's understand the person we are talking about. Ruto is not saying what he means in his heart.
Practice what you preach, brother. Unaongea sasa unapatia motivational speech hapa.
Now, Kip, let me not respond to you. So you see, interference like in a Kip tumeze Wekesa, around this time watoto huwa wamelala. So ukiona watoto saizi ujue there's a problem. We normally don't have this kind of interferences at night. They are usually asleep. So Wekesa, as I finalize,
aliniambia alitembelewa na mother-in-law ikeze ako na stress. Umemalizana na wadawari?
Hakuna mother-in-law. Ametembelewa na PYT. Sasa jamaa amechoka.
No, it doesn't matter. We can. Anyway, let me answer the question that was supposed to be there, which was handshake. Would the handshake happen with Ruto?
I haven't finished. Who has given you the permission to speak?
Okay, give us the motivational speech, Basi.
Let me finish. So, Wekesa, what I can say for sure, for those who are believing on Ruto and his consistency, he says what he says depending with where he is. Now, I want you to go back to all the clips where Ruto is campaigning. There's something he says every time. In every place he has gone, they have made 1,000 kilometers of road. The kilometers of roads are constant in every place he goes. If he goes to Nyeri, there are 1,000.
What does it got to do with the handshake? Me, I don't get it, bro.
Yeah? What's wrong
Story
with
ilikuwa na handshake. Unaongea barabara. Handshake. Yes, I want to hear about the handshake.
Wekesa, Mr. Wekesa, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Sasa
Yeah,
nisimalize point yangu juu ya interference ya kina Kip jamani.
I just
Acha
want
waulize kwanza, unaweza ijibu.
Huwa anatuchukua sijui around the world bana, and he thinks he sounds important because he talks slowly. Tuambie bana.
let me ask
Answer the
something.
question.
Yeah, my question is, Mr. Wekesa, I see you wrote down there that no exit from Azimio political parties. Did you mean, are you talking about the Pamoja the Power Party and Amazon King staff? Is that what you mean by that question where you write no exit from Azimio, registrar of political parties? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. I think Anna and Ritu said that they haven't met the conditions.
So they can't exit?
Yes, it's just like you can apply for divorce and you are told there are no grounds.
Okay, acha wafagie nyumba sasa basi. That's good for them.
Now divorce, Wekesa is right. Divorce, you have to wait, I don't know, for 3 years or something like that.
I think
Temba.
Bro Benson, yako na something concerning that?
They
I was just
ni
giving
mimi.
Temba and keep a break wamalizane kuchokosana.
Okay, chenye inafanyika ni wakitaka kutoka, they have to send the letter to the high organ that will give a notice of 90 days, yeah? And another thing, they can also not exit the coalition. They have to exit 6 months after that, and I think like another 3 months after August, after the election. So like hakuna venye watatoka au wamekwama hapo sasa.
Yeah, actually,
wow.
Wachaneni na Kip. Kip is on something. He's just tired. I understand.
Temba, let me ask you something.
Yes, David.
Yeah. Concerning the crowd that you are saying that is hired, I've been wondering. You see, let's say like when there is this government, how do we call them? Like this one that was in Nyayo Stadium. Who chooses who to go there? Because I'm really wondering how Ruto can be able to buy people to go to those meetings. Yet this one was a government meeting that government must have known who was going there. So I don't know how does it happen if you have an idea.
Yeah,
okay.
But these are public meeting. It's not a delegate. You know, if they are delegates, they are designated people. This is a public meeting. You may try to ration, but you may not exactly get the.
Then one thing you need to appreciate, David Olo, is that in Nyeri, that was probably, I think, one of say the largest political forum that is going to be in a while. So the political areas, political calculation around that place, especially the governor and the people around it, they needed to showcase, to make 2 points. One, that the whole nation is watching, the Mount Kenya is watching. They want to show that, hey, the Mount Kenya is still with the deputy president. Remember, the sitting governor, Mutahi Kahiga, has a point to prove to his masters that there are people that you still have in this place. And the other person is also Gachagua. So they do have that point to prove. And if you read even prior, like 2-3 days before, there was already word around that the initial, when Kibaki died, the Mutahi Kahiga tried to put up a committee in Nyeri in the pretense that they are trying to organize the burial of Kibaki. Yet this is a state function. You get what I mean? What I mean? So later it emerged that actually that was not about organizing anything to do with the burial. It was to organize what eventually was to happen. It was to happen in a larger scale, but of course you saw what really happened. Now, politicians will be politicians, and of course the end game is the same. They have controlled perception in their view, according to them. All right. Now
And
him,
remember,
he has
you have to mention this, huh? Remember, you have to mention this that I think deliberately Uhuru has chosen not to fight them. Remember his own Sakana 3 meeting. He's the one who has organized a meeting. They invited goons there. But do you know what he did? He accepted them. And even I hear I hear he made them feel so comfortable until they started clapping for the president. But he was aware they had invited goons. So he has just chosen to play a different game. So today he knew if we do a long speech, maybe they will find the issues to do with to make noise. He just decided, let me be brief to the point and leave them without an opportunity to boo.
Yeah, so that is my thought of it, and of course, what we saw. I think, like Wekesa and Adams have said, the president chose not to get himself that low, and I think it was respectful for the family. One thing I know, Kibaki family has been one very close family. They are not outward there, apart from Jimmy. The rest are pretty, reserved. And I think it was when it came to even politics and stuff, the people who gave their views were trying to focus on the legacy of Kibaki. So if they mentioned anybody around then, it was to prop up the legacy of Kibaki. But of course now the deputy president, thinking that now this is it, it's either I speak it or not, he took advantage of that. Is it going to prop him up? Is it going to make him a person who is going to be remembered or something? Is it going to give him any political mileage at this point? I think the other thing that has really hit him so much is the editing of the video that came out. I think that is also something that is going to be not treated so well moving forward. They edited the video to to purport that one of the grandsons did not greet Raila, yet he did. And by the time it was getting to be noticed, it had already gone and kind of damaged the family. So that is also going to be what was the reason, and those are some of the conversations that are going to happen. But I want to finalize by saying, those who try to, those who are supporting the deputy president, there's no consistency in his politics. And I think that is what we need to, personally, I want to say. He might come out as saying that this is what is not going to happen, but I will not be surprised. He's trying to make you chase a certain animal, while actually he knows that there could be a handshake coming soon. I don't think, in my view, we want to look at it that way. I would suggest that we look at this election as one of the best elections we'll ever have, and if possible, an ushering of the best elections that are going to be coming moving forward. Back to Wekesa.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, majority of these things they are doing is just PR. Let me bring in Emate Ian. Emate. Emate, how are you? Amma, there is nobody behind the curtains.
That one is asleep. Give
Okay.
to Bro Benson.
Bro Benson.
Bro Benson, are you a Catholic, bro? Because only Catholics call themselves brothers.
Themba. Brother means so many things. Where I
sort
am
of a comment is that, Temba?
leave Themba alone. Brother means so many things, like where I am. Actually, from through
Do
my
you
high
realize
school.
your eyes are getting dimmer and dimmer? You're going down and down. It's
Because
important
I'm
you go
getting
to
more
bed.
and more frustrated because now you're getting me involved in the comments. Even Julia is disrespecting me of all people. I'm getting very frustrated.
It is what you're saying here. It is what you're
Benson
saying.
for some 5 minutes, kindly.
Okay, Themba, just from high school through to campus, through to my normal life, my name has been Brother Benson, and that's what they gave me. So it has been there for a long time. So anyway, I don't have
I
anything.
have a cousin who is a Catholic father. So
I'm a Catholic.
No,
no
brother.
father.
Yeah, it is like that, but like I don't know, like whether to be, but being a brother, especially like in a church where we are, or like being my entire life, it's associated with the kind of job that I do, because mostly I participate in the community, so everybody see me as a brother, you know. So that's where Brother Benson came from. It was not like a Catholic thing. It is like the
It is not
community
like
work that.
it's a wrong thing, but at least you have clarified. Okay,
Yeah.
continue.
Yeah, and still I'm in the gospel ministry. Still, it sounds nice, you know.
Oh, you are a preacher.
I'm there.
This guy needs you. This keep needs you a
I
lot.
see you have some Moses anointing.
Okay, so I don't have anything to say. I'm just here to listen anyway. Yeah, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, because I don't know why you're cutting me, and this guy is about to sleep. Keep is about to sleep. His eyes are getting stupid and stupid. He needs to go and sleep. Keep, go and sleep. We'll allow you. The people there who are talking things about you, they're talking because you are talking. You see, it's you. It's not. They are saying that you're interfering a lot today. They have found you here today this late. They have never found you here this late, so they are wondering what's up. So don't be offended.
What do you say? I didn't
I
get that.
think,
I was on the call.
Mr. Themba,
Yes,
I
sir.
think
Themba,
you've seen so many instances whereby Raila Odinga is being captured on camera as if he's sleeping, but when he rises up to speak, he speaks so much soberly with a lot of points. You wonder, was this guy really speaking? So maybe that is the same card that Kip is trying to play. So let us give him time. When he gets up, maybe he can come with sober points.
Even today, his camera is wobbling. This guy is not at home. He might wake up tomorrow and say, I don't even know what I said yesterday.
I want you guys to explain to me that kind of chair. How's your mama, Kashagwa? The 900 women were quiet. Anakuanga now kwa every rally. He always has some 900 women in uniform.
Yeah,
There was
that assertion. There was that assertion that I don't know that I think it's the Nyeri town MP Ngunjiri wa Mbogo that pointed out that there is a particular group of women that works with Gachagua everywhere he goes, and I think if that is true, then obviously you find that is a paid up crowd. It's possible, but I wonder why. Of course, I'm not wondering why. It's political season, but they could have at least given the family a little bit of respect, instead of coming in to cheer. You see, if the deputy president will get votes in Nyeri, he will get them, whether they shout in a funeral or not. And one thing that we are moving forward right now, unless something really, really major happens that will sway some of the the behavior, the political decision making, especially the voting behavior of certain masses. By around 3 months to an election, usually there is a certain percentage, a greater percentage of the population have kinda reached a point where they have made their mind on which side they're going to vote. Let me say a conservative figure of about 60%. 60% or about 70% have already decided that this is the side we are going to vote. And unless something major happens, major that can upset that. So if already almost 70% of the people have decided this is the side you're going to vote, even if you go and shout at a particular funeral like that, I don't think it will have really major effect in the voting of the people who are going to vote. As the president will be going out, the other swing vote, it's normally just a very minimal vote that we are trying to look at in trying to woo them, to make them now get to the other side, especially when the official campaign period starts, end of May, I think, when the official campaign period starts. Normally, it's just a very slight percentage, not a very big percentage. So in a situation where you have very...
Okay, so can I say something?
Yes,
Yeah,
and as you say something, we have been seeing the images of Raila Odinga being floated by these Tanga guys. They say he sleeps in every meeting. Today, the spirit of sleeping came upon them. Almost all of them. And Baba was sober and the rest were now asleep. So you can comment on that also.
You know, Temba, even though we are all in Azimio, there are some things we have to dissect and be honest. This was not hired crowd from Nyanza. This was not hired crowd from Western. This is the politics playing within Central Province themselves. And I do believe the chicken has come home to roost. That which they did to Raila for so long, thinking it was fun. I think you can't teach your children to disrespect other people and expect that they will never disrespect you one time. We have to be cautious that this is a character that they have been taught for a very long time, because those are not kids shouting. Put that clip again. These are adults. And if you zoom clearer, these are people who are 50 years and older. So we can't take it for granted. This is the typical character of Central right now, of some people, not all of them. And they have taken it to the core. The other day we saw the opinion poll whereby we saw that in Nyeri, Ruto is having 80%, but in Uasin the light is there, he's losing. The opinion polls, if they were true, because sometimes we don't even know if this opinion, well, the opinion polls are supposed to direct us into something. What I'm saying is that, I mean, every time the president is in attendance of every meeting in Central, we are getting this kind of characters. The question is, I mean, has it become so redundant to a point that they don't see that that is being disrespectful to themselves, not to the president, to themselves? The fact is, whether they like the president or not, we see it from far, the roads that have been constructed, what this guy has done for them. I wish it was done to us, the Kisses or the Western people. We will be too grateful. We wouldn't even be talking, Mr. Wekesa. But I think it has gone to their DNA. This is not being bought. You can buy them. We have been told that they can be bought. They can't be bought. They can only be leased. But it is disturbing me that even to a funeral, you see people standing up in that nature. This is a funeral. So I think we should be worried with our brothers in Central. I think they've gone to be a cult now. Those who are supporting Ruto have become so calcated now. It is no longer political. I think they live in a cult world, and I think they should be treated as insane people. because I don't think I have seen this character. Every time, if you look at the history of the matanga zote za Central, za Michuki, Karume, they have always been quiet, you know, to a point that you admire how they do. Even the most contagious matangas whereby you think Raila can go and be booed. We saw during the corona and all that time when we were glued to our YouTube to watch what was happening. When Raila went to Central, he spoke to the people of Central. Even when the Raila had not made some inroads in Central, we didn't see this kind of disrespect. Now, my question begs, why would they do that in the the funeral of Kibaki of all people, yet they claim that he was the man who is hiring people to do that yesterday claimed that that was the best president ever. You heard him say that. And today is messing the same funeral of the man he claimed to be the best president ever. I treat these people as a people who are calculated. I don't think these are just normal people. I think they have gone beyond. It's no longer politics, and we should be very careful in our politics that even if we have differences, let us not teach our children to carry on grudges beyond to a point that it will be difficult, even when it's real, it's improper to sit down, negotiate, and have an handshake. It becomes impossible.
Alex, I thank you
Mr.
for
Wekesa, point
that
of order.
sweeping remark. Wait first. Before I bring in some hands, I know they want to react on that, because I want now it to be balanced so that people may not assume that the whole Central is doing that. Let me play some small clip here, and then we can respond to what Alex is saying. Because you know, chances are you can go to a town and you meet a crowd in town, and you think like all Kenyans are idle.
President ni aroka ni mwe thiba ni anjĩirie kũgĩa maĩ nĩ mwe ũguo ni aroka kũmĩona na magoka namba ũguo nĩguo ngamwĩra no ndĩrenda njigue wega niĩ mũtikanjie kũmbĩngĩca njĩre president oke na baba nyoniai nĩguo rĩrĩ kana ndĩmũtware
Yeah, okay. So ideally, I wanted to ask if Uhuru was also serious to want to stage manage the Nini or the likes of Kina Kipicho. You see, if he has such a following who have no problem with Uhuru and Raila, if he decided that he takes them to that matanga and they shout the way they shouted, the conversation would have been different. Maybe they will have not, they have just chosen not to do that. Okay, so their hands, kuna Julia, kuna Themba, kuna Adams. Ladies first.
Themba, Alex, kama mtu unajua sasa iko njaa na 2000 ile wamesoea kupeana, kuna tofauti ya kulipwa na mission, na mliona kwa video Kashako akiwaambia kasi yenyu ni kushout, hata wakuambia ni kushout, kushangilia kama amefanya nini. Unajua, if they are very clever, wangeambia watu akisema kitu point mupike makofi. But unaona sasa watu wanalipwa na hii wa mama 2000 na hiyo vijana they can make up to hiyo group. Unaona walikuwa wamekaa karibu mingi, walikuwa one side, na ile clip Themba alituonyesha mapema yenye Kamau alisema hataki kusema vile ile wamama waliongea. Hiyo wamama, hiyo msito, hiyo mmoja alikuwa na sweta au alikuwa na shout, ni wale wamama walikuwa wameketi kwa barabara, ingawa hatu kuambiwa vile walikuwa nasema kwa Kiswahili, kwa Kikuyu sana, ukiangalia ni hivyo. So kama mtu amenunua watu na hata wewe unajua hii watu wanategemea na wamejua, wanasema hoteli, wanakula hoteli. Kuna siku utasikia hiyo watu wote wanapenduka wanasema tumefunga hoteli. So wakishout, UDA wanafikiria wamepata points, kwa njia ingine wameanguka. Hiyo mashishi ilikuwa imesemekana, tafadhali msiweke politics. So hiyo kushautiwa, walikuwa na shout, hata hakuna kitu ya maana. Ni kama tu waliambia akisimama, na ni wamama. Hata hiyo fikelekele unasikia saiti ni kina mama. Alex, yes, wamama wengi wako na shida. Kama mtu amepatiwa 500, can you imagine? Na hiyo uniform ni kama wanakondeshwa, na mumejua anaenda na hawa kila mahali. So kama ingekuwa ni watu ya Othaya walikuwa na shout genuinely, wamefurahi kuona deputy president genuinely, tungesema kuna kitu hapo. Lakini can you imagine, waliambia wasishangilie Raila na hata wasishangilie Uhuru, kwa sababu hata rais aliongea ni kama hakuna mtu anasikia yako hapo. So hiyo ni mambo walikuwa wamepanga yenye si mzuri. Naona mtaingia na simu, naona nini yangu inaisha moto, otherwise ni sawa.
So, thank you. Julie?
Yes, I want to disagree with Alex that that this is a thing in Central. I think we can't generalize. I think I saw that clip yenye Mama Selina anasema kuna mama walikuwa kwa street and they were calling Raila names, bad names, nasty names that should not even be mentioned here. And I'm kind of thinking like I saw the same woman akisimama kwa hii funeral. If I look back again, I can go back and watch it and watch what you just played, Mr. Wekesa. There's one conspicuous woman that I'm seeing in the same clip. So I totally believe that these people are paid. It is not the feeling in Mount Kenya, Mr. Alex. It's not the general feeling. We cannot say that. It is not. Now, the other thing, Alex said that that Uhuru has been shouted down. I think I've not seen clips where Uhuru has been shouted down before. Sijaona. And even today, they didn't really shout down Uhuru. They were trying to portray a picture that Ruto is so popular. That is a picture. So that's why he was trying to speak. Hata kabla hajamaliza wanasimama. You see how those women were behaving. It was not like they were even paying attention to what he was saying. And then I saw another clip of the people who sat in front. There were women, ni kama walishangaa na walishtuka. They looked back at the women who were shouting. Ni kama walishangaa na walishtuka, ni kama, what is this? So I think the rest of the crowd was not amused because this was a funeral. And I have been saying here, Kikuyus are not like this. They have no time for those showdowns. Those hata kama saa hii uchaguzi kifanyika, even if they are supporting Ruto, and on 10th they wake up and they find that he has lost miserably, they will not care. They will go back to their business like nothing happened. That one I can assure you. And even if you call them for demonstrations, hawatapatikana. Hata kama Ruto akisema ameibiwa kura, they will not be found. They don't have time for such things. I am promising this TV that the people watching here, they don't do such things. So if you see anybody on the streets in Mount Kenya region, akirusha mawe, ama akibehave the way, those women were given money. And I think I heard some people talking about it last night. So it is something that had been mentioned, and I think it was expected. And the way those people were cheering, it was not an uproar like, we are proud of you. It was like, mimi niko hapa, Themba ako hapo. It's like, tumepanga tu. Akisema kitu kidogo, hata akisema, tumesha simama. Kushout. Sijui ni kushangilia ama kushout. So I disagree with you, Mr. Alex. I know each one of us is entitled to their own views, but I disagree with that. Mount Kenya will not do that. Another thing about the feeding towards Uhuru and Baba, I have gone to the Facing Mount Kenya shows a few times now. One time I heard somebody saying, a young person, he came into the show saying, "Niwa UDA." And by the end of the talk, he said this, which really touched me. He said, we in Mount Kenya region, we don't know who to trust. So he was asked, I think, by Kina Mama Rose, so what are you going to do? He said one thing, that if Baba nominates Mother Karawa as the running mate, that will be the only reason for us to come out and vote for Baba. That's what he said. Now, today I talked with somebody who was talking to the brother home. The brother said, he's a young brother, a young kid, a youngster, kwamba yeye wamefika mahali hawajui hawapigie nani kura. Sasa yeye, he'll not vote because he neither likes Raila for the reasons that have been given to them. But then he's saying, people are now saying so many bad things about Ruto that he's scared. So he said he'll not vote. So the picture right now is that many people may not vote in Mount Kenya region. That is the picture now. Okay, while still the majority are on the side of Ruto, that's a fact. There are those now, especially those who are above 40, who are like, okay, this is a wrong thing. Then I talked to another lady who went to Kenya recently. She's from Britain. Mama yake is around 70. She was surprised. Mama yake alimwambia, mimi nimepinduka, nimeenda upande wa baba. Watu wanasema huyu mtu atatufanyia mabaya. Now she was describing Ruto. So that is the feeling. The old who are above 60 are terrified. The one who are above between 40 and 60 are beginning to reason like, okay, this direction is not good. But the youngsters who are told kwamba Ruto ni mchawi, Raila ni mchawi, they are stuck there, Raila ni mchawi. And some, I think some ignorant people could be between 30 and 40 or 50. So they are stuck there. So they are like, okay, we're really afraid of this guy, this other guy, when tumekuwa tukipigia, tukisupport. Lakini pia, we don't trust Raila. So we are nowhere. So those ones will seriously not come out to vote. So that's where Mount Kenya region is now. And I will not be surprised after the kura ikipigwa. This is the picture I'm seeing. This is my own view. I stand to be corrected. I see a situation where the votes will be less than 70% turnout. In fact, about 60% turnout in Mount Kenya region. And that 60%, it will be 50-40. 50 on the side of Ruto and 40 on the side of Baba. That is going to happen. However, I will not be surprised if there is a flip to the other side. A flip like Baba Mo, I will not be surprised that. Because what these people happened to these people, they were indoctrinated. Here I agree with Alex. It's like a cult. They got in something like a cult. Like Baba ni mbaya, ni mchawi, ni what. So that thing is really an uphill task to get out of their minds. However, as days goes by, it is going, it is dying, I'm telling you. So I stand with this point that these people are paid. It is not Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya region have no time for heckling. They will not do that, even if they hate you how. Huwa wanasema afadhali waamke waende kakamue ng'ombe yao makalime. Hiyo saa hawana. Hata wakati wa Moi, they did not do it. And they will not do it. They did not do it. It was very
you
hard.
remember the times of Raila, there's a time now he went to, was it Nyeri? Mm-hmm. What they did, they just didn't show up.
Yes,
so
they won't show up.
But they don't show up.
They won't show up. Even the days of Moi, when they were so mad with Moi, they won't show up for those demonstrations. They will not show up. They will say, afadhali ni kalime. So if you see anybody in Mount Kenya akirusha mawe, amenunuliwa pombe. In fact, those who, like I said, you watch that clip of those women on the streets, the nasty things they were saying. In fact, those things you cannot say if you are normal in your head. What they were saying, they were insulting Raila. You cannot say if your head is normal. So I think that is my take. That's what I wanted to say. Wekesa, thank you.
Okay. There was Adams, and then which other hand was up? Yeah, and Themba.
Okay.
And the Themba, as you talk, you take charge. Nimeanza kudos.
All right. Let me respond about something. Those women, politics is about perception. That one we have to agree. Whether those women are genuine or bought, it's about perception. So when they make noise, those weird noises, those cheers, there is a perception they create. So that's all politics all about. So when I come back to Alex about the issue of indoctrination, or rather cult, as you may call it, if you remember President Moi, the word has it in the air that he created Mungiki to achieve something. If they were promised so many things, which at the end of the day were never delivered to them according to their expectation, it turned out really bad. It was a cult. There was so much indoctrinated into so many things. Moi wanted votes. It was Mlolongo. At the end of the day, it messed up so really bad when it turned back against Moi or against you. Even it takes even the system, the government systems, a long time to deal with it. Look at, for those of you who lived in Nairobi and the surrounding, Moi, the same President Moi came up with the Somalis. Warrior. He brought them from Somalia. They are not Kenyans. We have Kenyan Somalis, the likes of Eden Dwell and the likes, but the ones that lives in Isili. I have been to Isili. You can, for those of you who've gone shopping in the streets of Isili, Nairobi, you can meet a Somali person selling clothes or selling any goods there. They don't even know how to speak Swahili. They don't know anything. No English, no Swahili, no any other language. The only thing they can speak about, or the only language they can conversate with, is Somali language. Those were people who were brought with Moi. It was a wave there, so that they could come in and vote for Moi. Now, when Moi had used them, because it was use and dump, when Moi had used them, now dumping them became a problem. Then later on, the piracy things came in, money was coming in, they were buying easily. They went to South Sea, they bought South Lake, a half of it, before the government of Kibaki and Raila intervened and blocked the piracy down there on the sea. So what I'm saying is, what is happening right now, if Ruto is using those Mount Kenya, that group, the clique of, we said there are 2,000 people, 900, I don't know. They've been confused, like they've been brainwashed and blackmailed so much that for them, and their expectation is so high. And as we know, me and you, we know who Ruto is. He'll not deliver whatever he has promised them. I'm telling you, we are here to see. It will turn out to be really bad, so bad such that people will die. It will be really a very, very bad thing when all dust came to settle and now reality start hitting them. It will be really, really bad. Otherwise, politics is still about perception. Like Julia say.
But Adam, I want to challenge your script. Okay, when you talk about politics is about perception. Most people just stop there. What is the perception?
The perception.
Yeah, wait, I want to open up.
Okay.
Perception from one area to another one is different. In other words, how do people perceive the whole thing? They can, the same way they have created a perception that Raila ni Muganga and Ruto is a man of God. The same way you can create a perception that this guy is a performer and the other guy will not perform. Like me, I'm in Machakos, and most people are saying, hata kama Wavinya Ndeti amepewa direct ticket, but Wavinya Ndeti hajasoma bwana. Huyu mtu anaenda anatuuza, anasema ndwele si pite. So hata kama amesoma, but those guys who have a perception that hajasoma. So perception is not only like creating goons and making noise, and they perceive you as popular. Trump tried that, and he never won an election. He tried to create crowds, and Joe Biden decided to have plenary sessions, town hall meetings. But the perception that was there is that Trump was
Wewe Kesa, wacha kuchapa Wavinya Ndeti. Wavinya Ndeti has been there since Maendeleo ya Wanawake was formed. Long time. Wacha kuchapa Wavinya Ndeti.
I was not even hitting her. I was just giving you a feedback from what I hear on the ground. I'm not saying I will not even vote for her because me, I'm a voter in Machakos. I have just given you an example of perception of how people perceive people.
Yeah, now let me say something a little bit about that. You're right. You're very right. Perception, yes, it depends on how we perceive, or the way I perceive something is different from some other people, all right? But there is a perception which is being created, and it's a euphoria that when Ruto rises up to speak, people cheer him up, and then there's somebody there, is a group of people. They may be minority. They went there, they were not decided, and now when Uhuru or Raila speaks, nobody cheer them. But when this guy speaks, people cheer them up. They are not aware whether those people are bought or they're genuine. Then they go like, oh, so this guy is famous. So this is the guy, or this is the guy we need to support. So there are people like that, and they're not few. Those people are not few, because as we speak right now, like Julia said, let me tell you, definitely there will be voter apathy. As you see, there might be a voter apathy in Mount Kenya. But even if we can go with a number that she said, like let's say 60% of them will go to the polls and vote, I don't think from where I sit that it can be 50-40 the way she put it. That's where I disagree with her a little bit. If it is 60% that turn to vote, maybe Raila can only get 20%. Majority, if polls are called today, not tomorrow. Polls are called today.
Been on the mountain, I can tell you that perception is just up there. But on the ground, I can count several guys who I know they were not for Raila. But right now, they are Raila diehards. They will tell they never associated with something to do with Raila and the team.
But Wekesa,
right now there are several guys who are, in fact, the Railas. Let me put it this way. Right now, if you go to even social media, the people supporting Raila more are from Central than even from Nyanza. They are the ones who are moving with us.
Is that true?
It is true.
Oh, then I'm in a different world of social media.
Wekesa,
yes.
can I ask you a question?
Alex, wait, I want to respond to you.
Yeah, Demba, it was your time.
Yeah, can you wait? I respond to Alex. I want to support, first of all, what Alex is saying. Alex, let me respond to your assertion. At least agree with you to some extent. But I want to give it my explanation. I want to agree with Alex and give this explanation. One, Central Kenya has been the most calculative voter in Kenya. Most calculative voter in Kenya. Central Kenya has been in power from independence. During Moi's time, Central Kenya was in power. In some way, they were still within the Moi government through Saitoti and several other people. The vice presidents, there was Vice President Dr. Karanja, Vice President Kibaki, Vice President. So Central Kenya has consistently been in power. And then from Moi, then Kibaki came. Then from Kibaki, Uhuru came. I want to tell you right now, Central Kenya, there are people who work in Nairobi. They live in Nyeri, they live in, but they work in Nairobi. They come every day in the morning. People from Nyanza have to travel and plan every month or even after 3 months to go see their people back at home. But Central Kenya, the roads, I was talking to someone who can connect Thika Road from Thika Road to Nakuru.
But you have to consider the distance too. You have to know that Kenyatta University is in Central Kenya. So you can be living in Githurai is in Nairobi, then KU is central. So it depends. Nyanza is so far away, man. What are you saying?
But that's what he's saying.
But that is what he's saying.
Kwani Adams umekunywa yenye sijakunywa?
No, I'm okay.
You're listening today is a problem, yeah. So the infrastructure development within central Kenya is so good, to the extent that David D told his wife that you actually, the bottom up does not apply to the central region, especially Kiambu. So a people that is so developed that according to them, they imagine other places should actually reach our level, then we start competing. So one thing I want to say, probably the wisest voter is in central Kenya. Because right now, they are planting their feet both sides. They don't put all their eggs in one basket. Who is the most closest person to Ruto's Kenya Kwanza from Nyanza? None. So if Ruto came to power, Nyanza will go back to zero.
We can say David
If we are
Owalo.
to think that. So you see, one thing I want to say is this. Probably I agree with Alex, to the extent that there are people there who are following Ruto, and probably they have reached that point where some of us are saying they are cultic. But I want to look at it in terms of the wisest voter is in Central. They are spreading their risks wide. They're those who are so much in Azimio, and probably if you have listened to some of their talk in where they talk in their local language, you have seen them even suggesting that. They're saying, you see, at the end of the day, we will have to come back, all of us, and these are our brothers and sisters. I think there was something that was done, and someone said, even when we don't agree, that is our brother and sister, please treat him well. So the central Kenya voter, far and wide, has known that you don't place all your eggs in one basket. You have to make sure that at any point, because even as at right now, whoever wins, and you have heard Julia say that whoever wins, Central Kenya will still be in the middle and on the table if Kenya Kwanza wins, if Azimio wins. Because they are well and fully represented in Kenya Kwanza, they are well and fully represented in Azimio. Give me Nyanza, give me Nyanza, or apart from Western, which is also fairly well represented in both. Nyanza is not. Coast is not. Northeastern is not well in both. You see? So if we are to want to reason for me to look at a Central Kenya voter, I'll look at a Central Kenya voter. First, we must accept that their infrastructure development is so high. They are not agitating because they want to start from where the other people want to start. They're agitating because they want to maintain the status quo. They don't want to. Central Kenya is not going to start from agitating for roads. Kibaki was taken the road to. If you have gone to Nyeri, you can actually go straight to Nyeri, and you not see no pothole. You know, it's so. You go to Gatanga, that is the former Peter Kennett's constituency. Electricity connected everywhere. So they're not going to start from where everybody else is starting. They're starting from, okay, look for markets for our produce, because the produce is there. All right? So sometimes I think, even as we're looking,
let me ask you a question. No?
Yes.
We normally say that, and Julia maybe will agree with me or will support me. They normally say that central structure of power is in three-legged stool, or three meko. There's the Muthamaki, there's the business class, and then there's the Wanjiko. And when you say Central is fully represented in both camps, they somehow feel like the the hustler narrative is only advocating for Wanjiko, and the Muthamaki and the other business class are not fully represented in that. So in their own power structure, are they comfortable to call that way?
You see, Wekesa, let me ask you, where else do you find such a conversation around the country? Where else?
No.
There's no any other region where you find such a conversation. Why? You see, you can't start taking someone who is full to start engaging in a conversation of a Modamaki and another. The people that are in Nyanza and other places, you don't see them having a conversation that so and so is a kingpin, so and so is not a kingpin. For them, probably even that doesn't matter at all. They are still at the basic. So these are having conversations around kingpins. You're having some basic conversation.
They have tested power. They know.
They know where it is, and they know the conversation they're having. Those are called. In fact, when you start talking about who is a kingpin and who is not a kingpin, you are in what Abraham Maslow calls sometimes the ego needs. The other people are still conversing around the basic needs. These people are conversing around this is a kingpin has well spoken. In other places, they don't care. They have the basic needs. The infrastructure is in trouble. It doesn't matter who is speaking or who is not speaking. So I think we need to have a conversation that is going to change the direction of how we discuss the issues. The Central Kenya, like Ndi says, and Ndi, you guys need to listen to Ndi when he speaks. He's made it so clearly. He has said that Central Kenya is far ahead. Someone is starting the race at, the race is 200 meters. The guy is already at 100 meters. He'll not have the same conversation with the person who is starting from zero.
But Mr. Themba, when you talk about the voter, the central voter being a wise one, I don't know. You know, we have two generations. There is this generation who are born in 1999, 2000, and 2001. They're going to vote, and they're the majority. Do they really understand the wisdom of the vote you're talking about? I know the older generation you're talking about are very wise, and their decision is very, very well informed. They know what they're doing. But this generation, the new generation here, jumping up and down, they don't know mbele wala nyuma. Do they really understand the wisdom behind the vote you're talking about in Western, in Central?
They do, Adams. You see, let me give you, so that Alex comes in. Huh? Let me give you a scenario. A Central Kenya youth born in the 90s was born never in some situations, largely, let's say 90% of Central. That person has seen a tarmac road from the time they were born. That person has seen electricity. That person has access to the city anytime, coming to the city of Nairobi anytime they can. As opposed to a Nyanza youth who listens in some things they just read in the newspapers. They have never seen a road. The only car they see coming home is probably the chief's car or maybe the DO's car when it comes, whatever. And the only road they think is nice is a road that has been marammed. I mean, they put out that the maram where the MP out of his, which is also is what he's using to seek for votes. So how do you compare those two youths? Where is the conversation starting for those two youths? So I want to suggest for me in this case, the Central Kenya voter, the ones we are talking about, are the wisest because they spread the right now. Let's appreciate. They are already so well represented in Kenya Kwanza. They are so well represented in Azimio. And like Julia puts it here, saying it doesn't matter who is gonna win.
But
don't forget we are always in all parties. Don't forget
the younger generation, Mr. Themba, the younger generation.
Wait, Adam. Wait, Adam.
I'm saying.
Hold on. Alex wanted to say something.
Yeah, Themba, look, I feel like
I want to have a honest conversation with our brothers from Central. But I feel if I do have that honest conversation, we might not be able to get their votes that we direly need. And I feel like I can't breathe like Floyd because they have put out a political narrative out there that we like it or not, we must need them in order to win the presidency. And it's clear, and I'll say it today without Commander Fukuzu hapa nifukuzwe. Without, because, for example, Julia, my sister, who I respect, a teacher, a profession that is so noble, tells us the only way our people will come and vote if you choose us to be number 2. And on the other side, they were so calculative to give us a person who is the alternative to Mother Karua, who is not presidential, who is called Kalonzo. Now, I sit down sometimes, I say, okay, I want a rotational presidency, not presidency. So even if we were to take Raila and Kalonzo, because those are the alternatives now it looks like we have, in case the president is capacitated, do I even believe that Kalonzo can become a good president? No. Then it tells me again that Martha Karua can become a better president than even who? Than Kalonzo. Which begs the question that the way they have organized themselves in terms of leadership, they've cornered the whole country. We like it or not, in terms of leadership, in the next 10 years, if Baba was to go, let's just say it, let's not preempt and say, oh, let's not talk about that. Let's say if Baba was to go today, and we don't have a presidential candidate, we have no option. A leadership goes back to Central. We must have this conversation in the view that we must start talking about this more so that we can shape leadership into, we must decentralize leadership. Why am I saying so? It is easier to start talking about the road from Nairobi to Nyeri, and we say it has no pothole, without giving credence that because they've been in leadership for so long. And decentralization of leadership looks like it's going to be the decentralization of development, the way this country has been structured. Somebody's asking, a person who was born in Nyeri in 2002, he's not been able to see a pothole maybe in the county, whereas some people, they don't even have Maramd Road, because that is what we are receiving now, and we are happy with the county government. I beg of the idea that as we speak about the politics of Azimio, let us also speak the politics of what we are getting in terms of economic powers. And we had disagreed with Themba one day when Raila went to Kisumu before he came to Nairobi. I said, we did not agitate for our own things. Oh no, Baba just came there politically. But when Baba sits down, whether it's a small meeting in Central, they talk economics. They talk economics. Whether it's a baraza, whether it's what, whether in Washington, D.C. when he came, when our brothers from Central stand up to speak, they speak economics, not politics. So I think our brothers have cornered us. The leadership of this country, up to 20 years from now, is still for them. Let us agree that. If Baba goes today, the only option we have is Ruto, which we rather refuse and take Martha Karua. We must talk about this and agree that we have a vacuum of leadership in other areas. It is not wrong. It's not tribal. Now hit me back.
Themba, can I hit him back?
No, I don't want you to hit him back. Why do you want to hit him back?
Not a hit. I just a response.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, he has used heavy words and he said that I don't want to scatter our votes. And again, he has said that our central guys have cornered us. For me, I'm looking at it from a positive point of view. It's just like
Wekesa, you cannot run away today before we finish. So you have to stay because you have to listen to everybody before you leave.
I have no problem. I'm on holiday. I can dose and I listen to you. I wanted to say that Alex, it's not sometimes when you're born in a home where your elder brother got so successful early, sometimes it looks, you may look inferior in his eyes. It's both an advantage and a disadvantage. An advantage that you can ride on his grace, a disadvantage that you feel that maybe the shoes are too big to, and there are people who struggle with that inferiority. So what I'm saying is, for me, I always look it positively from the central guys. They know what they want. And other guys and other people who are coming up aggressive, actually are Kisis. They know what they want and they want to get there. So you need to learn from people who have already gone there and see what are the measures they took to reach there. We may not get there in 1 day or 2 days, but at least we will make progress. And ideally, what you are also proposing is what Ruto has been proposing and has been resisted. Central doesn't have to come down for us to go up. That is the narrative that the Hustler Nation are having, that they think that for the poor to rise, the rich have to go down. So in decentralizing leadership, we can still pair it, that we can invite other tribes to come up, but not necessarily pushing the other guys away, such that it's a collaborative effort. Because you know, when somebody went there first, already he's a stronghold and you cannot just push him. It's like when you meet a successful guy in the village and he's a rich man, he controls most of. For you also to be like him, you have to know that there are struggles, and sometimes you may not bring him down, you can only rise to where he is. So those are some of the natural factors that we need to consider. And that is the consideration Baba made. You know, initially Baba was approaching it on a combative, and he realized he can't get that. He chose the collaborative way, where we can work together and us who are down also can rise. So the methodology for me is to collaborate with those guys who have achieved, and also us to rise. Okay, let me stop there. Other guys to make a contribution.
Thank you, Alex, for raising that. And as I said, yeah, Central Kenya are a few steps ahead of us, and you cannot have the same conversation. It's just like having a conversation with someone who is, the trouble of someone who is already having a car is different with someone who is planning on, buying one. Someone who already has a car is thinking as the type of a car that he's going to be having next. Someone who doesn't have a car is thinking of which car will I buy. So the conversations in Central Kenya is that they're, and I think it is not a bad conversation to have, Mr. Alex. And I think nobody ought to hit you. I think even them, they are aware. The Central people are aware of that fact. And it is understandable. It is a systemic, whatever, we should say, political economy that has been created over time. It is not something like when we were gaining independence, the colonialists, when they came, they settled in Central, all right? That basically meant that their engagement in that political economy made the Central area a little bit faster ahead than the other areas. So it is sometimes, and the problem between Mungiki and the home guards, of course, those people working in the, the sons of the Mungiki, who say that they are the true heroes of the independence, was that when these home guards, when the independence was almost coming to us, they are the ones who took over the so-called white settlers ownership, what they owned, right? So that meant that the political economy of Central was ahead of the other places, all right, education and stuff like that. So it might not necessarily be something that it is, let's say, by default. You see, if you are born at a place and you're born there by default, you didn't choose to be born there. So you find things already ahead. Now, what do we say is there for the conversation? And I think, in my view, we're already in the right direction. With the constitution right now, the constitution that we have, which is the devolved government, it creates a level in which you're going to have different conversations for different regions depending with their regional issues, which I think is a good conversation and is a good place to start. And I don't think in right now we are not blaming the center. In my view, we are not blaming them. We are saying that the other regions need to have a conversation, like Alex is saying. Let's hold our regional leaders to account. What has our governor done with whatever it is that was given to us? All right. What can we say about what they have done to us? Have they made sure that we have infrastructural development? Are we connected? Interconnectedness. One thing I can tell you, the Central Kenya is so connected with their road network so well that, I mean, you can act, when I say you can live in Nyeri and work in Nairobi, you know what I mean. You can access largely everything, opportunity that someone else may not access because of their own network. So I don't think, Alex, it's a bad conversation, but we need to, in retrospect, look at ourselves and our regional governments. What are we doing so that we can build those economic blocks that can bring all these other places? It is Alex, even where you are in the country where you are, we have some states that are have a robust economy than others. I hear, is it California, which has a very, very robust economy. I mean, it happens. It happens across, and even when you read the history of the US, for a long time, even some places were generally more advantage because of the settlement, positioning of the people, the people who came onto the place. So we might not blame the central people for that matter, but it's a conversation, like Alex is saying, we need to have. Yes, Julia, and then I can bring in someone else.
Okay, I just want to
disclaimer, Julia, before you talk, just 30 seconds. When I said they have cornered us, I didn't mean in a bad way. I've said they are so organized to a point that others are so disorganized. Even if we want to take over, even if we are talking about leadership, we don't have the capacity. If we knew we were to say, now we want Akisi to take over, who has the capacity to lead this nation? So that was what I'm saying. They have cornered us. They have the leaders who can really take over this country. Don't take me on bad faith. I'm only saying they have the best leaders so far. You can't compare Martha Karua and Kalonzo. In case Baba is incapacitated, then you say, obviously, we want Karua to take over. That's what I meant.
Thank you, Alex. And actually, you are saying something. And when I said that Central Kenya has the wisest voter, and if you listen to Martha Karua before she joined Azimio, I would want to urge you guys to go back. Maybe you may not understand Kikuyu, but go and listen to Martha Karua addressing the address in the homecoming of Moses Kuria. When you listen to the conversation in mother tongue, when now it is, you can understand that the wisest voter in Kenya is from Central Kenya, all right? And the plan that you're seeing right now, they are spreading their risks across board. You know, they have good leaders I mean, according to
Lakini
them.
pia Demba, tuweke disclaimer, tuseme wisest maybe up to the presidential vote. The rest of them are tuko pamoja. Hizo
They don't
za
really care.
gavana. Tukege tunatoka huku. Tukege.
You see down here, they don't really care, like Julia says. They don't really care. Do you think Kiamba people care who is the MP? They can wake up, go have their mbogas ready, and take the mbogas to the road because there is already road network, and that mboga will go to Mombasa and will go to anywhere. They'll come make their money. They don't care. Julia, let Julia talk, and then I come back to you, Matt.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to tell Alex, I believe in some leaders who are not Kikuyus. To me, if you ask me, Alex, I would have wanted Matiang to be the president. He's my hero. So, and I think many Kenyans would agree with me that he's done a lot of good things in the country, and we can count so much. He has moved things to happen. He has made things happen, and I always think, and I hope he's going to work with the next government, and I hope that in future we shall have a place for somebody like Dr. Matiang for presidency, because I can imagine how Kenya can change. He's a guy who doesn't compromise. Now, I want to correct you, Alex. I didn't say I was not quoting myself about Mother Karua. I was quoting this person who was facing Mount Kenya, a young person. You know, he was being questioned like, why you can't support Raila? Why you can't do this? Why are you this? Finally, he said, you see what? If Baba nominates Mother, we shall vote for him. So those are the undecided people in Mount Kenya region. They don't even know where they are. So if you ask them why they want to be in Azimio,
Julia, you don't have to apologize for her. And those people are right. If Mata is chosen, you will see them come out. That's a fact. And that is why I say we are held hostage in a point that people will come out to vote. Because Martha Karua has been chosen. If today we chose Simbarati, nobody will come.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, Alex. And that's the sad thing about Kenya. It's kind of sometimes makes me sad. And I always say that I look forward to a situation where we shall not be thinking my tribe, you know, because like I said, if you ask me, some of the people I feel should rule this country is somebody like Fred Matiang, because those are people who have performed, and maybe the late Michuki. Those are people who have performed. So, but I also want to agree with all of you. Mount Kenya region is kind of, they are well represented, and I don't know whether it's the numbers or the population. I think is the Themba analyzed this. He talked about Moy. He talked about Dr. Karaja. I didn't even think about that Themba. It's you who has made me realize that. He talked about Kibaki. Saitot people used to say Saitot is a Kikuyu. So, and then when Themba was speaking, I began asking myself why. And then I look at Kibaki Tosha, Raila Kibaki Tosha. And when Raila is saying Kibaki Tosha, we have Uhuru on the other side. And then when Kibaki was retiring, it was the feeling of many people, even some of those in Mount Kenya region, that it was right to have Mudavadi as a president, because it was rumored that Kibaki was supporting Mudavadi. Then within, I think, a night or something, Madimon came, and we suddenly heard that Uhuru and Ruto are vying. And for a time, for a few days or a few weeks, it was like a joke until it appeared like a reality. Because even some people in Mount Kenya region did not think that we should have Kibaki, then another Kikuyu. But however, as fate would have been, it still happens. So it's what Demba is saying. When you are born in a region, there are things you can't control. First, you are born in this region. You didn't control it. So you find things happen in that region. And I agree with you that many kids in Mount Kenya region have not seen so many things. I used to work in Nyanza, and I used to live in Nyanza. And when I was driving to Nyanza, my kids could be shouting like, ati wameona nyumba chafu. So I never used to understand wanamaanisha nini wameona nyumba chafu, until one day I learned that they meant nyumba chafu ni nyumba ya matope. And when I took them to Kisumu Museum to see those huts about the Luo traditional homestead, they were so scared that the grass was going to fall upon them. And I was getting annoyed with these kids. I was not catching why they were behaving the way they were behaving. until it occurred to me they had never seen a house of mud and nyumba iko na nyasi, you know, they have never seen, they thought it was funny. So those are the experiences of the kids in Central, in Mount Kenya region, but we can't blame them for that. So last point, Mr. Alex, you are right. I think in this panel, we should be careful about the direction the conversation takes. If you look at the comments now, some guys are really mad with you. Some people from Mount Kenya region, they're like, you know, they think you are trying to balkanize that region or something. Just like sometimes I feel so bad about Kalonzo and I want to say all those things. And then I decide I'm not saying, because I realize that I still need all the Kamba population that feel Kalonzo is their hero to vote for Baba. You know, I go back to myself and say, okay, Kalonzo is really annoying me, but I want the Kamba population that really is behind Kalonzo to support Baba. So for the sake of that population, I will not go this direction. You're right, Alex. There are people who really get mad with that because they ask themselves, kwani ni makosa yetu tumezaliwa hapa? Kwani makosa yetu tulijipata tukiwa Mount Kenya region? Kwani makosa yetu president alikuwa Uhuru ama alikuwa Kenyatta ama alikuwa Kibaki? Kwani ni makosa yetu? You know, they start asking them, is it our mistake that all this has happened? So I think, Alex, you're right. I don't want us to go to that kind of conversation. But the conversation we encourage here is that it's the right of every Kenyan for every opportunity in this country. And we pray and hope that going forward that we shall be voting for people not looking at whether they come from a big tribe. We have people who are performing, people like Kibudha Kibwana. Me, seriously, I feel people like Kibudha Kibwana, even the Machakos governor, Mutua, has done a good job. People like the West Pokot governor has done a good job. People like Fred Matiang'i has done a good job. I mean, there are people who are performing in this country. So Kenyans, why can't we one of these fine days just wake up and decide these are the people we want in leadership? That is my prayer, and that is, I hope that one of these fine days that is going to happen. Thank you, Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia. And I agree with you, Julia. We are not annoyed with the Central Kenya. You know, when you go to class and there's number 1 in class and you are number 3, you don't get annoyed with number 1. You know, you just say that you need to work hard. You know, we are simply saying that the conversation that we are having. Alex is actually saying that these other people need to agitate and for their development. But you see, now we are agitating at different levels. You know, when you speak about Mama Mboga, in Central, Mama Mboga is different. Mama Mboga is the Mdosi. Mama Mboga is the one who is actually planting the boga and selling it. In other places, Mama Mboga is buying from Central and selling the boga. So the two places, the person being addressed as Mama Mboga is different. So it's a different conversation. How many boda bodas do you find in Central? Boda bodas are in Nairobi, which is carrying people who have come from Nyanza, who have come and they are renting houses in Nairobi. Because most of these people who have come from Nyanza and Western, they have come to Nairobi. They are the ones renting houses that have been built by someone from Central, someone who stays in Kiambu in his home. So he's the one who is coming in, and he's built a home, some rental houses for these people from Nyanza who have come to look for jobs in Nairobi. And now these people who have looked for jobs in Nairobi, they are being carried by boda bodas from the place in their workplace to the rented house.
But do you think we should also, what about culture? When I was in Nyanza, I was so worried about a home I had not completed, and my colleagues were not concerned. Do you think it also has to be with culture? It has to be with, there are so many things that really matter here. Do you think, okay, besides the roads and all that, do you think it's like, unasema Mama Mboga wa Central, yeye ndiye anauza boga. Mama Mboga wa kwingine
yeye anailima kwa shamba yake, anaitoa kwa shamba yake. So ukiongelesha Mama Mboga wa Central, Mama Mboga wa Central yeye ndiye ana supply mboga kwenda Mombasa. Mama Mboga wa Central hata kuja kuuza mboga ile inauzwa kwa nini? Mama Mboga wa Central Huyu ni mama mboga wa kutoka Nyanza, ule ametoka kule ndiye amekuja amenunua kutoka kwa huyu mama mboga wa Central, sasa anauza. As in, mama mboga wa Central is a wholesaler. Mama mboga kutoka Nyanza is a retail. You see what I mean? So the conversation around mama mboga becomes different depending on whom you are talking to. So even sometimes when you see bottom up
then
is not.
you should also bring
Hold on,
the
Wekesa.
balance of
Hold on,
scale.
Wekesa. Hold on. Mama mboga, when we are talking about mama mboga, and even when you're coming bottom up, it is not in central Kenya. Bottom up is not for them. Even D told you guys, it is not for you. Even the people who are shouting the highest for the bottom up, according to D, it is not theirs. And the wife has said, if you want to listen to that conversation, I think you can go to. He told her that you should not even come to this UDA. This is not for you guys.
Thereby disagree. Central has two extremes.
Wait. You can disagree nikimaliza.
extremes.
Ngoje disagree nikimaliza. Are you sleepy? Now
No, I have to disturb your train of thought.
Temba. Just one word.
Ngoja hata wewe. Ngoja.
Na ukumbuke kuna Makiadi na Neto na
Neno moja niende nilale.
Ngoja. Wewe unataka kuongea uende lale, kuna wengine nataka kuongea waendelee kukizwa. Ndio umekuja sasa hivi. So my conversation and the conversation probably we need to be having, not necessarily to dislike the central guys, but to appreciate that we are at different levels of conversation. We are starting from different perspectives. So let me hear from Wekesa, and then I bring in Richard Makiadi. Wekesa.
Yeah, I was just trying to say that as you see, this hustler narrative was crafted to create a wedge because they crafted it on an understanding that Central has two extremes: the successful guys and those who are actually lying in abject poverty. And the poor man in Central is just the poor man, like any other in Nyanza, in Western. I think I have interacted with Central in the. I think there's a time I was in Central, and that time nikapepo kwa boda ya mbao na sio hii ya nini, hii sio motorbike, ilikuwa baiskeli. There are places.
I am so sorry to interject this. I'm so sorry, Wekesa, because you've been running away from me. I've wanted to ask you a question. If you accept me, I will ask you a question. Nauliza kwa heshima, because I've been searching for you for so long, and then you keep on running.
Martin, Sungoje amalize, he was trying to make a point. Look, Esa is not going anywhere. They have 3, 4, 5.
Atakimbia, atenda kulala. Jana alikimbia while I was looking for him.
No.
You have never told me you want to ask me a question, my brother.
And you cannot keep a question for a debate for 5 days.
I normally go to sleep is when I'm going to work. I've told you I'm on holiday.
The guys, yeah, the Kenyans are on holiday until I don't know Wednesday. So don't worry. This guy can even go for 24 hours. Yes, Wekesa, finish your point.
Yeah, in one, I'm saying that there are also quite a number of a class that is on the extreme side that are also struggling, and that's why when the narrative of a hustler nation came in, it came like a recognition of them. And so, yes, the only difference is that while they are still poor, but they have at least accessibility of roads, and the advantage also they have is that ukipepwa na boda ya Central is different from ukipepwa na boda ya Western. Their rates are a little bit higher. I think they are more exposed than Western. Unaweza pata mtu hata motorbike ameweka mafuta na kupepa na 30 bob. But these guys are more exposed, and they pay a little bit more. But we have that extreme guys, and you remember even the issues which came up with the guys from Mathioya. I think that was during the Kamodho's time, and why they were struggling with yeah, I think you understand. So those are also the population that needs to be addressed, and that is where the hustler narrative was crafted. I've just talked generally, I don't want to point out.
Kesa hatuna bodaboda baiskeli ambao sijawahi ona hiyo.
I have, I said.
Hapana hiyo.
Wekesa,
let me be.
You've made your point. You've made your point, Wekesa. But remember,
even ni baiskeli na nilikwambia sio motorbike.
Wekesa.
I worked in Central, and I can even give you a whole explanation. I had 48 IDP children, and all of them were Kikuyus.
I agree that, but hakuna bodaboda ambao ya baiskeli.
I was their teacher. So I used to take them around from one place to another. So I understand. I was 2008.
You have made your point. However, there are also homeless people in the US. That does not mean that now US would be compared. What you're saying is, in any place, there's what we call the normal curve. Then there are outliers. Now, if you draw the normal curve for Central and you draw the normal curve for Nyanza, definitely those who are within the majority, you'll find majority are many who are feeling better as compared to other places. Of course, in any society, there are outliers. There are those who are extremely rich and those who are extremely poor. But if you draw the curve for Central, definitely. Right now, we are starting at different places. And I think that's a conversation we need to appreciate.
Yeah, because Alex has challenged me. Tomorrow I'm bringing him statistics. You know me, I'm a man of facts. Tomorrow I'm bringing him statistics.
And don't go, Martin wants to ask you.
I'm not going anywhere. Martin akuje.
Then I disagree. Taxes are applied and collected equally. There should be almost uniform. They're not one-sided or political-sided. Infrastructure development is YOLO or Masawi also paid. I mean, that's an interesting argument. And it's good at least you're thinking that way. Makiadi, karibu.
Thank you, Ndemba. Najua tumekaa huku nje mpaka nikaanza kusoma kwa comments, watu wanasema mnajiongelesha peke yenu. Alex, Ndemba na Wekesa. Alafu Julia anapatiwa nafasi ya kuingia katikati kidogo.
Hata mimi mumeniweka hapo.
Sasa mumekuwa sasa.
Mimi mtu perpetual quarantine, Ndemba akikuwa hapo.
Waje nikwambie shida yako Makiadi. You only wait for your chance to be given. You are allowed to interject even as you wait for your chance to submit. If Ndemba says something that you have a point, you are allowed to interject.
Unajua kuna watu wanajipatia deputy Jesus. Ati sasa yeye ni mzuri anakaa. Ati sasa akifika anasema sasa unajua nimekuwa nikingoja mnipatie time yote. We don't owe you because that you have been nice. Yeah. Julia raises her hands when she wants to speak. Martin raises his hand. Alex disappears when he wants to disappear and he stays when he wants to stay. Then he comes and blames me. I don't care and I don't mind. He can blame me for all he wants. But at the end of the day, tunapatana, tunakwaruzana na life inaendelea. He makes good points. Alex, by the way, we miss you when you disappear when we are here. But that should not make you feel so proud that sasa utakuwa na disappear, unakuja ndio bembelezo. Hatukubembelezi. Ukitaka kwenda hata saa hizi unaenda. Kesho ukitaka kurudi urudi. Tuko hapa. Alex nyamaza, do not unmute. Back to Makiadi.
Nasikia mumekuwa oligarchs kwa hii show. Muna run the show na mtaki sisi tuongee. But that's just by the way. There's something I want to mention about what Julia was talking here. And it's concerning the Mount Kenya voting block. You know, from what people are saying in Mount Kenya, if they are crying that Uhuru Kenyatta has messed up the economy, then I would disabuse your notion, Demba, that Mount Kenya has the smartest voters. Mount Kenya, by virtue of having numbers, have used their numbers to make wrong decisions. Unfortunately, these wrong decisions have affected each and every person living in Kenya. They are blaming Uhuru Kenyatta for a failed government. They voted for Waitito to punish Kabogo. They voted for Minji Minji to punish Raila because Minji Minji ni Moishi Wito, Julia. So, as going from the history that we have in Kenya, I would say the Mount Kenya bloc has been an emotional voting bloc, and people have exploited this weakness. People have used emotion. People have whipped the Mount Kenyans' emotion to gain political mileage. The person who is successful in convincing the Mount Kenya voting bloc is a person who can whip their emotions. It worked for Uhuru Kenyatta 2 times. It is working right now for William Ruto. Now, the big question that remains is, will the Mount Kenya voters come out in large numbers on August to vote for William Ruto? That one is still something that we are waiting to see. Let me go back to what happened today at the burial of former president, the late Kibaki. I think it was an African. Julia ni mwatu goithia umuthi. Let me say that. I have tremendous respect for Mount Kenya people because I've lived there for a long time. I went to school in Mount Kenya. And I look at a tribe and populace that is so sophisticated, people who are decent. Unfortunately, the politics of toxicity that has been brought into Mount Kenya by one person that I'm not going to mention has made Mount Kenya people, not as a whole, but some of them, lose focus and behave as if everything is about politics. I think the jeering and cheering was uncalled for. And I believe it is a time that a reset button was hit somewhere, because the trajectory that these politics are going, then we might be able to see another cult in the making very soon. You know what happened with the what happens when you have people that are whipped into believing a certain ideology, and when it fails, then they become a burden to the society. And looking at where we are headed, then that is definitely the direction that we are looking. I don't have much to say about that. I believe Raila Odinga's speech was excellent. He tried to, go back to the history they had with Mwai Kibaki. William Ruto definitely had an opportunity to sell himself for the 10,000th time to Mount Kenya. Sometimes I believe that when you go to mourn somebody, let that day be dedicated to that person. You can let your star shine another day because you still have life and you'll have an opportunity to praise yourself another day. Let me finish off by talking about the Azimio exit. The letter that was written by Pa and I believe Maendeleo Chap to the Registrar of Political Parties. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that the Registrar of Political Parties has said, stay put, hakuna kutoka. you know, we've had people with no political stand, people who hold political parties as briefcases, selling aid to the highest bidder. And I think this is going to, you know, show the people who are not decided that when you put your signature onto that document, you are supposed to adhere by that signature. Amason Kingi, Maendeleo Chapchap, Mutua, and also to some extent Kalonzo and his lieutenants have no option but to stay put and to support and fight from within. That's a good thing. I really praise the Political Parties Act because it has tried to bring sanity and fidelity into agreements, into political agreements. So moving forward, I think Raila Odinga has no option than to go ahead and name the person that he wants to be the deputy president. And like I said here yesterday, kuna wale watakasirika waende Mombasa kuoga na maji ya chumvi na mwishowe watarudi tu na wafanye campaign. Kuna wale watapigwa na upepo huko wakiwa huko kwa beach wakitukanana na kufanya mambo yote, lakini mwishowe wajue tu hii kiti ni moja, iko na mabingwa, iko na mashabiki wengi wanataka, but there can only be one person as a president and one person as a deputy president. So Raila Odinga should even disband that committee. That committee is wasting time. It will be wasting people's time and resources and putting people in anxiety mode. Let them go ahead next week, hata ikiwa ni Tuesday baada ya holiday, aname mtu ambaye anataka kuwe deputy president yake, ndio sasa watu warudi kwa campaign, waanze campaign ya ukweli. Otherwise they continue wasting time. Kalonzo will continue making noise. People will be shouting from the back that they feel they are shortchanged, and so it is a high time for them to put their house in order and go back to the campaign. I yield.
A yield. You know, when you hear someone saying a yield, that's someone who has listened to some very, very, very high-end conversations in the Senate of the United States of America. Yeah, I yield the balance of my time to Martin Detto. Mato, kazi kwako.
Salamu kwenyu Wekesa. Nimekupata finally. But let me start with the part that Richard Makiadi just said. You know, I said it yesterday or the day before yesterday that you know, Kingi was just trying to play a Kalonzo. There's no way they was gonna do that. I mean, there's laws done. There's laws written. He just wanted to shout so high so that he can get in there. He was not going to get out of Azimio because the time is past. It's over. It was just a shout that he wrote the letter knowing they cannot get out of it. But he wanted to play a Kalonzo on us so that he gets, you know, he gets recognized. It was just a PA thing, man. I said it over here. Now, Wekesa, cause nimekuwa nikikutafuta sana. Bro, unaniangushaga sana. Sometimes, you know, you're a Machakos. Unakaga Machakos. I live in Machakos too. Why don't you come over here and tell people what the politics of Machakos is? Because you come here, yes, I understand you're a moderator, but I know you know what it is down there. Unajua people Ukambani tunagongagwa sana hapa na tunaga mtu wa kutitetea. Sometimes I've watched you even moderate something and people talking about Ukambani. You tell us ukweli kabisa, because I know it. If Mutua, Ngilu, and Kivutha were combined together, if there's anything that Kalonzo can get from that, and if he can even get 30% of anything, of all those three. Sometimes We need somebody, because I don't know, people come here watu wanaongeanga kutoka wako Western, and they come over here and they start talking about Ukambani, and then you know me and them, but when you come, by the time we come, it's over. And now we don't talk about those things, because this evening we lose it and we start moving on to other things. I need you to really tell people, if those 3 governors were put together, uko hapo chini, me I've been there, and I'm coming soon. Nakuja tena, because this campaigns bado nitakuwa huko. I'm coming to vote in Kenya. You know it. Why kwa nini uambiangi watu? Because people come here and talk about Ukambani politics. Sometimes you are hosting it and you don't even say anything about them. Where is Kalonzo? I mean, where is he in Ukambani politics when it comes to that? Hawa watatu wakishikana, you're living there. Do you think Kalonzo can take anything from them? Do you want to answer that, or do you want me to finish?
Let me put it this way. I wear different hats sometimes, and I purposely told Bernard he was to put up that show for Kalonzo, and I told him, let's have that show after 10th. Why? I wanted, let's have that show after we have chosen the running mate. Then we can choose to talk anything we want to talk. Right now we are playing safe because we don't want to scatter. We don't want to scatter. And that's why we have not, even when you look at the 3 governors, the reason they have reduced their activities so that they are not seen as the stumbling block. If Kalonzo is not chosen, you should not blame them. That's why they lowered their activities. So right now, when you see us not talking much, it's because we have brought these people in and we want, as a team, to have the second person. If we choose to revolt, then we can have that tough conversation, because we will now need to tell that the 3 governors need to stand up and do this and get these votes for Baba. But we decided not to push that conversation. I'm one of the guys who have been limiting that. Even you asking them, anasemanga kwa nini unatetea sana Kalonzo? But it's not like namtetea. The sole reason why he came in is that to boost our numbers, whether he has less or whether he has a grip or not. But when they put together all their votes, it comes as a block. So let's give him a benefit of doubt up to 10th. Let's see whoever they choose. We see the reaction. If he chooses to go the other side, then we put the politics proper and we start dissecting, and we start even analyzing, and we start even trying to see how we can get the Kamba votes. I think that si ati nimehepa kukujibu, but I don't want to go fast on that.
Thank you, Wekesa. Now we have hit our 8-hour mark, so we have to finish. We would love to continue until morning, but we just have to come to an end right there. And this is how we do it every single day, Wekesa, when you are asleep. At least you have seen how ngoja Martin. Mato.
Me, I was just responding to him.
Wewe umeshauliza Wekesa maswali.
Nimeuliza lakini sikupeana nini. I mean, I wasn't done. But anyway, maliza basi. No, funga ni sawa.
Waje tuseme hivi, in your closing remarks, kama watu wanapewa 3 wewe upewe 5.
Sasa umesali. Mato umesali.
Ni sawa. Unajua niko hapa, nitakuwa hapa kesho. Mimi watu wa kufunga, so sinanga maneno mingi. Wewe funga tu, ni sawa. Tutaongea ingine kesho. Bado niko na notes zangu. Funga bana. Ni sawa.
Unless mtakaa hapa na Wekesa mpaka ile time atataka, mimi niende.
Ai boss, sinisha kuambia ufunge. Mimi niko sawa. Mimi hata niko karibu kwenda kuuzima.
Najua Wekesa hayuko job, so anaweza enda na nyinyi hata mpaka kesho asubuhi.
Si tunaweza funga alafu yaendelee basi.
Kwani asubuhi iko wapi? Si saizi ni asubuhi.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We'd love to please, but we have to leave. So this is where now we want to start saying our goodbyes. But before we do that, we normally acknowledge those guys who have joined us on the comment section. And kama kawaida, we have the usual suspects already still in the studio, and we are joined by other people today. We have Wekesa and Bro Benson and Selena joining us. But the usual suspects is here, Julia, Deto, and
I'm a
Makiadi.
resident panelist.
You are a resident panelist, but you are never here at this time, my friend. You are by now asleep. So usual suspect ni hawa watu wa jioni. You are never here by the hour. So Jojo Nyulo, thank you so much. Linet wa Bomba, Deto punguza joto bro. Hii dunia ni kubwa sana. Umeambiwa hivyo na Linet wa Bomba pale chini. Huyu ndio yule tulisema ni crush wa One Makiadi, lakini Makiadi alikataa akasema huyu ni sister yake wa nyumbani. So we don't know, we can't tell and we can't confirm. So we just accept. We live by trust.
Wewe kwanza ukisalimia love wako.
Yeah, of course mimi nitawasalimia wote. Elkana Shivashi, rafiki ya Makiadi, thank you so much. Jijiman, asante sana. Jojo Nyulo, Dominic Liza, Gitash Day mtu wangu.
Wewe ndio love wako hapo Gitash Day.
Demba kwa nini sina crush ama mimi ni mweusi sana?
Wewe crush wako walilala mchana, hawa ni crush wa watu wengine. Wakenya wamelala sasa hivi. Dominic Liza, asante sana. Gitash Day, mtu wa nguvu, asante sana.
Ni mtu ama ni msichana swe uli associate hiyo. That's your love.
Gitash Day is a man. Alikuita bro. Mtu anakuita bro. Hey. Ati niaje bro mato. Hey, wewe acha. Kukax
He told you he loves you. He told you he loves you.
I mean, anyone can love you, man. Rafael Masua, thanks. Thank you, Richie. The show is now. Kwani Rafael, uliona sisi tulikuwa hatusemi chochote mpaka Makiadi akaja. Wewe umetumwa ama hii ni the had the pseudo handle ya Makiadi? We never know.
Nimekuambia iko watu wapendi oligarch. Nimekuambia iko watu wapendi oligarch. Iko dynasty kwa hii show.
I mean, that's the nature of democracy. Societies move through different levels of being ruled. So obviously tutatoka hapa ndio tufike kwa democracy baadaye, alafu sasa turudi tena. It kind of goes in a circle. Saizi hata Kenya mnasema ni democracy, si democracy. It is only the rich who rule. What is it that inaunganisha Ruto, Raila na wengine wote? Si ni
sema kwa hii show Ndemba ni Mount Kenya sasa.
Sasa mimi niko kwa dynasty. Niko kwa oligarchs. Kama hujafika. Patrick Moshiri, asante. Black, I mentioned, nasikia ulipewa blackout, so you'll remain in the blackout for a little while. Asante sana. Gigi man, mtu wa nguvu. Sara, tumekuona huko, umeacha kuja hapa, lakini ni sawa, nasikia ni Mato alikufukuza, but it's okay, tunaelewa.
Alinipenda.
Oh, Sara alikupenda?
Alinipenda, so lazima tucheze kaa sisi.
Mbona unajiwekelea kupendwa? Wacha mapenzi kuje peke yake. Mbona unasema alikupenda? Wacha yeye mwenyewe aseme. Usikuje hapa kuwekelea mapenzi ambayo bado hujapewa. Peter PK, nasikia ulienda ng'ambo kwa sasa Peter Kiura, ukasema wacha hiyo PK ikuwe ndefu, ikuwe Peter Kiura. So tunakushukuru sana, thank you. Kizito Patrick na Patrick Mushiri, asanteni sana. Patrick Mushiri, wacha kuwa mtu ambaye ako very negative. Kuwa ni mtu mpole bwana. Kuwa mpole na sisi. Baba na mjukuu, asante. Temba, I disagree. Hiyo no, it's okay to disagree with me. I have no monopoly of ideas. You can always disagree with me. It's okay. Hata ukiona kitu nimesema unaona haupendi, kuja tu wewe kata, hakuna shida kudisagree na mimi. That's how life is. In fact, if everybody agrees with you, there's a problem. So they have refused to start reasoning. So we need to start imagining what is happening. Yeah. Now, before we bring the show officially to an end, kindly remember to subscribe to Motembei TV. And even as you subscribe to Motembei TV, subscribe to my Dora and I show, that is Themba and Lulu show. Wacha niweke hapo ndio tunapoendelea kutoa hizi nini za mwisho, tuseme Themba and Lulu show.
Ukifika 1K utuite bash.
Lazima bana. Muna subscribe pole sana bana. Hata nilifikiria tutafika end of this April, naona tumefika kama baada mjanifikisha 1K, lakini hakuna shida, pole tu. Thank you.
Themba.
Yeah. Yes sir.
We need Wekesa in this closing show. He should come more often.
The guy is in Kenya bana.
I work shendo unless now nianzange kulala mapema ni amkenge
This guy is in Kenya and he wakes up kwenda job. Let's be understanding.
Najua kuko kwetu nitapatana naye 3 months from now. Kwanza nitapatana naye Titota hapo tukule chapati 2. Lakini he deserves to be in this show.
No,
hapo tu
listen Deto. This guy, other than being in this show, he's a busy man. Akona kazi. Wewe unaendaka kazi yako, unakujeka kwa show hapa kama umeenda kazi yako.
We ni nini sasa umeanza kuniingilia? Siku anaongea na wewe hata.
Wacha jamaa aende atengeze pesa zake, alale mapema, akuje hapa. Wewe unakuja hapa saa zile umemaliza kazi zako. Unataka huyu jamaa akuje hapa, ukae naye mpaka asubuhi, muulize maswali ambayo anaweza jibu kesho.
Niende ni boss kwa job.
Aende job. Akifukuzwa kazi
in 3 months nitamtafuta we. Patia Themba namba yako.
Ukuje hapo unaanza kumuuliza na wewe unakujanga hapa na ufanye kazi.
Themba funga show, wachana na mimi sasa, mnaanza kunisumbua akili.
Akishafukuzwa kazi unaanza kuja hapa motivational speaking. Now I want us to start closing. At least I give everybody a minute. Let's take a minute tafadhali. Ndio at least tuweze kulala. It's already way past time. So let's start with let me start with Benson, because it's been a little quiet for a while. Then I go to Julia. Then I come to Neto. Then of course Makiadi kama kawaida. Selina najua amelala. Selina uko hapo? Najua amelala. So and then of course Neto utatufungia na kama kawaida na nini yetu. Haya Benson.
Okay. Asante sana Bwana Themba. Mimi sina mengi sana ya kusema, ila tu nataka kuomba ama kurai Wakenya wetu wakati wa kupiga kura waangalie mashinani, wasiweke nguvu zao zote katika uchaguzi wa rais, kwa sababu unaweza chagua rais lakini huko chini uchague watu ambao hawatakufaidi, especially in the counties. They should be they should be on the watch out, especially like in the counties, the people they choose, because there is where like money is going to come to the county. If they just try to choose people because of popularity, then they're going to be screwed up. So that's what I can say. And another thing, peace. Peace is so precious. So like let not kind of like be violence during this time, because like once you lose your life is gone. If that peace is gone, vitu zitakuwa zimeharibika sana. Sawa, hiyo ndio kitu ambacho mimi naweza sema.
Thank you, bro Ben. Julia. Yaani Julia leo ametuacha kwa mataa. Sawa. Ndeto.
Imenifikiaje haraka hivyo? Si nilikuwa dhani ni Julia.
Julia ametuacha leo kwa mataa, ametuhangisha hapo, sijui ameenda wapi.
Tutampata kesho. Mimi kwangu kwangu, I think I'm gonna be so easy because I know I have to close and I have to leave other people to talk. I'm just gonna say, like, when we're voting this time, we really have, and I repeat again, have ile motivational speaker yangu mnaniambiaga to really vote thinking about our country and not thinking about politics, because the development that is happening in Kenya has to happen, and we need to know who's gonna do that development to have to be there and have a continuance and good governance, that some of the people that are over here can actually go back and feel like they're still even where they are. So I urge all Kenyans, whoever you are, whatever side you want to vote, think very carefully of who Kenya is safe. I mean, in whose hands is Kenya safe? Let's vote nicely, and whoever wins, if we lose on the other side, still we will be Kenyans. We've lost, we've won, but we're all Kenyans. But this time we have to get it right. And I want to urge the people listening, this time is a Nelson Mandela moment. We have to give Raila his time because he's going to continue what has been happening. He's been tested and he's done everything. Please, Kenyans, let's give Raila a chance, even if it's one term. And let's be careful in how we vote, because at the end of the day, if we have Raila on top, think about the person that is going to serve you uko chini. That's it.
Makiadi.
Thank you. I think politics is a passing cloud. After politics, there's life. It was very unfortunate that today somebody went to the extent of editing a video just to drive home a political game, thereby, destroying literally the life of that kid just to achieve a political goal. I think the politics of propaganda are very dangerous in our country, sometimes to the extent that they can destroy an image of a person. And so I think this thing will come to an end, and Kenyans will still be Kenyans. And so let us have sober politics, politics that are constructive. And I believe UDA has been talking about politics of ideas. So let us have politics of selling our ideas to the people and tupunguze propaganda. Thank you.
Wekesa.
Yeah, this morning, because it's a Sunday, I've chosen, I know Makiati will read the Constitution. I've chosen to read the Constitution of the Oracles of God. 1 King chapter 19, verse 11 to 13. The word of God says that then he said, go out and stand on the mountain before the Lord, and behold, the Lord passed by. And a great and strong wind tore into the mountains and broke the rocks in pieces before the Lord. But the Lord was not in the wind. After the wind, there was the earthquake. But the Lord was not in the earthquake. And after the earthquake, there was fire. But the Lord was not in the fire. So it was when Elijah heard it that he wrapped his face in his mantle and went out and stood at the entrance of the cave. Then suddenly a voice came to him, said, what are you doing? Some other versions say a small still voice. You see, our politics are, and I'm speaking of mountain, and I'm speaking to the people of the mountain. They have had all the drama and the showbiz of the right, the preferred candidates. and the noisy, the voices they have had for the last 4 or 5 years. And even that drama display in churches, it's not always that God comes in that loud bang. Elijah had that experience, but certainly it was a small, still voice that God came through. In other words, sometimes you need to listen. And when we have to make the right choices about leaders, you have to listen and listen again. And some of these leaders who don't have the eloquence, like in Western, there's some people say, in fact, Malala dismissed our own Oparanya. He says that Oparanya had a sura ya presidency. You see, he looks people from a surface point of view. And wewe ukiangalia hiyo sura ya Oparanya anaweza kuwa president. But when you look at the development record of Oparanya, he has raised Kakamega to another level. And I'm very sure if Baba wins, ile vision 2063 yenye Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anaongelea, he might put there as Minister of Planning. He has that. In terms of plan, he was instrumental in crafting the Vision 2030. So don't look leaders from those who are eloquent. C.S. Munya said that the reason why you are conned is because they are eloquent. They have a convincing tongue. Sometimes I ask myself, how comes nilikuja kwako nikakuomba hii kitu kaninyima, and then a con man comes and you give him? Because he was more eloquent than me. And that is how voters feel after they vote for wrong leaders, because we chose eloquence, we chose good speech rather than the strength of character. And God said that, now these are the words of the scriptures. And God said, "Depart from me, for I never knew you." He was speaking to the workers of miracles. Workers of miracles are very powerful people. But he tells them, "Depart from me, I never knew you." Now, when it comes to knowing, it's a sense of being. It's a sense of character. Do you have a character? Did you become something in the process? And that's why there are people who have told me, "Eric, why are you always stuck with this old himself?" I know the character of Raila Odinga, and that's why I will always vote for him, even if I'm the only man standing. Have a good day, good morning. Tukutane kwa hiyo show ingine.
Aya, Makiadi, tusomee constitution.
Asante. Mara hiyo tunaingia kwa article 41 ambayo inaongea juu ya labor relations. 1, every person has the right to fair labor practices. 2, every worker has the right to A, fair remuneration. B, to reasonable working conditions. C, to form, join, or participate in activities and programs of a trade union. And D, to go on strike. Number 3, every employer has the right to form, join. I'll repeat. Number 3, every employer has the right to E, to form and join an employer's organization, and F, to participate in activities and programs of an employer's organization. Number 4, every trade union and every employer's organization has the right to A, to determine its own administration programs and activities, B, to organize, and C, to form and join a federation. Number 5, every trade union, employer's organization, and employer has the right to engage in collective bargaining.
Thank you. Jitachi there anasema hiyo kizungu ni ya nose too fast. Hajasikia lakini
Angeacha mimi nisome Kisungu Kiluya.
Ndio anasema hiyo kizungu ya mpita.
Akitaka tusome na Kiluya tunasoma na Kiluya bado. Wekesa.
Lucy Marindanya said Ruto did not even mention Raila's name when it was his turn to speak. Mato, tupatie ombi ya mwisho.
All right. Mi ni mtu wa kuomba baramoso na kwa gole mtu, very courteous to the new people. I always close this show with I'm known to close it with the national anthem, because this is also what brings us all together as Kenyans. And so at this point, today we have guests, and normally I like to give guests to try that. And I mean, to try and talk, because we can come here and speak every day about our country. But then again, we don't know what unites us. And that is called the national anthem of Kenya. So I don't know. The usual suspects when you're Mebaki, who do you want? Tuko na 2 guests today. Who do you want to try?
Guest ni nani hapa? Wekesa si guest. Wekesa ni resident panelist.
Brother Benson.
Mimi Temba siwambie Martin Ndeto, mimi ni mndani.
The founder member.
This founder member. Ni ile tu
Bro Benson ni vile amekuja hapa, but is a veteran. He's a veteran in this place. Ni vile labda jamwana. Lakini
anyway, saizi mimi nikienda village wataniita mgeni. So umekaa mgeni saizi.
Brother Benson, tupe maombi, na maombi ni first answer of the national anthem.
No, ni all of them. All of them. Themba tulichange hiyo kitu, hakuna first. Ni yote mzima.
Mungu.
Na unakariri kwa Kiswahili.
Mato ashasema.
Mungu. Siwezi.
Aya, twende. Mr. Panelist. Wekesa. Tuchapie yote mzima.
Nguvu yetu.
I still have the privileges of a moderator. I can drop you down. By the time you come umemaliza.
Umeanza kunitisha sasa. Hatuimbi, tunaongea.
Tunaongea.
Yeah.
But I'm just talking in a rhythmical way. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, raha tupate na ustawi.
Wewe ulipotea kitambo sana. Anyway, basi naona mmeshindwa nyi wote. Kuna mtu anataka second trial?
Let me try it in English. Oh God of all creation, bless this our land and our nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders.
Okay. 2.
No, 2 next time. You didn't inform me.
All right. Okay, so Acha Basi, you did a good job on the English one, so I don't think I need to repeat it. Or just for the sake of it, because najua pia Kiswahili inaeleweka. Let's just go. Inasemanga, Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani, uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Ya pili, we're going to number 2. Number 2 inasema, amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye zote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda. Tuwe
tayari.
No, wait. Tuwe tayari kuilinda. That's the main part right there. Number 3, na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Basically what our national anthem tells us let's love our country, defend it, and protect it. That's what it tells us. So basically, hiyo ndio maana tunasemaga tuipende na tuishukuru na tuweze kuwa kuiprotect, so that that country can be the prosperity for us as we speak about it, and for our kids, and for our generations and generations to come. And that's what our forefathers told us to do. So we have to always remember when we're talking about our country, what it is that we're talking about, because our national anthem tells it all. Na najua ni kuna mtu amenigonga. Oh.
Unajulikana karakta yako wewe.
Alafu Wekesa anahakikisha ame-highlight hiyo. Sara pole. Wewe tulisema wewe ni usual suspect. Usual suspect hao wanapewa nafasi ya kuingia hata kama ni dakika 5 zimebaki. So as usual suspect on stage, you can always come in. Ndeto amekumiss hapa. Yeah. Amesema kwamba unampenda na amekumiss sana hapa kwa nini. And Sarah, when you are away, Wekesa also came in the evening and hoped that he can have someone to have a crush on him. So kama kuna wale wako huko chini na wanataka kuwa crush wa Wekesa.
Na kama ni mweusi sana niende makeup kesho nitakuwa brown.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, when the makeup ndio wakunini. Asanteni sana, ladies and gentlemen. We would love to please, but we have to leave. Because we say, as we always do it, Kenyans must keep talking. Because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. God bless you. See you again. Until tomorrow. Ukiingia ukipata watu 10 ujue studio imejaa. Lakini ukipata
na book hujasema bwana.
Yeah. We are still doing the book. Starting next week. We are doing the book, The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. Starting next Sunday. We'll have some 2 hours to just look at it. And then, of course, after that, we'll also be launching Diaspora Diary. We'll tell you when.
Tutumie PDF.
Yeah?
Tutumie PDF tusome.
Yeah, you can access it online.
Okay.
If it's PDF, you can just look for it online. And you can even listen to videos about Niccolo Machiavelli. There's a audiobook. There's audiobook about the Prince. You can listen to if you're not someone who reads a lot, unaweza sikiza audiobook ya Niccolo Machiavelli. Just so that
Wekesa, it's they have a lot of them online. You can just listen even when you're working on your gadget. Unaweza sikiza too, and it's a very interesting book that you need to listen. And then tutaanza kuichambua next Sunday, and then after that we'll go to them. But did you decide on which one we're going after that?
Yeah. There's a book you have also recommended that, and we have said, Wekesa, you can always recommend for us any books that you want us to read. And Mato has recommended.
After that we're going to for the law of the garbage truck. But I think the Prince will take us, I think, a little bit of time, because it's a very interesting book. It's about law, ruling, and it's the Prince. You go read it. Skiza amweke tu kwa ears zako, and then you'll understand. It gives you a lot of things. It's a very nice book. It's a very interesting book.
Okay, thank you. Listen to the characters, listen to the plots, listen to what's happening to Niccolo Machiavelli. Who was he? What was going on? It's important for you to also understand who he was and what is it that is happening in his life at the time that he's writing the book, and what is it that's going on. That way it makes you, they say, if someone is writing a book and you want to understand them, understand their life. Understand, because they will have a case, something about their life that will influence how they are writing.
Mtu tu yenye niliadmire mpaka nikasoma vitabu zake sote, both hard copy and audio. Ni Barack Obama. I read all his books, audio and that's why sometimes I give an account of it and people wonder,
wewe mnasemanga huyu Barack Obama ni ajui mambo ya Mungu. I can't even tell you the state the day he went to the pastor and he was prayed for and he cried and the way his wife even refused to vote for him the first time he ran for Congress seat. Yeah, so the books are good.
Yeah, she did. Michelle never wanted Obama to be in politics. She was against him. Yeah, but the way, Wekesa, if you read that book, you'll start understand. Well, I'm not saying that you don't understand, but you will start understanding.
Nilisoma kitambo nikikuwa college, but I can review it.
Yeah, Prince itakurudisha kwa, you know, watu wanasemanga wamesoma the 48, you know, 40 something rules of you know, of leadership. But if you read that book, yeah, but that's the precursor of that. If you read to that book or listen to it, it will actually tell you a lot. And then after that, we're going to the law of the garbage truck. The law of the garbage truck. So we're going political for the first book. And then on the second book, we're going for life and the law of the garbage truck, how to stay away from naysayers.
You have you come at a very unearthly hour.
Unajua si tunafunganga. I come back. By the way, I'm always here with Wekesa.
Kuamka kitu 5 maybe ndio niwapate.
Alafu unajua Wekesa kama yako na matsanga nilisikia you guys had a nice one. I watched the whole thing and that scares me. Ile kitu alisema.
Tosha. There's a person who is suggesting we read Decolonizing the Mind. It's called Decolonizing the Mind by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. And that's something, that one you can read as you are reading Decolonizing the Mind. You can read Frantz Fanon's A White Mask, Black Skin, White Masks. You can read that too. It will give you some interesting views on the decolonization of the mind. And it will tell you something about Martin Deto's twanging here. You know, it will open you up to this pretense.
They just say if you go to Rome you have to act like Romans. Nikirudi sasa tukikulana titot na Wekesa nitakuwa nikimuuliza na yuka zee wenda ataende nichao.
Martin, you need to hear this. Huh? You see, when you are speaking American English, when you are when you are breaking English, you say I'm speaking American English. So when Kesa speaks Luya English, you have a problem. Why should I apologize?
No, I never have. Mimi kwanza nikiwa nyumbani I don't speak English, naongeanga Kiswahili. Unasikia Kiswahili yangu na Kikamba yangu ziko poa. Naogopanga kuongea Kizungu nikiwa home. One day nilikuja home and I was trying to talk to
Mato. Thank you. Tunafunga show. Show inafungwa na tuongee basi. Tukutane baadaye. Dia anasema Chronicles of an Economic Hitman. That's a good book. Wekesa, situonane.